Some fun.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
And the silence out. Here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45.
Ambitious effort, unbelievable. The left foot is a goal.
Oh, yeah.
Robinson kicks on goal. The prancing pony.
What a goal.
He's off and running from 45 to get the party started. It's bouncing, it's through. Bailey Smith, he'll want the cameras on him right now.
Not camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
Spins around. Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out. Snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Baker goes where? Goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
100% pure footy. Every minute of every match, all season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
She's just football at its best.
Kick on goal. Dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot, his kick is good.
AFL.
Inside 50, off the step, turns and goes bang. And snap.
And goal.
There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal. He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Round 2 of the AFL Premiership season, where 14 of the 18 clubs continue their march for the 2026 Premiership. The short-handed Swans hit the MCG tonight up against an unchanged Hawthorn outfit. What will we get under the Thursday night lights? That's what we're here to find out. It is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. The gang's all here. We'll hear from Ben Cameron shortly. He's inside both the Swans and the Hawks camp. My name's Corbin Middlemas. Matt Clinch is here to call the footy with me. Hello, Clinchy.
Good evening, Corbin. Good evening to all our listeners tonight. It's a chilly night at the MCG, so hopefully the fans come along as the Swans try and bring their red-hot form to Melbourne, but not Isaac Heaney or Errol Goulden. So you can make the case that both sides are probably missing with Will Day out. For the Hawks, some of their best firepower, and yet all the pressure is on Hawthorn coming along to tonight. They've won 2 of their last 7 against the Sydney Swans. They haven't won here at the MCG against the Swans since 2017. So let's see what Hawthorn can bring. And I'm a bit with you. You know I don't like to look too far in advance, so you can imagine my disamazement as I looked at last weekend and realised that we had the bye starting this week. So all of a sudden the season struggles to get going really until we get gather round where all 9 matches take place and 18 teams are functioning. So it feels like we spent the whole off-season focusing on how to get the game right. Now we need to focus on the fixturing, but hopefully we're going to rip it to start off the round tonight.
So first 5 weeks, only once all teams play each other. We've had that. That was last weekend. And as you point out, Clinchy, the next time will be gather round. So rounds 2, 3, 4, and then 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, all impacted by the buys. So 8 out of 24. That's 1 in every 3 weeks of the season. Not every team's playing.
And after tonight, Hawthorn's next game is on Easter Monday. So it's 18 days away. Sydney are only marginally better than that. They take on the West Coast Eagles on the Saturday. That's 16 days away. So apart from the hope of the AFL that we all watch all 18 teams, if you're only following your team, you're not going to watch for a couple of weeks after tonight.
Yeah. It's these are the teams we're getting. There are a bunch of them that we won't this weekend, including some of the firepower from last year, including 3 of the final 4. So the eventual premiers, Brisbane, Collingwood, Geelong, all absent this weekend, and Carlton, the other team, as part of that. Brett Deledio's here, former All-Australian best and fairest winner, Richmond champion, GWS footballer, the whole nine, one of the best analysts in the game on ABC Sport. G'day, Lids.
Corby, Clinchy, good to be here. You're right. It's a disappointing start, isn't it? Like, I suppose the only positive is you can't lose. You take the bye. Your Blue supporters out there, Murph, they're probably not. You can't lose those ones where you're getting the week off. But it's a bit clunky, isn't it? It just doesn't feel like we're getting into the full swing of it until we get to gather round. But yeah, it's an interesting game here tonight as well. I think the Hawks bounced back last week and showed us probably their firepower. Does that say more about how good they are or how bad Essendon were on the night? I'm not really sure after their showing in the first game that they played. And the Swans look like they're primed and ready to go, albeit they're going to be without two of their stars tonight. So there's a bit on the line for both sides to really get their season, level their season out, I suppose, in terms of what are we actually making of both sides. Swans without two stars and the Hawks, a softer win last week after not quite getting it done against the Giants.
Just a counterpoint on the schedule. I mean, if we did have, say, one weekend off entirely, then there'd be no footy for the weekend. And maybe we'd all sit around and say, they should have drip-fed the games a little more, so at least we got some footy on offer. I know they lean on the NFL program a lot. The NFL usually only has 15 games a week rather than 16, and two teams sort of are filtered through taking the bye as the season goes on. So maybe you miss them less. It probably speaks to in our competition the lack of sort of star power or star quality sides and how reliant we are often on the big teams. And we see the distribution clubs rely on teams like Collingwood and Carlton to try and pull a crowd, and when they're absent, it certainly stands out on the fixture.
It's like going to a rock concert and they play one song at the start, and then they play six that you've never heard of before. You're sort of waiting for it all to build and have that momentum. It seems a strange way. I get your logic is right. They probably have leaned into the NFL, but it doesn't give the fans the perfect build-in to start a season. It feels like the ladder is so compromised as it is. So we might know until sort of round 7, 8 or 9 as to who the best sides are.
I don't think you need to wait that long, if I'm being honest. Okay. I think it's pretty clear-cut.
0437 774 774. Let us know what you think with just 7 of the 9 games on this weekend. Marc Murphy's here, the man who the coaches voted as the premier player in the game back in 2011. 300-gamer, former Carlton captain. Hello, Murph.
Good evening, boys. Good to sit here and listen to the first 5 minutes anyway.
I thought I'd sort of weave you in as we go. I wanted to build.
You said you had a big day. You had a big day of talking.
No, you three go ahead. I'll just sit here and just view. And
I'm sure you'll
listen
still invoice the same. There's no worries there.
What do you got for us, Murph? What do you make of the 14 teams playing?
Oh, well, it's a weird start. We know it's not ideal, and the AFL will surely rectify it next year. I think all the blowback they've copped, they'll definitely change their approach next year.
More the opening round issue or the fact that buyers are drip-fed through?
I think the opening round's the main issue.
Yep. I agree with that.
I just think that they just missed some easy opportunities. I know that the Adelaide Oval was out of bounds because of cricket, but just having sides on the other side of the country who weren't playing, they missed out. And WA, we know how much they enjoy their football. Yes, they had the start of Origin, but they want to watch their own teams play. They didn't get to watch them. And then even their second week in, round 1, they're not even playing at home.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what the story is there. Maybe the ground's not available. I'm not too sure. I'm not sure what else is happening over there in Perth. But
yeah, so they had the Asian Cup, so I was unavailable for that.
Yeah.
I think there's 3 games on it this weekend. Have they got the soccer and then West Coast and Freo playing on it?
Yep.
Finals in Sydney for the Matildas. But, the other part is that this is the 3rd edition of opening round. Last year they had the Cyclones, so 2 games got wiped.
Yep.
Got the centenary test here at the MCG next year, so we probably won't even get a gauge next year as to what the ideal format is going to be. So it's sort of one of those unanswered questions, really.
7 games this weekend, only 2 in Melbourne, 1 in Sydney, 2 in Perth, 2 in Adelaide is the way that it spits out. Anything else for us, Murph, off the top, now that you've waited for your chance to get in?
No, all good. Let's go.
No late change. Swans and the Hawks, which means, as Clinchy said off the top, the Swans without arguably their 2 best players. We'll talk more about that as we weave our way through. So no Heaney, no Goulden, both absent for the Sydney Swans tonight. And it must be said, the Hawks have done a better job covering Will Day, who's largely been unavailable over the last year and a half, than what the Swans have done when Goulden's been absent. Obviously 7 and 3, or 3 and 7, I think they... Let me stop. Let's just scratch
the one good thing. Sorry, go ahead.
They went 7 and 3 when he returned last year. They were struggling before that.
The one thing that is on their side is the fact they've played without him for quite some time over last year anyway. So there's going to be guys who will have filled that role previously that'll be there tonight that can come in and they're playing a much better brand of football at the moment these first 2 games.
Let's see what's happening with the Swans. A familiar name. The premiership coach of the Melbourne Demons is now inside the Sydney Swans camp, and that's where we're headed with Ben Cameron. Ben.
I'm down here with Simon Goodwin, a man we know well in these parts, a premiership coach, but in a new role as Director of Coaching and Performance at the Sydney Swans. Welcome back to Melbourne, Simon. What does the new role entail day to day?
Yeah, look, it's, in specific terms, it's basically about, working with the coaches about transforming how we want to be seen, how we want to play, from our education right through to our drill design and into performance, and working with the coaches to be able to deliver a program and a strategy that can deliver that on field.
It's a pretty big blow today for the Sydney Swans. No Errol Gulden. It was well documented last year that when he came back from that ankle fracture, the Sydney Swans was 7-3 in their last 10 games when he came back. How do you cover him today?
Oh, look, like he's certainly a player that you love to have in your team. There's no doubt about that. But I think when you look back at the statistics from last year, we're a completely different team. I think we've got 7 or 8 guys that are in our team now that weren't in the team at that stage last year. So, we've lost Errol, and that's a big loss to our team. But we think we've got the capacity to fill those roles and to still put on a really strong performance. So, someone we certainly can't replace in terms of the ball use and what he does for the footy team. But we think we've got other players that will step up into that space.
It feels like, and I know you weren't there, obviously, the back end of last year, but like when he came back, Sydney maybe worked something out and started to get how they wanted to play together, and that's been able to flow into this year. Obviously, the rule changes might have helped you a little bit, but how accurate do you think that is, that maybe the momentum that you've carried through with the way you want to play started at the back end of last year?
Oh, there's no doubt we identified some things at the back end of last year that we just needed to work on in our game. Handball was certainly one area of our game that was low compared to what the modern game now demands, is to be able to move the ball really effectively and fast on the back end. And, you can do that by foot or hand, and we were really low on the handball. So we've certainly tried to train a little bit more of that. But as importantly, we've certainly moving the ball in a way that's entertaining, but we've tried to defend in behind it as best we can as well. And that's probably been one of the biggest shifts as well, is our ability to win the ball back and to be really hard to play against again.
I think the handball that you mentioned is really fascinating, because you are one of the handball happiest teams in the competition. I think the ratio is close to 1-to-1. So is that the right balance, or is that even a little too far, or is that what it will likely be?
Oh, look, it's probably gone a touch too far, but we sort of just want to play what the opposition give us. Tonight against Hawthorn, we expect their pressure to be really high, so we might have to drop into a bit more kicking at times, and we'll just adapt to whatever the game needs us to do and take what the opposition give us. And the last few weeks we've been able to handball through, but that might be a different challenge tonight.
There was some great analysis during the week about how Hawthorn have changed the way they move the ball. Suggestions that last year, say they took a mark 40 metres out from their defensive goal, they would go quick and long to the wing and go from there, whereas now they tend to go shorter and then quickly through the corridor. Have you noticed that? What can you tell us about the way they've changed?
It's probably a little bit early on to be really clear on distinct changes, but there's no doubt they're very good with the ball. Last week they took a lot of uncontested marks, a lot of short kicks, but that's different to how they played, the week before against the Giants. So we just have to be a little bit careful about what we identify. What we do know is that they do move the ball incredibly well. They do get it to the open side or through the corridor, and they move it effectively. So we need to be on defensively to try and shut that down.
When the Wizard Watson goes into the middle for whatever we're calling it, the centre hoist or the centre ball up, whatever it is, they're about 10 goals to the good. When he plays forward, they're even money this year. Have you got a plan for if he goes in there?
Yeah, look, we've got some plans around what it would look like when he's in and around the footy, but also when he's forward. He's an important player. To Hawthorn, he's a very dynamic player, and he gets forward of the ball very quickly. So we've got to have some defensive-minded guys in there. But first and foremost, we need Brodie to get his hand on the ball and give us first look. And that ability to take him out of the play is part of us winning the ball as well.
I know you're in the red and white now, but did you sneak a look at the red and blue last Sunday?
Yeah, I did. They played incredibly well. There's been a fair bit of time that's gone into the development, and it's just great to see a lot of younger players stepping up and really enjoying what they're doing. And I was really proud of what they put on play.
Yeah. Do you watch it and feel a sense of pride that guys you've played a role in the development of performing well, be it Cozzy Pickett, Harvey Langford, Xavier Lindsay, Caleb Windsor, whoever it is?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, anytime you're attached to a playing group and you spend a lot of time with the playing group, you're proud of, what they're capable of and how they develop in the game. And just watching them on Sunday, it was, I watched with a bit of pride and see them well, and I wish them well.
Simon, appreciate your time. The red and white is suiting you well. Enjoy tonight and the rest of the year.
Thanks, Ben.
Simon Goodwin, of course, premiership coach, one of only 4 premiership coaches in Melbourne's history, now in the red and white of the Sydney Swans. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemas, Matt Clinch, Marc Murphy, Brett Deledio, our number one picks upstairs, and Ben Cameron on the boundary's edge. You'll hear from him throughout the night, and we'll duck inside the Hawks camp in the not too distant future. What did you make of all that, Lids?
Well, it was interesting because a lot of talk's been about the Swans and their handball happy game. And interesting that Simon Goodwin said maybe we've gone a little bit overs in terms of how we've been playing, but also making mention that we've just gone with what the opposition's given us, and that's all you can do. Aside, like, teams are trying to pressure up and put immense pressure on around the source, at stoppage and clearance and whatever else. But if you can absorb that and get that ball on the outside, and then there's players breaking away from there, well, you use the handball, don't you? But if it's a little more pressured and teams locked down like they expect Hawthorn to be able to do tonight, well, yeah, maybe you have to go into a kick game. But one-to-one, maybe it seems to be working for them. I think they're using their attributes and what they've got. So I'd be surprised if they changed it up too much.
Yeah, that's right. I think the best teams have the ability to change on within game as to what the opposition are giving them, and that's exactly what Simon Goodwin just said then, is that, well, we'll just play what the oppo gives us. If the pressure game is really strong, as he said, they'll probably go to more of a kick mark and try and draw them out, and then go back into that handball game, and then just go vice versa. So that's the ability of why some of these better teams can have that opportunity to go into different modes, and teams find it hard to try and defend that.
Sydney have been able to score in bursts, Murph. So they kicked 12 goals in that third quarter against the Blues. They kicked 7 goals of the first 8 goals of the match against the Brisbane Lions at the SCG. The absence of, obviously, Heaney and Goulden, how much does that impact their scoring prowess? And who do you think would be the likely player to come into the middle? Would they rob their defence of Callum Mills and put him in the centre square, or do they rob their forward line and take Chad Warner out of there?
Probably a bit of both, I would think. I think it's not going to be just one person that's going to come in and fill that role. There'll be various guys who will have their opportunity to go through there, and I think that's why they've always been a good side, because they've been able to cover those blokes. And last year they probably just found out a little bit too much under a new coach and a new way of playing the game in Dean Cox, but they would have learned a lot. Their first 2 games, the confidence will be really high within that group. So, yes, they can't replace a like for like, because he's one of they're both stars of the game, aren't they? But what they rely upon is guys coming in and playing their role and filling their part. But there's still experience all around in that side, so I'm not too worried.
Can you back in the confidence that they've built over the first couple of weeks to help carry you through that? Do you think that's enough to cover those 2 boys with the confidence at its highest, and they're going to play with some flair and some dash and say, don't worry, boys, we'll get through this? Or is the holes that those 2 boys will leave, is that too big of a gap to fill?
Yeah, well, I think that's where the art of coaching comes back into it, and Dean Cox and the midfield coaches to be able to say, well, you know what, go to a certain player and go, look, there's an opportunity here for you to play some more midfield time. We really value the way in which you've been training and playing already this season. So this is your opportunity to really step up and fill a void for us tonight and the months to come without Errol Goulden in a few weeks for Isaac Heaney. So I think that's where the coaches are so important, of building up those players who are going to fill those roles.
Feels like a big night for Chad Warner. Last year we saw it, a glimpse of it too when Goulden was out of the team. Sort of, is he sort of A-plus level superstar, or is he a rung below that? And sort of it's easier to be the third banana when there's 2 other stars there. Tonight, neither Heaney or Goulden are there. They win two in every 3 games when Goulden or Heaney plays. When one of them, if not both of them, missing, they win 2 in every 5. So they basically become like a 40% team, as opposed to being a 65+% team when they're there. So the numbers tell the story, and for Warner, it'll be interesting to see how he goes tonight without his running mates.
We fell in love with him 2 years ago, didn't we?
Yeah.
Chad Warner, with his ability to burst away. He was in that grand final, that losing grand final. He was electric still out of the middle of the ground. But then I don't reckon he sort of reached those same heights with all the distractions probably around his contract and what he was going to do. Was he going to leave and go back over the West? I think he needs that complementary player, those players around him to help him then flourish. Because then if the target just goes to him and everyone's trying to stop him, maybe it's not the same player. We're seeing probably the same with Naz at St Kilda, aren't we? Mm. So it's on Chad, or really, to probably carry this midfield tonight without those 2 other superstars in there. Rowbottom, you know what he'll do. I think McInerney will play half forward and still give you all that run. James Duraldon will go through there and play a role probably, but ultimately, for game breaking, it's got to be Chad Warner.
It feels like the 666 should really suit Chad Warner, and yet he's not the player that springs to mind in the last couple of seasons. The other one that's interesting for Murph is Charlie Curnow, who's had a somewhat subdued start. He kicked 3 goals in his first game against the Blues, but Joel Amati booted 5 goals last week against the Brisbane Lions, and he was able to capitalise from the fact that there was so much attention on Curnow. I still think he was the target inside 50 on about 15 occasions last week. But does him playing higher up the ground, does that serve Sydney, or is that taking away some of his responsibility as to what they brought him to the club to be?
I think it no doubt helps Joel Amati. Kicks 5 last week. I think that'll just be a week-to-week proposition as to, well, what's the best look for us and where do we feel that Charlie's going to help us the most. I think the main thing for them is that they can try and get isolation, those two, because the last thing you want is Sicily coming across and impacting and Battle coming across and impacting. They want to try and isolate and get some 1v1s.
No late change here at the MCG. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. The Hawks and the Swans on deck. Let's go inside the Hawks camp with Ben Cameron.
I'm down here with the GM of footy, Rob McCartney, and Rob, Sam Mitchell said during the week that the team needs to be alert and on guard and not lulled into a false sense of security with the injuries for Sydney. How do you guard against that?
I think we learned our lesson very, very early, didn't we? Round 0 against GWS. We were really open and transparent that we didn't feel like that the group worked hard enough, and the group took that responsibility as much as we did as a coaching and football department. Once bitten, twice shy.
It feels like ball movement is all the rage in season 2026. By fleet of foot or by foot, you've got to be able to move the ball. There was some analysis done by Champion Data presented last night about how Hawthorn have changed. So an example given last year of a mark by Jarman Impey, quickly moved it but went wide out to the wing where the Hawthorn players were queuing up. Now the suggestion is the same mark, there might be a short kick and then a little bit of dash through the corridor. Have you changed the way you're moving the ball significantly, or would you say it's still the same?
Oh, look, I don't think there's too many changes within that. I think you even used the term before, take what the oppo gives you. If something presents through the corridor, it's the quickest way home, so you take it. But we still think we're a team that can open the ground up and play fast footy by going around as well. So we'll look to see where the options are and the opportunities are and try and exploit them.
We used the spaceman play today. Is Jack Ginnivan's podcasting career over?
No, definitely not. This is something that this young bloke is going to do over the journey of his lifetime. One thing that we need to do as a football club is support our players to be ready for the next phase of their life once they finish footy. We'll work with Jack. He's actually been really transparent. So we actually get to see the podcast before it goes to air. He's working with us around where the boundary is. He's always been the one that likes to find where the boundary is. But he's a diligent young kid who knows the game really well, and we're encouraged that he's actually got an appetite to look at what he might do post-footy.
The wind at Dingley, have you had the tarpaulins out to try and sort out the wind down there? How much of a problem is it as the head of the footy department and trying to sort that out so that the team can train as well as they can?
Look, I think when we first moved to Waverley, there was a few days before Christmas that were quite windy, but they were quite windy across our city of Melbourne at that particular stage. I think since we come back in January, there hasn't been too many days that we would say that's been affected. And you might remember we were out at Waverley as well, and Waverley could be, and we had Lids there for only a few months, but Lids might remember that Waverley could produce nearly anything as well. So, no, we're pretty comfortable that we're really fortunate to have moved into a $113 million facility. Our players and our staff are working hard to get better, and we've got to get better because we could only make it to a prelim last year, and our club is defined by getting a bit further than that.
So just quickly before I send it upstairs, so there'll be no sort of renovations to keep the wind out?
Oh, we'll do some work. Like, as we do in any area of our football club, we're always looking to get better. And there is an opportunity for us to improve that. We'll explore it, and we'll if we find something that it will make it better, we'll absolutely do it.
I'll send it upstairs. Corbin Middlemas, Matt Clinch, Marc Murphy and Brett Deledio.
Rob, great to talk to you, mate. I don't remember there being ever any wind out there at Waverley, mate. It was balmy, beautiful, warm. Never any issues out there, mate. It was perfect.
Tell you what, you always had a bloody suntan too, mate. Probably the best of any.
You don't worry what I get up to when I get home, mate. That's for sure. But, mate, I want to ask you about the dual rucks and having big Ned Reeves and Lloyd Meek in the side. How did you see that last week, and how we look to exploit it tonight?
Oh, look, I think we all, whether it was inside our environment at Hawthorn or even the media looking on from the outside, I think we're pretty excited by what we saw last week. Like, Ned's had to toil pretty hard. Like, he hasn't played a lot of AFL footy in the last 2 seasons. The season before that, it had a great year and more or less helped us to be a really strong centre bounce clearance team. So it's good for Ned. We think that it's something that we're going to explore a little bit further. 1 week doesn't probably make a season, I don't think. But I'd love to see something similar tonight, because this is a pretty good team we're going against.
Rob, I'm not sure if this brass band, has this come back from Jackson Ross and his boys over at University of Tennessee? Have you brought them with you?
I tell you what, Rossi would be, he'd be pretty happy to be here tonight too, I reckon. He'd be probably in the middle of that. He's a character, the young fella, but no, I think it might be the nil brass band that they've got there today.
I like it. Just some serious stuff before we let you go. Obviously, the hangover effect from what happened in Arizona is still making headlines during the week. So we obviously saw the body cam footage that came out of both Connor McDonald and Dylan Moore getting arrested for that episode in Arizona. Caroline Wilson reporting that the AFL advised the club to make it public over summer. Is that your understanding, that you had the opportunity to release it earlier and that was actually at the AFL's sort of wishes?
Oh, look, that was probably, maybe those discussions were at a higher level than where I sit, but I didn't have any inkling that was what was expected of us. What I will say is that it was a live court case at the time. Our advice from our lawyers at that stage was to not impede or impact that court case, and we acted accordingly.
I feel like everybody's asking around the drug paraphernalia charge, which was ultimately dropped against Dylan Moore. We obviously heard it referenced as part of that body cam footage. Did you guys, even though the charge was dropped, follow it up with him and basically ask him, hey, what happened there?
Well, I'm going to reiterate what you said. That charge was dismissed. What I will say is that both boys from day one have been totally transparent with us. We haven't, as much as this news is probably a little bit new for everyone else, it definitely hasn't been new for us. We haven't seen anything that we didn't know after the first day when the incident occurred.
I think most people, I was certainly in this category, I actually thought that almost the cover-up was worse than the crime. And to see sort of Dylan Moore sitting there as serious as he was for something which, look, it's on the lower end. I think you put your finger in the wind. That's how most people would feel about it in the general public. Has that been a weight off his shoulders, the fact that that's been made public? Because he certainly looked in that initial interview on Channel 7 that this was something that was weighing on him heavily.
Oh, look, I think the thing about Dylan and Connor is that they consistently get most things right, if not all things right, those two boys. They're great young men who have lived lives that have always been ones that they've tried to do the right thing. So the weight of this for Dylan would have been something significant and something that he hasn't lived with before. So, yes, I think you saw a boy who went out and played footy and did what he actually loves doing and not fronting up to, some consequences that he needed to front up to. And it was nice to see him finish that game with a smile.
Rob, all the best tonight and the rest of the way. Appreciate your time as always.
Good on you guys.
Rob McCartney, the GM of footy at the Hawthorn Football Club. I hope for their sake, at least, that's the end of it in terms of that coming out. It felt like the minute that it happened, that footage was inevitable, that I was just thinking that this is just going to be a story that's just going to snowball, and at some point this footage is going to be released. And sure enough, it was not only a story last week when the story broke, but hung around in the headlines again, a week later.
Yeah, mate, I sit probably with what you said in that it's on the lighter end, but the fact that it did take this long to come out, the part of the footage that I enjoyed was Jack Scrimshaw couldn't contain his laughter in the background. He was uncontrollable, which they did have a good time over there, obviously, the boys, but I think front up, cop your whack and move on. I think everyone would have been done with it, but as Rob said, the boys have been fully transparent with us. That's all you can ask. And how it gets controlled from there, that's above the players and even Rob said from him. So it's gone above that pay grade.
Brett Deledio alongside Marc Murphy, Matt Clinch, myself, Corbin Middlemas here to call the footy. Ben Cameron on the boundary. And it's the Hawks and the Swans side of it. The teams for the rest of the round next.
A tray of cocktails floated at us through the twilight. Who was this Gatsby fella?
A jazz-soaked reimagining of the Great Gatsby.
That's the best thing a girl can be in this world. A beautiful little fool.
Search for Gatsby in Harlem on ABC Listen.
AFL.
On ABC Sport, you're listening to the 2026 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio
Sport Digital
and ABC Listen.
The Sydney Swans 2-0 to start the young season, but no Goulden, no Heaney. We've seen them a little vulnerable without Errol Goulden in the past. How do the short-handed Swans front up tonight against the 1-1 Hawks? And they're all about stability. After a hiccup in round one against the Giants, they blew the cobwebs out last week against the hapless Bombers. They front up with the exact same team tonight. There are no late changes. The changes at selection for Sydney reads Heaney, Goulden out. It's hard to think you could lose two more important players from the one lineup, Corey Warner and Caden Cleary. The two unproven Swans make their way back into this lineup. My name's Corbin Middlemas. Matt Clinch is here to call the footy with me. Ben Cameron's down on the boundary. Marc Murphy and Brett Deledio, our number one picks Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Tonight, so just quickly as an overall setup, Lids, you mentioned on the way in, it was a little easier to work your way through the car park than perhaps previous weeks.
Absolutely. It was quieter out there, so I'm not expecting a huge crowd. It's starting to fill up a little bit now, but I mean, what are we, still 25, 30 minutes away from the bounce? So, yeah, I'm hoping they're all rolling in straight off the train or something, but or we've had some hold-ups.
So they've met here 5 times since the 2014 grand final. It follows an interesting trend. So the first meeting since that grand final, understandably, grand final rematch, 63,300. Then 61,500 Murph, then 52,000. 32,000 was the low water mark. And then back up to 38,000. So they're the crowds in recent times for these two teams.
Yeah, so I reckon we're probably due for about 40 to 45 Lids.
You reckon?
I've got no idea, but anyway, we're interested to see how we go. I didn't see you say that there was a bit quieter on the way in. We got in here an hour and a half before the game, and we don't actually travel on the train.
We do our prep, don't we? And the cost of diesel at the moment is ridiculous, so that's why. No, look, it just felt really quite a lot quieter than what it has been. Like, coming in last week for the Carlton-Richmond game, there was people everywhere lining up and getting ready to go into the ground. But out there tonight, it was a bit quieter. And I mean, it is an interstate team.
Can the Swans have lost two more important players? Like, is there someone else where you think, maybe if they lost Grundy or they lost, Warner or whatever it turns out to be, it feels to me that, Goulden and Heaney's as top end as you can possibly get.
Yeah, I think they're most important too. If you're going to take out two out of the team, I think Goulden's almost probably their best, I would say, in terms of being that runner and user of the football. We saw the impact of him not playing majority of last year and the results that occurred on the back of that. So, and Heaney, we know how good Heaney is. So those
pretty impressive last year, Heaney, without Goulden.
It was, but maybe that's just because Heaney's a superstar. So I think those two guys are
Goulden's even better than Heaney.
Well, I think he's probably more important to the way in which they like to play and when they're at their best. So I know Heaney had the year that he had last year and they didn't feature in finals.
No.
So I just think he's that running player who, like a Dacos, is just so hard to stop with the way in which the rules are adjudicated at this point in time.
Yeah. It's interesting. These two sides have featured in 9 grand finals over the last 13 years. And Dean Cox said we're not the same side in which we were last season. We've made improvements. We're not as reliant on our stars. And yet everyone comes along tonight going, can you win without two of your most important? And we often look for sort of markers at the start of the season. So when you play against fellow top 8 sides, and I think we think top 10 now, the Hawks are going to be in that bracket.
Yep.
I don't know if either of you had sort of the Swans as a top 4 side or where you saw them featuring, but you just got to bank your wins when you can, which is sort of what makes tonight so intriguing, is can Hawthorn do what they just need to do? Forget about that game against the Giants, focus on what they did well last week and just take care of business tonight.
Yeah, I think after watching them play against the Dogs earlier in one of the pre-season games, I was like, maybe they, Charlie Curnow, have Errol Goulden back for the majority of the year. They've just got weapons everywhere with Heaney, Blakey off half-back, and they're really solid through the middle. Yeah, I'm not going to sit here. And then they come out and, early on, I'm saying, watching that Carlton game, I'm like, maybe I've got this a bit wrong here. But then when they went to blitz that third quarter and just went, it was like, right, there's their weapons. This is what they've got. Yeah, they're a genuine finals contender. Now with an injury, do you question that again? I mean, we saw what happened last year without Errol Goulden.
I think it's a double-edged sword for both teams tonight. I think Sydney can really stamp themselves as a real flag contender. Sorry?
You think they will?
I think they will tonight.
Okay,
yeah,
wow.
Yeah. So I think they can really stamp themselves on the competition and be like, okay, we've got our best two players not playing tonight. And when it come down to Melbourne and beat Hawthorn on their home deck, I think it would be a huge win for the football club. They're probably not expected to come down here and win without those two. And then Hawthorn, they were pretty average a couple of weeks ago, weren't they? And I think every side has a bad one, but they stunk it up almost against the Giants. They looked pretty average.
As did Collingwood the year before too.
They did, and they beat us in well last week, and tonight's a really important one to really kick off their season.
This is about as good as it's going to get for the Hawks. Like they've only got really one of their first choice players out, and that's Will Day. And I love Will Day as much as anyone, but it's almost like the Max King category where you've almost got to expect that he's not there rather than he is. He's missed more footy than he's played over the last 2 years, so that they've had to do it in large parts without him. Whereas the Swans last year without Errol Goulden, they were a 5-8 team when he came back. They went 7-3 on the run home when he returned, but they were 3 games below 500 when he went out. The teams, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport for the rest of the round. So tomorrow night, nice to see Isaac Rankin back. He comes back from suspension into the Adelaide team. And Jordan Croft returns. He comes in for Will Lewis, who loses his place, Rankin in for Toby Murray, who's been managed after one game into the new season. So that's Adelaide and the Bulldogs. That's a fun game on Friday night footy. Of course, you'll hear it here on ABC Sport. Big ins at Richmond, so McKelty Lafau returning from suspension as well. Tom Brown, who surprisingly left out first week of the season, played every game last year. And their premiership stars, Vloston and Prestia, both come back in. Mansell, Fall, Gibcus, Gray, the 4 outs there for Richmond.
What's Gibcus out with? What's he been named as out with? Can I stump you on that one?
Let me just take that one on.
That's fair. No, keep going. Sorry.
That's all right. And then for the Suns, Ballard's back, which is great to see, returning from that ACL. And Humphrey is the other one who makes his return for the Suns. Bailey Humphrey, who was awesome, of course, in round one. Gibcus has been omitted, just on that. Oscar Adams and Jai Farah also admitted, so that's the teams from the Tigers and the Suns. The rest of the round, so St Kilda's an interesting watch. Marshall and Stocker in for McRae and Keeler. Keeler loses his place, McRae is hurt. No change for the Giants, despite the fact they were smacked by the Bulldogs. Chris Sherry's going to debut for the Dockers, so there's a new name. But it comes at the expense of Hayden Young, who's out with that hamstring injury, so he misses. No change for the Ds. And we've got only squads at this stage, Port Adelaide and West Coast, and then Port Adelaide and Essendon. And then West Coast up against North Melbourne. Unfortunately, maybe they do look more alike than what I would like to say at this particular stage. Essendon and West Coast. Sweet, Brody, Mead, Lukosius, Lay, all amongst the ins for Port. Of course, just squads at this stage. Lockie Jones and Ollie Lord, the 2 that are out. Meanwhile, for Essendon, Kako, Gresham, El Hooley amongst the ins. Again, no outs at this stage. We'll learn more about that tomorrow night. And for the Eagles, they get Liam Baker back from suspension. Tim Kelly, who wasn't in their team last week in their best side, he's in an extended squad. Tom Cole misses out. And then Coleman Jones, Bench, and Hanson Jr. in the extended squad for North Melbourne. So there's no George Wardlaw coming back from a hamstring injury. He's fit, but they're not going to make the trip across the Nullarbor with him and rush him straight back into that team.
And they just won. So it's a big game for North, I think, this weekend. I mean, to get their season to where we want them to get it to, there's been a lot of talk about them, but...
surely they tick off the box there, don't they? Although going over to West Coast is no...
It's not as easy as... It's not just going over there, and complacency with a side that's been near the bottom could be your worst enemy. So you need to go over there with a real business trip mindset, I think.
It's their home away from home. They sold 2 home games there later in the year. So this is the first of 2 trips, first of 3 games. So this is an away game against West Coast. Later in the year, they'll play the Eagles in a home game, and they'll play Fremantle in a home game in Bunbury. Yeah. So that's part of their deal after getting out of Hobart. Ross Lyon spoke today on the precipice of their game up against GWS.
Talking about pressure.
Was that his sort of trying to recite his Teddy Roosevelt speech from the man in the arena, and this is what he came up with when trying to answer a few questions about Nasiah Wanganeen Miller and Tom DeConing in particular.
That's why AFL football's abnormal. It's not like you do. You're not under scrutiny, right? Like, you choose AFL football, you choose stress, you choose anxiety, and you choose being in the arena. I'm happy to be in the arena. I know what's coming. But you've got to write your own story. And traditionally, both those players have written really strong AFL stories. So, but we're all only as good as our next moment. So, the moment you don't handle the stress and anxiety, it's time to give it away. You've got to keep leaning into it. That's why it's AFL, it's high performance, and it's abnormal. If you want normal, well, you step the other side of this microphone, the other side of the fence on the ground, and you pursue mediocrity in your life. These guys are pursuing excellence, and with that comes a lot of critique.
Ross Lyon had his press conference today. So basically, if you're not on the field and you're not on that side of the fence, this is my comprehension here, you're pursuing mediocrity in your life by not basically being in an AFL system. Is that what Ross is saying there?
He missed a trick by saying mediocrity. That's what he should have done there, just to have a little play on words.
I think he got the wrong. I think he meant another word. I would think.
Right.
Meant like probably more normality rather than mediocrity. That's the way I thought.
Who do you think's inbox blows up more? Do you reckon Kane Corns or Machito Owens or Cooper Sharman? Like, who do you think cops more scrutiny when they go to work?
Kane.
Absolutely.
Kane gets feedback 3, 6, 5, 7.
But he probably makes $1 million and makes outlandish statements.
But to think people in the media or in other areas of life are not under scrutiny, or to think that they're pursuing mediocrity, someone sitting on the other side of the fence could be, working, for, as an ambulance officer or,
life and death. It's a broad statement that it hasn't been thought through.
At the end of the day, mate, I get it's a pressure industry. We're sitting here talking about it, everything else. As Hutchie always says, you're kicking around a ball with air. But
it's a game.
At the end of the day, it's a game. They're very lucky to do what they do. 100%. They're well remunerated for it, and one, I thought it was disrespectful, but two, I also think it's a great insight again into this shows how under the pump he is. That this is sort of Street Fighter Ross, dog backed into the corner, bite his way out, that it sort of feels like everyone's coming at us, so here's a few back and let me sort of punch my way out of it. And unfortunately for Ross, it's going to be wins and losses, which is what's going to do it. And they got the Giants away this week, who are on the rebound, and then they play Brisbane, who have been sitting there with a week off trying to get a few healthy bodies back. So I don't know. That's what I hear when I hear Ross speak today. That it's a guy that's feeling the pressure. They've given him the keys to the club. He was the acting footy manager last year when they went to the trade period, and salary cap's bursting, and they're 0-2.
Yep, mate, you make a fair point. Like it's hard to argue in his favour when it just seemed like a poor choice of words. If I'm being honest there.
Yeah, I think coaches do try and make it all about it's everyone out there and it's us in here.
And our four walls, and this is what we do.
And it's trying to galvanise maybe the group, but I wouldn't read too much into it, but that's just my own opinion.
I always do think coaches are at their most awkward when they feel like they're being examined personally, and whether that's what's coming across or that's what he feels is inferred at the moment, which always makes you admire people like Michael Voss, who sort of is able to answer those questions when he is asked about coaching for his career. But the best coaches will give you an insight as to what they're trying to build on, what they're trying to deliver, and perhaps what's lost at times is you're not just talking to the media journos that are there. You're talking to the St Kilda supporters who have paid up for the season on the promise you've delivered that we are looking to build from recent history. We're going to rattle some cages.
Yeah.
We're not happy with the fact that we haven't featured in September. You're talking to them about what you're doing, that you've started the season 0 wins and 2 losses. That's what I think is always lost in this.
Yeah. It couldn't have been given more autonomy over this list. That this is your club. You do what you need to do with it. You get the people in that you need to get in. That you run it the way you want to run it. If you want to go and, mortgage the future for the here and now, all the very best with that. Here's the money. Here's the salary cap. Go and be aggressive. Get the free agents. And this is ultimately, we're going to find out over maybe not this year, maybe next year, but they've already clearly given him more leeway than they gave Brett Ratton. When Brett Ratton came in, Andrew Bassett, the president, said, hey, we think this list is capable of more. He was 33-33. Ross is 33-37. He had 1 year with that list, took them to finals. They lost week 1. Blew the whole thing up. List isn't good enough. Let's start again. They start again. They keep Naz. They get the guys together. And now it's a chance to see what it amounts to. And they're 0-2.
Yeah.
So we'll see how they go this week.
They did this a few years ago too, didn't they, with Hanbury and Jones and those. Yeah. They tried to top up then. Then they've gone and done it again, which is, off the back of signing Naz, I think you get TDK to come in as well.
Yeah, people forget about that. They actually did have a crack at it a while ago. It wasn't as the highlighted figures because of what the figures are now, is it?
Yes.
With getting to
money and
keeping. There was money spent on players who probably weren't deserving of that sort of figure, but you accept the figure, you got to deal with it. But they did have a crack at trying to attack the top 8, didn't they? And actually try and feature in the top 4. So they didn't get it right then. They're probably, we're only 2 games in, but already you can just tell the heat's there because the spotlight was right on them, because I will, applauding them for having a crack and going out and attacking players and keeping Naz. But you need
to see results.
You want to see results, and their fans expect to see results.
Well, that's the thing. Naz has signed a 2-year contract extension. So all of a sudden, part of the language is this is a 3-year plan. That's not what they're going for. They brought in Tom de Koning for the now. They've very much prioritised the fact that they can't just draft players that are going to be at a level where they feel like they need to accelerate. But
well, kids don't to name some kids other than the Dacos and the Ashcroft boys that have come in. Maybe Shees will be one of best and fairest in his first year, where they've just gone bang and they've taken the competition by storm. There's not many, you know, and especially when you're going with it with pick 7, 8, 9, whatever they've had over the journey. So, look, the interesting part will be when Naz is out of contract at the end of next year. Does he roll over and go again? He's part of this 3-year plan. But if he decides, oh, you know what, I don't want to be around here for this again. If we're not winning.
Yeah, and that's where there is a sense of urgency. As much as I know Nick Rewalt this week was on Channel 7 was very keen to say, hey, it's not necessarily about this year. Well, Ross was quoted as saying, hey, we've got 2 years to have a look at Naz. He's got 2 years to have a look at us. So when that contract runs out, and if he doesn't like what he sees here, then there's going to be plenty of other options in the competition, I'm sure, that'll be prepared to pay him the bag to go there. 0437 774 774. David in Lonnie, come on. I'm no fan of lying, but he was talking about footballers playing at the elite level, not anything else. Stop talking stupid. From David. Appreciate that, David. 0437 774 774. My happy time weekend with the ABC team. Weekend of footy with the ABC team. Good calling tonight, Laurel and Rushworth. Nice to hear from you, Laurel. 04...
It's really close to home for me, Rushworth.
There you go.
Yeah. Hey, there was one call me at the very bottom of the page, which was a good question to ask Lids. Will Day's been out for such a large period of time, missed most of last season, featured in the 6 games. He's going to be out for 2 to 3 months with a shoulder injury. Michael's question is, will Hawthorn look at using him differently given he's missed so much footy, or can they just hope that this year he'll be able to get it right?
He's really unlucky with his last injury. That's a contact injury, doing some tackling work, and unfortunate that he copped that. The stress fracture one, or the stressy in his foot, I mean, there's been a number of players that have copped those as well. That's not to do with the position he's playing, I don't think, on the ground. So, look, I think his best position, I mean, when he first started, he was a half-back, and he read the game really well, and he gave you, some intercept marking and some great decision-making. But where I think they're crying out for Will Day is on the nut, and that's where I think he'll come back in and potentially play.
So if he gets back round 12, round 13, you'd still be thinking he's a midfielder.
100%.
I think they're a midfielder short anyway.
Exactly right.
Yeah. That's the role they need him, but the question is, can his body hold up to that?
But where else are you going to play him? You want to play him back down half-back? You're replacing him with a kid, with no disrespect there. But
have we got a list of his injuries that he's had?
I can come up with that.
Yes. So 2024, missed 6 with the foot and 3 with the shoulder, so that's 9. 2025, missed 20 with the foot. In 2026, it's 2 and counting, soon to be 3 to 9 with the shoulder.
Yeah, the foot's the one concern.
The shoulder one was by his own teammate in the middle of the ground, which is really unlucky.
Those impact ones, like, at this stage in his career, like, they're not ideal, but it's not like repeat hamstrings or calves. The foot's a different story. You want to hope the foot's fine, but he's recovering from a shoulder at this point in time. So I would say it's like, he's just been quite unlucky so far in his football career. Hasn't really had a long, consistent run at it, has he? So hopefully when he does come back at some point this year that he actually gets that run. But there's no point trying to hide him somewhere else outside on an AFL deck. He can get injured anywhere once you step out there.
Exactly right.
So in 2 seasons and 3 games, he's missed 26 due to a foot and missed 6 games due to shoulder injuries. 3 there and 3 here. 0437 774 774. You can hear the cheer in the background, the Notre Dame theme, as the Sydney Swans make their way out onto the ground. They're in their South Melbourne jumper tonight. So
good jersey.
All in white with the red V. And they got the red shorts on as well tonight. The Sydney Swans. There's no late change, and there's no Heaney, and there's no Gordon. They dropped out on the selection table, obviously due to injury when those teams came through last night. Fun conversation that was had during the week centred around Jack Gunston. I don't know if you caught up with this. This is Gary Lyon, the co-host of AFL 360 on Fox Footy, speaking about one of these fabled milestones in the game and whether it's in play in 2026.
You know I'm serious about this, and I joke about it a bit, but a long time the defenders have dictated to forwards, I will go and stand here, and then the forwards have been told you've got to push up the ground. You stay deep. The 100 goals in a season is on.
Really?
The way the game is played, Jared, 100 goals in a season is on. And my man, Jack Gunston, is the one I'm looking at. So he kicked 73 last year. His ability to come at the footy and time his lead with quick ball movement, man standing on the mark and precise kicking is a chance to kick 100 this year. I think it's genuinely on. I think defenders are getting nervous. All of a sudden, they're going to have to defend one-on-one, and they're going, where's my chop out? Where's my chop out? No chop out. Come on, boys. The forwards are on.
That was Gary Lyon on Monday night. Is the 100 goals in play, and is Jack Gunston the man to do it?
It's potentially in play, but I don't think Gunners is. I think Ben King's the one from the Suns. I reckon he's more of a chance with the supply that he'll get, the midfielders that he's got. Gunners, I think he has...
He stays deep, though.
Yeah, absolutely he does. Yeah, but he's been remarkable, hasn't he? I thought he was the one player that might have dropped this. Like last year, well done, tip your cap. But this year, I was like, yeah, maybe not leading the Coleman. Going that well again so far. So, yeah, Gaz might be onto something, but I think it's Ben King if it's going to be anyone that can kick 100.
I mean, he complements a really exciting, youthful forward line, doesn't he? So he can help direct, but he's almost like the pit stop at the back, where it's like, all right, boys, you get up, I'll hang back here.
I'll anchor it.
And he's just so clever at knowing when to lead, and just finds space and always finds one out the back. So he does have an uncanny knack of trying to find that space, that little Joe that goes over the top. So, he's still playing some great footy, and the way in which the Hawks are at their best when they move the ball quick is every chance. But 100's a big ask. But whether that's who was the last one? Was that Buddy?
Big Bud.
Yeah, going way
2008.
Jeremy Cameron was in the conversation for parts of the latter part of the season last year, but I think the one-on-one forward defender sort of idea is what opens the possibility that if you can get those matchups right, maybe players in a more high-scoring competition potentially this season could open it up to maybe getting towards the triple figures.
They keep adding more games to the season. There's a chance at some point.
Intercept marks have gone down. Marks on the lead have gone up, so that'll help the key forward. Yep. The two guys with 9 after the 2 weeks are the two that we've mentioned, Gunston and King. And the reason that's important, you need 4.5 a game on average. So 4.5 per game, which means for every week that you kick 1 or 2, you need a couple of bags of 8 or 9. And so you sort of need to look at who are the players likely to kick bags of 8 or 9. And Lids, I think I'm kind of with you on that front. Maybe that is a Ben King type role.
I'll tell you, sneaky All-Australian for this year, I think, will be McCartan from the Swans. And if he goes to Gunston, I think he'll be a chance to keep him to that 1 or 2. So then he's going to need a big bag off the back.
Already talking All-Australian.
I just think he's ready to go, to put himself into that sort of calculation at least in the best 40 players.
These are the scalps you need from a previous All-Australian the year before. In Gunston, if you can quell his influence to a goal, then the selectors look at that, don't they?
And if it's not him or Ramp, he's going to play really close. 2 old blokes just having a crack.
0437 774 774 if you've got something for us off the SMS. Sam Mitchell, just last one audio piece we'll play from him before we get the full preview with both teams now out on the ground. Just repeating, there's no late change. He addressed Jack Ginnivan's podcast work, which we asked Rob McCartney about a short time ago. This is what Sam had to say yesterday.
But we also got to help him toe the line on how much of our plans do you need to actually give Jack. So I just tightened his leash a little bit this morning, actually. So make sure he's giving away something to make the fans interested, but not so much that he can help opposition teams beat us.
He doesn't take that.
No, he gave me a cheeky smile and nodded his head like, I know exactly what you're talking about, Coach.
Do you ever have any incidents like that in your playing career where a teammate maybe gave away a few more clues than what he should have?
We had Mitch Robinson talk about Melbourne after we beat them, saying they love a bruise-free game of football. And that was literally just talked about in the coaches' meeting that game. And he said that after the game. And as soon as he said it, he probably didn't actually realise he said it. But everyone looked at him and went, oh, no, Mitch.
Look out. Here we go.
One of a few.
Yeah.
Was it physical the next time around?
I can't remember. But it certainly wasn't bruise-free, though.
Lids?
I think I remember Jack saying something in a throwaway comment. I reckon I got a talking to every now and again about something that I may have said that may have been taken the wrong way, but you have to be so on to not give away. You want to give enough, but not give too much, but still try and be interesting to have any sort of job in the media. But it's Guinea's got to watch himself. You can't be giving away trade secrets. And the Spaceman, this is where we want to go when we get a chance. And the Spaceman board was held up, and we're going to switch it out here. So look out for that tonight.
I want you to shout out Spaceman whenever you see the Adelaide player tonight. We'll follow that closely. Fran off the SMS. Hi, boys. Thanks for the call. Not a fan of either side. The only good thing is Simon Goodwin having a role in footy with the Swans. Thanks, Fran. Nice to hear from you. Ross is feeling the pressure yet again Not in the least from the ABC team. Appreciate the call. Thank you for your message. 0437 774 774. Ben Cameron is on the boundary. I think Ben just shouted out to us a few moments early. What have you got for us, Ben?
Just a watching brief down here. Dane Rampy has just run down the race. Now, that would be fine, maybe a pit stop, but did have a physio in tow as he went down the race. So I've just got my eye on that at the moment, just to see if there's anything in that. I'll come back to you if there is.
I like it. We'll be back to you for just before the bounce of the ball, or the centre hoist, whatever we're calling it, to get the game going. Thoughts about number one picks, Marc Murphy, Brett Deledio with their take. Just repeating, no late change, Swans, Hawks. Here at the G, what are we in for tonight?
Well, I think we're in for a great game. As Murph alluded to earlier, I think that the Swans are here to try and solidify what they are as a side, as a premiership chance this year without two of their best players. And that's going to be the how we judge them tonight, essentially. Without Errol Goulden and Isaac Heaney, can they still turn up and take it up to a side that came out and showed us, what they want to be last week? But I think on the flip side there, Murph, can Hawthorn show us against a better opposition than what Essendon were last week? Can they show us that they're legitimate as well in terms of what they want to achieve this year?
It'd be interesting to be inside the heads of a few of those Hawthorn players, because they haven't really come up against much so far this year. And the first game which they did against the Giants, they were average, weren't they? Like, they had their moments, but they defensively were quite poor.
Yeah, Hawks gave up a lot of shots on goal, didn't they?
They looked like they were all at sea and weren't really communicating that well, which is sort of very un-Hawthorn-like from what we've seen over the past few years, in the way in which they've moved up the ladder. So they played a good brand of football last week, and he can go off that. That was against Essendon. Everyone's coming for Essendon already. So tonight's an opportunity to go, well, Sydney have started the year really well. They're missing a couple of their prime movers. So that Hawthorn midfield need to be really mentally switched on to start this game, because sometimes it can soften your resolve a little bit when two of the best players are out of that midfield. You walk into that centre square bounce, and you've had that easy kill against the Essendon side from last week. So it's going to be interesting 10 or so minutes here to start to see what mindset these teams have come with, because Sydney, I think, would be built up over the week about, all right, we've got our premier midfielder out for the next 4 months. Well, who's going to step up? Who's going to be that one to take that opportunity? Is it going to be 2 or 3 guys who have their moments of going through there? And then Isaac Heaney out for a few weeks. So they're missing 2 of their best players. It tests your depth, and tests your depth throughout the midfield. So that's the one thing I'm interested to see tonight. I still think Sydney are the real deal this year, and I think they come here and get the win tonight, but it's going to be a really good match.
Any particular matchups that you're looking for? I think James Jordan has to get a job. I think John Newcomb's the obvious one inside for them. Does Weddle, we've seen him get a potential run with every now and again, or does Hawthorn there send a defensive half forward to a Blakey, and stop his run off half back, or does someone, Connor Nash, go and try and nullify Chad Warner?
Yeah, I don't think Sydney necessarily go tag straight away with Jordan. I think it's more of a watch and see. Okay. And back in your Sydney midfielders in there. I think the one thing that I know that's probably Hawthorn won't do is probably tag initially. And so that's the opportunity for Chad Warner to really set this game alight early. He's their best midfielder in there. He's got these other 2 mates who aren't in there for some extended period. So he's the one who needs to step up tonight. He's a star in his own right, but I think it's a real opportunity. I reckon Dean Cox would have almost put it on him, say, all right, here you go, this is your midfield tonight. Make sure you lead from the front.
Just having a look at the Sydney midfield warming up. Looks like Chad Warner's in there going through the opening tap sort of routine, and Tom Papley was also there, so whether he might hit through the middle, and I guess the other one is we've seen Nick Watson. So the Hawks forward line, so much focus on Jack Gunston. Probably the player who would love a bit of form is Mitch Lewis. He's kicked 1 goal in his opening 2 games, of course, returned late last season. Kalshadir's out of the side, and Malby Achol is that contested marking forward as well.
Yeah, well, the Charles Royce really got going last week, didn't he? He started to take a few clunks down forward, and he relieves that pressure on Gunston, but allows Lewis probably to get into his game and potentially get the 3rd banana down there versus taking the absolute number 1.
His timing was on last week, wasn't he, Chol? Yeah. Like, I love seeing him fly, and he flies at packs and breaks packs open, which I really enjoyed watching last week. But you're right, Mitch Lewis, he's the one who's probably got to do a lot of that unrewarded work up the ground, isn't he?
Yeah,
that high, hard running. Yep. And then try and work back really hard towards goal, because Gunston is going to play that deeper target role. So he's the one who's going to probably have to do a fair bit of that unrewarded work. But it'll be interesting to see how they take it. But like most forward lines, you want to see isolation.
Maybe a little milestone tonight. Plays his 50th game as a Hawk, so becomes the 286th in the club's history to do that. No late change. Coin toss has just happened. Let's kick it down to the boundary. Ben Cameron is down there. Ben, firstly, how's Dane Rampy?
He's fine. He's run back out. It might have just been a coincidence that the medico was following him in, so seems like he's okay. The Hawks have won the toss. They'll kick to the punt road end. They're like a bunch of school kids, the Hawks. They were standing in a huddle cheering as John Newcombe won the toss of the coin. Cloudy, 20 degrees Celsius down here. T-shirt and jeans night, very comfortable. Caden Cleary for Sydney. Expect him to play as the quasi-sub tonight. I don't think he'll play an awful lot of game time, so maybe around the 50% mark. It is a soft crowd as well, it has to be said. I reckon 30,000, maybe less. So not a big crowd in attendance here tonight. I hope it grows as we get underway.
Thanks, Ben. Some numbers here. So Hawks scoring 70 points from the defensive half last week, but it was only against Essendon. And you look at the Swans, and there's a huge asterisk on all of this too. So 2 weeks in a row, 13 scores out of the back half, 100 points through the first 2 weeks of the season, 180-plus hand passes in their 2 games, but no Goulden, no Heaney tonight. So what version of the Sydney Swans is this going to be? Your tip, Lids?
I'm going the Hawks.
Murph?
Sydney in a tie one.
Ooh, Clinchy?
Sydney.
Hawks for me. Ben Cameron, who do you like, Ben?
I'm with Murph. I think Sydney will lay down a marker tonight as a premiership fancy. I'll take the Swans in a close one as well.
Okay, 3-2 on the Swans tonight. Thursday night footy right here on ABC Sport. It's great to have you with us. We are ready to go into round 2. And we're just waiting for the last of the seconds to peel off the clock with the Sydney Swans depth on trial. Hawthorn and Sydney on ABC Sport. You're with Matt Clinch.
Grundy and Meek to get things underway. Meek rises up, wins down the tap. Grundy does the roving. Gets Sydney going forward first to McInerney, who's tackled by McKenzie. Got it loose to half forward. Rowbottom knocks it on to Jordan. Dribbles it inside the 50. Not taken by Barris. Running onto it, Amadi had it for half a second, then lost it. Spills out Roses' way. Papley hemmed in against the boundary. Cuts away from Carlame on awkward left foot inboard. And Jordan is set upon by 2 Hawthorn players. It's 45 metres out from the Sydney Swans goal.
Wick's gone to Watson, trying to nullify his influence tonight.
No late change. Meek palms it down from the back, and there's a high tackle in all of that as Papley's taken high. Hardwick infringes, and Papley's going to get it inside 50. He'll kick from 35 out.
Yeah, it looked like he dropped the knees a little bit there, Papley, and that's going to be a really fun watch, I reckon, watching Hardwick play on Papley. There wasn't a hell of a lot in that, but he's not the tallest bloke going around, so you've got to make sure you get pretty low. Tommy Papley.
Should be a good start for the Swans. Away from home, win that free kick early, knock this through.
Game number 199 for Tom Papley. Wearing that old South Melbourne jumper that both of his grandfathers wore. What a start for the Bloods. He starts his night with a goal. And we're 90 seconds in. Sydney 1 straight. Hawthorn yet to score. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
And a couple of clearances too, Lids. It was actually quite smart from Brady Grundy in that centre hoist to start the game. He didn't actually jump and compete the ruck contest and just stood down and actually received it as an on-baller, really, and then just fed it off to his teammate. So good couple of clearances there by the Swans at 2 stoppages.
That free kick was given by the umpire who was behind the stoppage. He couldn't quite see what was going on. Tom Papley's grabbed Blake Hardwick's arm and pulled it over his shoulder. So clever play by Tom Papley, but unlucky if you're Blake Hardwick in that instance.
Rowbottom, Warner, McInerney in the middle for the Swans. Ward, Newcombe and Nick Watson in for this opening tap back in the middle of the ground. The Swans strike first. Grundy this time stays up against Meek, but a free kick going Hawthorn's way, and it's going to go.
Is that for running across the line, Clinch?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, he stepped foot across before the contest.
Lloyd make around the back to Jarman MP, sends the Hawks inside 50 for the first time in the direction of Gunston. Grundy set himself in front, dropped the mark. Back to Rampy and now to Mills, towards McCartan, little fumble. D'Ambrosio missed it. Conor McDonald's kick is smothered. It dribbles towards Marbiel Chol, top of the goal square. Hand pass comes out. Weddle had it for a moment. Gunston over his shoulder, just misses to the left-hand side. He's been doing it all early, Jack Gunston. And the Hawks' first scorers are behind. Sydney 1 straight 6. 3 minutes gone opening quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Mills runs it in, gives a handball away to Blakey, kicks off a step, down the wing, Curnow hands to it, not to be. Battle with him for company. Scrap on at the drop, went through the legs of Battle. Melly Roses got it out for the Swans. Then gave a hand pass to McInerney, wasn't picked up. Now Roses can't trap it. Geez, slippery footy early on. D'Ambrosio clean, wins it for the Hawks. To Meek, now to Watson by hand. Turns, kicks to half forward. Oh, they come from all directions. Mills crashes the pack. Hawks win the footy. Moore, McDonald, away to Ward. Gives it to McKenzie. Kicks Hawthorn's first. Early lead change. The Hawks a little cleaner. And it results in their first goal of the night. 3.5 minutes in. Hawthorn 1-1. Sydney 1 straight. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport with our number 1 picks, Brett Deledio and Marc Murphy.
It looks a bit dewy out
really
there,
dewy,
doesn't it?
Down here, a lot of players double grabbing Murph and unable to pick it up. It was Josh Battle, I think, who got it in the end and flicked it up. Got it to Nick Watson and just where that really big or that deep long kick in. Wasn't a good contest, I think, from Marby or Chom. Potentially could have been pinged for just running straight into his opponent without actually laying a glove on it, but it was slick after that.
Yeah, and there's been 2 forward 50 entries by the Hawks where 2 Sydney Swan players have spoiled each other. So, yeah, you want your blokes coming in and actually attacking the contest, but having a bit of awareness of a teammate who's probably in a better spot to actually mark the football. They've probably left 2 out there, the Swans.
Hawthorn by a point, back in the middle of the ground. Meek wins down the tap, but rowed by Warner of the Sydney Swans. Gets the hand pass away, tugging it under his arm was McInerney. Kicks up towards half forward. It's on the bounce to Robon. He gathers, turns towards the goal square. Long kick for Charlie. Curnow almost shovels the mark. Papley couldn't get a boot to it. Hardwick hasn't cleared it as Jordan puts the pressure on. Papley has another go. Battle with a quick hand pass to the Hawks to Sicily. Couldn't take it cleanly. Roses down low. He's locked up in a tackle. And the umpire will ball it up around 35 metres out from the Sydney Swans goal. Ben Cameron.
42,000 already, so I was a little shy of that with my guesstimate of 30,000.
Grundy wins the hit out. Just paddled away momentarily by Jordan. Straight to Impies. Kick smothered. Jordan with the 1%er. Off the back flank. Ward shoots a hand pass out wide. Got it to Amon. Hand pass away to McDonald. McDonald's got to move it. Does so hurriedly. Watson. Good mark overhead on the wing. Keeps it moving. Handball away to D'Ambrosio. Shoots it inside the middle of the ground to McKenzie. Steps his way around row bottom. McKenzie through centre half forward. Kicks to the goal square. Chol. And that is a clean one-on-one win against the informed Tom McCartan.
It was an early crow, wasn't it, Murph? I wasn't sure about that handball from D'Ambrosio. I thought he may have set Cam McKenzie up, and then Rowbottom looked like he was closing. He looked at him and just thought, you haven't got me here. And I love that he backed himself and took the game on, ran to the 50, and then just put it to space for Marby or Chol to go on to. Really clean pair of hands from the Charles Royce.
That's nice footy, isn't it? Beautiful start from the back flank. Straight through it goes. Chol hooks it through in the pocket. And Hawthorn with a couple on the bounce. 2-1 to 1 straight, 6 minutes in. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Marc Murphy, Brett Deledio.
Yeah, it was well worked by the Hawks on their D50 exit there. And just Nick Watson, he's pretty handy in the air as well. We know how short he is and how clean and how agile he is around the ball when it's in his area. But, geez, his hands are good. And he jumps at a time when his opponent just can't go with him. But just going back on the Sydney end, Charlie Curnow's had probably 2 opportunities here where he's probably could have gobbled both of them. One probably 10 metres out, directly in front against Battle in a one-on-one contest. It wasn't really Battle's spoil that impact. It was really just a bobble of Charlie. So he needs to be cleaner to start this game. Big Charlie Curnow.
Marc Murphy with you on ABC Sport. Marby Chol, 4 goals for, but he is the #1 contested mark player through the opening 2 rounds. In the top 5 marks for inside 50. Back in the middle of the ground, Sheldrick was held when not in possession. And Sydney will take the free kick as John Newcomb just a little eager with his tackle. Sheldrick veers out to the left, tries it long straight down the middle. Hawthorn numbers set. In the end, Scrimshaw spoiled empty, and Meek tries to throw a boot at it. Grundy tries to knock it out for Sydney. Impey clears along the ground out towards halfback. Melican knocked it on. It spills up to Weddle. He can't break away from the tackle of Lloyd, and the umpire will ball it up just inside the forward 50 at the City end for the Sydney Swans.
7-point game. Hawks on top early. Ball spills out on the outskirts of the pack to Roses. Thought about giving it off. Backs himself in and then shoots him at tight angle. Corey Warner. Juggled effort. Is the mark paid? No. Says keep rolling. He's ragdolled to the ground and now a ball up In front of the behind post, deep forward for Sydney. And Scrimshaw with the follow-up tackle. And the umpire quickly chucks it in the air. Grundy palms it down. Threatening spot for the Swans. Nash saves the day. Gives it away towards Newcombe. Hurried kick out of there. Butler jams it on the boot. Floats a torque down the wing.
Up towards Gunston, who works Mills underneath it and takes the mark. Now he has no one really at the attacking 50. So he waits for players to stream back down the ground. Can poke a kick over the top to Dylan Moore. And that number 8, having given Kalshadir 13 in the off-season, kicks up towards Connor McDonald, half forward, worked underneath it. Rampy takes the mark. Hand pass to Mills, away to Papley. Screws his kick over the top cleverly to Blakey. The Lizard in the middle of the MCG. Looks out to the Shane Warne stand side. He's got Logan McDonald all on his own. He marks at 50. Cuts on his right away from Sicily. Spots up Charlie Curnow. Can't take the mark. Meek got back. Curnow regathers. Went to kick first, then had the hand pass to Sheldrick holding the ball. Just a little slow, Charlie Curnow in the end.
The Hawks benefit from that as Nash quickly kicks it out wide to Weddle. Weddle, the long kick to high half forward, finds Gunston. And that kicking game immediately changing angles, and then the long kick downfield. And now back and across again. Sprawling effort. Barris doesn't quite get to him. Swans are on the turnover. McInerney hands it to Blakey. Handball over halfway to Curnow. Links up with Papley. Through centre half forward. Hand pass inside 50. Roses on the end of it. Roses goal. And Nelly Roses in his new colours makes it 3 in 3 weeks for the Swans. Back to a 1-point game. 10 minutes in. Hawthorn 2-1. Sydney 2 straight. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
That's a goal just off a pure turnover there by Jack Gunston, who probably looked like he should have just gone inside 50 initially. He was waiting for his teammates to get ahead of the contest. You want to back in yourself going for those kicks, but if you miss there, so it's just inside the centre square there coming from the wing. If you turn the ball over in that area of the ground, your defence is all running to make offensive positions, so you just get caught out, and that's exactly what happened then to Hawthorn. Sydney just found the back door, worked their way up towards 40 or 50 out, and it's just too hard to defend.
He's shown a clean pair of heels, hasn't he? Malcolm Rose.
Yeah.
Jeez, he's got
nice
some
on that
heels.
far side, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And Blake Hardwick got that horror position. He had to push up to Tom Papley, left his opponent on his own. Back in the middle of the ground. Reeves wins down the tap for the Hawks, but Sheldrick gets the clearance. Up towards half forward. McInerney in front of Hardwick. Can't take the mark for Sydney. Grundy gathers, gets the hand pass away to Lloyd, who drives a right boot long towards Charlie Curnow. Brought down by Battle. In the end, Corey Warner bounced into his own teammate, trying to fire it back towards goal. He misses everything out of bounds on the fall to the left. Hawthorn by a point. 11 minutes gone, opening quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
That was the voice of Matt Clinch. My name's Corbin Middlemas. Ben Cameron on the boundary. Our number 1 picks, Brett Deledio, Marc Murphy. Your call team Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. As Barris goes short to Hardwick. Off the back flank. Kicks down the wing. Ball Blakey up, as is Mills. Only 2 Swans that flew. And Mills takes the mark. So the captain wheels and goes. Kicks inside 50. McDonald a running jump at it. Knocked away by Barris. Hits the deck. Roses ashes it out. Swans work it out through a sequence of hands. And the resulting shot from Sheldrick doesn't get there. Picked up by Curnow. Takes the tackler with him and goals. Pure strength from Charlie Curnow. And even with a hawk hanging off him, puts it through the middle. And after being goalless last week, Curnow is on the board early and puts the Swans back on top. 3 straight to 2-1. A dozen minutes in. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, that's almost his 4th opportunity now that he's had his hands to Murph, but hasn't quite been able to grasp them. But how good was his follow-up and his strength to hold Battle off and then still be able to swing around and knock that through? But the handball from Sheldrick over the top, I think it was to... was it Sheldrick who got the handball over, or was it Logan McDonald with that handball?
I thought it was Logan McDonald.
Logan McDonald over the top. Yeah, wasn't it Sheldrick with the little snap around his body?
But what it was then from Charlie, he looked like aggressive. He looked like he'd been a bit angry about dropping a couple of marks he probably should have taken earlier. So great contest and follow-up.
Marc Murphy with you on ABC Sport. 8-3. The inside 50 Sydney's way early. Connor McDonald out of the middle of the ground. Hand pass away to Amon. Sends Hawthorn inside 50. Marbiel Joel takes the mark with 2 Swans trying to crash into him. Cal Mills trying to get the support from Tom McCartan, and in the end, Joel was too big and too strong.
Yeah, he certainly was. Clinchy, that was just a genuine one-on-one, just show of strength. And Marbiel Joel just threw McCartan out of the way, didn't he? Just
how good's his body language where he takes the mark and then it's almost like he's not even playing a physical sport. He just slowly sort of trots back and rolls back.
Did have Dylan Moore in the pocket, but don't worry about it. I got this one.
At his third club. They love him in the brown and gold now. Marbiel Chol with one already. A slow approach from 45 metres out. He knows it's sweet off the boot. Finger in the air as he celebrates his second. And Hawthorn wrestled back the lead with that straight kick. 3-1-19 to the Sydney Swans. 3 straight 18. Third lead change of the match. It's up and back footy. Brett Deledio and Marc Murphy.
It is, and you spoke about the inside 50s there, Clinchy, that, you know, Hawthorn were down 8-3 before that one that went in there. They probably left a couple on the table, Murph, just refusing to go in and try and play that brand of footy that's maybe a little bit too perfect at times. But that one, Carl Amon sends it in, gets a great contest from Marbiel. My early shout on Tom McCartan, he's been making look pretty silly so far. Well, Marbiel looks like the All-Australian, not Tommy McCartan against him, but yeah, I think get it in there. He's hot at the moment.
Get it in there, all right. They've had the 4 entries and scored 3 goals, 1. So that is dynamite already from Hawthorn when it goes in there.
6 goals in 14 minutes of footy. Back in the middle, Sydney yet going forward. Rowbottom, a high up and under to centre half forward. Ball hits the deck, runs away from Sicily. Hitting up to meet it, McDonald. Hand pass out to Corey Warner. Snaps off the left to the goal square. Curnow. One out in the cage with battle. And at the moment, it's coming up the way of the key forward at both ends. Chol with a couple at one end, Curnow at the other. And the shootout is on at the G. 4 straight to 3-1. 7 goals in 14.5 minutes. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Lead change number 4. Sydney by 5 points.
Well, it just highlights how important it is getting out of the centre square, isn't it? I mean,
clearance is 7-4.
You give your forwards first crack. You've got 6v6, and what Charlie's done, he's already had probably 3 contests within the first 5 metres of goal. So he's holding his depth and getting isolation down there, and that was another bit of show of strength from Charlie. His last one was the follow-up. On that occasion, he just held off battle, protected the space well, and went back and kicked it nicely on his left.
I think what it highlights is the speed on the footy and not allowing backmen to get back to help out. The amount of times it's been one-on-one with Charlie Curnow down there with his direct opponent.
Brett Deledio and Marc Murphy with you on ABC Sport. Reeves reaches up, wins down the tap, got it to Ward. Hand pass to McKenzie for Hawthorn, up towards half forward. Melican back with one arm, couldn't take the mark. Connor McDonald off the outside of the boot. It's offline to the right. As Gunston had got rid of Rampy, but couldn't get a clean run at it. Sydney holding on to a 4-point lead.
Swans wasting no time bringing it in either as Mills goes long to the wing. Corey Warner leaps up, no mark. Slips off hands through to Amati. Kicks down to Chad Warner. Knocked away from him illegally. Hardwick took the arms. Chad Warner takes the footy, kicks to full forward. Curnow the target, Sicily spoils. Battle collects, hand pass to Sicily. Handball away to Amon, kicks Hawthorn to half back, but straight turnover. And McDonald, this is Logan with the intercept mark for Sydney. Goes back and across to Bice. This is going to be his first touch of the game. That was Chad Warner's first kick, by the way, so far tonight through 16 minutes. Oh, Bice, an ugly kick for a guy that usually uses it pretty well into the pocket, and Scrimshaw finds the safety of the boundary, knocks it away from Chad Warner.
How long do you wait with how many opportunities now Battle's had v Charlie Curnow? Do you make the switch with Barras, or do you just keep letting him fight it out? There's been a lot of 1v1s.
He's looking dangerous at the moment.
He's looking like he's going to have 10 shots on goal tonight.
Yeah.
A late free kick for the Hawks as Scrimshaw went it to Hardwick, over the top to Carl Amon. This is the kicking game for the Hawks, up to McKenzie. Tries to put it out in front of Butler. He can run onto it at right half forward. Has Connor McDonald over the top, trying to draw Mills. Roberts now comes racing in, offer support. Butler, great patience, good vision as well, finds Dylan Moore. Leading in the right forward pocket, he hugs it to his chest.
It was great patience. I reckon there were a lot of Hawthorn fans who are like, just kick it to Gunston, kick it to Gunston. And just let him just gobble up some space and just took a bounce and just ambled across and just waited for another option to present itself. And
I think there were Swans fans saying, how far's he run?
But just great composure, and in the end, just to wait for another forward to lead up at him.
It's a goal last week, Dylan Moore out to the right. Another week in the headlines. It comes in and lets his footy do the talking. From 40 metres out, Dylan Moore puts through his first goal for the Hawks, and they take back the lead by 2 points. The last 4 goals have swung the lead. Hawthorn with their noses in front. 4-2-26 to Sydney, 4 straight 24. Ahead of Murph and Lids, Ben Cameron on the boundary.
As we forecast pre-game, Caden Cleary yet to see any time on the ground, so using him as a quasi-sub. Hawthorn are using all 5 of their rotations on the bench. They have a total of 75 for the match, all teams in 2026, so teams approaching it differently.
It was great patience, as you may mention, Murph, from young Butler. He didn't rush, didn't blaze. Gunston looked like the obvious one, but because he leads up so much and so hard, it drags the opponents of the Swans, and therefore Dylan Moore drops into a little hole. How good straight kicking. It makes footy so much more enjoyable to watch.
4-2 to 4 straight. Hot start, 8 goals halfway through this opening quarter. Picked up by McInerney. Handball away to Grundy. Feeds a handball further forward. Rowbottom very clever. Never took possession. Knocks it to Chad Warner and gives it to his brother as Corey marks the kick right half forward.
Brody Grundy's impact with some of his touches so far, just in and around the contest, has been really important, just to set up a few of his midfielders and just put the ball out into space. He started really well, and McInerney's probably playing more of that inside role tonight, isn't he? Usually they're really hard-running winger, but the opportunity to go inside has presented itself for him.
2 years younger than Chad. He's also a left footer, and we see this on show here as he has kicked a cannon from outside 50 all the way home. Corey Warner goals, and the shootout continues. 5 straight to 4-2. Swans back on top, make it lead change number 6 in 19 minutes. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemas, Matt Clinch, Ben Cameron, our number 1 picks, Brett Deledio and Marc Murphy.
Yeah, you mentioned Brody Grundy and how important he was, and that forward handball that we've spoken about with the Swans. He just thumped that. It was like, well, I can't kick it. I'm just going to get this going forward. And it was a clever tap. I think it was from Rowbottom, as Amon was closing that gap. So he had to put his body on the line and just got a hand in there, which then got it to Warner. And good lowering of the eyes. He could have easily blazed away to Charlie, who's been on fire.
If it wasn't his brother, I reckon Chad was just run to 50 and covered himself in glory. But thought, no, I'll get the brother involved here. Here you go, Corey.
Gotta love that.
9 goals inside 20 minutes as we're ready to go back in the middle. Grundy up against Meek. Grundy wins down the tap. Newcomb picks it up first, though. Tackled by Rowbottom. Got a hand pass away to Nash. Sidestep Chad Warner. Hand pass out to Watson, who just dribbles it up to Weddle. It works at right half forward. He looks up inside 50. Chol into the pocket against McCartney. Clears the 2. Bounces towards the goal mouth and into the right goal post. I think it was touched on the way through, but Sydney's lead is now 3 points.
Proper shootout, isn't it?
It's great to watch.
Yeah, it's fast.
Be a long quarter.
Beansy from Broadford off the SMS wants to ask if Charlie Curno's jumper is a size too small in the number 35.
Never.
As Blakey goes long down the wing, spills to Sarong, the former Hawk against his old team. Hand pass away to Chad Warner, dishes it over the top to McInerney, inside 50 if Patley marks. It's not the required distance. He's got to keep it moving. Has options deeper. Hand on it from Sarong. Spills into the path of Jake Lloyd. Hooks the kick across the body to full forward. Battles back. Can't complete the mark, but he's got numbers helping out for Hawthorn. Meek to D'Ambrosio and now to Scrimshaw. The left footer kicks out of defence. McDonald, the target, slides past him.
Gathered by Milliken, 65 out, sends it along to the goal square. Marty gets a couple. Impey put the bump on. Scrimshaw had the mark. Silly free kick, and Joel Amarty's going to get it from only about 15 metres out on a 45-degree angle.
Yeah, it was silly, and Joel Amarty knew it was coming too. It was only Jarman Impey, so smaller man knew he had to make some sort of contact, but probably just went a little bit too early, and
didn't even get his hands up though.
Didn't even bother to try almost look at the contest. So that's I'm not sure why anyone's booing at this point in time, but it's as genuine as it gets.
Marty made sure the umpire didn't miss it. 5 goals straight last week against the Brisbane Lions. In a shootout, Joel Amarty wants to get a part of it. He comes through with his first of the match. And Sydney, with back-to-back goals, open up a 9-point advantage. 6 straight 36 to the Hawks, 4-3-27. A shootout at the MCG, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport with Brett Deledio and Marc Murphy.
Yeah, well, it probably should have been a shot on goal a little bit earlier, if not for the not far enough paid kick, was it? But what they did really well is they covered the exit, and Brody Grundy was out here and Malikan as well, which meant that they were kicking to, was it Connor McDonald, I think, v Brody Grundy out here. A mismatch, but they just had to dump it, unfortunately, for the Hawks, which then allowed, you know, the ball to go back in, but then they were mismatched again as it went back in. You know, the Jarman Impey v Logan McDonald's not the preferred matchup, I can't imagine, when they're going inside 450.
My favourite part of Beansy's text, by the way, wasn't the actual content of it, which was Charlie Curno's jumper. It was the way he addressed us. So, Corb, Clinchy, Lids and lanyards. Let's not forget about Stumpy on the boundary. So everyone gets a shout out. Appreciate that, Beansy. Out of the middle goes Newcomb for the Hawks. Kicks to full forward, Gunston. And that is how they draw it up.
Yeah, that's it. Well, Newcomb's, he's been a little bit quiet so far to start this game. It's just his third touch. I think that's his first clearance as well, potentially. No, second clearance. He has got on the end of that, just took advantage out of that centre bounce, and really a dump kick forward. But Gunston, as he's done for his whole career, just reads it so quickly off the boot, got the step on Rampy.
34-year-old playing on a 35-year-old, the two oldest men on the ground. Gunston, the Corbin medal leader, pulls clear on top in the young season. He's the first man to double digits in 2026. 10 for the year. 5-3 Hawthorn. Back within a straight kick. Sydney 6 straight. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. 23 minutes in. Sydney by 3.
I was just watching the way in which Dane Rampy's defending. He's probably always defended back shoulder, hasn't he, his whole career? So
back to speed.
Maybe it's a hard one to try and change this deep into your career, but I mean, if you're looking at Jack Gunston, like you probably got to stand in front of him, really, because he's a lead-out mark. Go back,
how far in front?
Player.
How far in front? I reckon he's wanting you to stand there, so he loses you.
2 metres in front. You got your hand on his chest, so you're controlling him.
You got long arms.
Well, probably a metre and a half. But I just think that if you're going to play him back shoulder, you're asking for trouble against Jack Gunston.
He reads it so quick, doesn't he?
Mark Murphy and Brett Deledio. You mentioned Jai Newcomb. Lids, he's got James Rowbottom tonight. Meek wins down the tap. Rowbottom goes racing after it. Couldn't take it cleanly. Newcomb tries to gather. He has Rowbottom there in his back pocket. Rowbottom wrestles the footy clear. He and Grundy can't extract it as Ord does well to lock it in for Hawthorn. Sydney by 3 points. 6 straight 36. Hawthorn 5-3 33. Grundy reaches over. Meek wins down the tap to Rowbottom. Gets it out onto the Shane-worn stand wing. Weddle gave it away to D'Ambrosio. He's tackled by Sheldrick. Got it on to Nash. Tackled by Papley. Spills out towards Rowbottom. Kicks on the bounce up towards Amati. Through traffic. Great hand pass to Sheldrick. Looks up inside 50. Centering kick for Corey Warner. Spoiled away by Impey. Foot races on. Battle gets there first in front of Curnow. Hand pass away to Impey. A throw, says the umpire.
Out of zone. No, it was arm chop.
Chopping of the arms, yeah, right. I thought he was gesturing a unsuccessful hand pass, but yeah, you're right. It's chopping of the arms from Impey.
Yeah, definitely there too.
Against Corey Warner.
Yeah, I thought that from the moment that he actually spoiled that ball. Was like, the only way he's got that is by hitting him really hard with his chest, or he's chopped an arm. It's well seen by the out-of-zone umpire. The umpire who didn't call it was pretty much right there on the spot too, front and centre, Murph. So I wonder what he saw.
Sharman Impey's had a couple of moments to forget. Gave away the free kick a few moments ago. Corey Warner, who's in just his 24th game, has 11 goals, a chance to put through 2 in the opening quarter. Slightly right of centre, and shanks it out to the left. Amati wrestles on the boundary line and goes out of bounds on the full. No change to the score. Sydney by 3 points. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Jack Ginnivan has just come back out on the ground. He's got bagels across the stat line at the moment, but he's spent plenty of time on the ground, 70% so far in this match, but 0 touches.
Barra short to battle, kicks long down the wing. Grundy goes up, competes, slips off hands, and a pack forms behind him. The ump gives him a minute to work it out, and so they do. Meek goes and gets it. Hand pass comes out towards Scrimshaw. He hands it back into dispute, and the umpire again still determined to let them sort it out. Comes out the back door eventually. Ugly footy on that outer wing, and in the end it's
lasso.
Yeah, hand pass out of bounds by Nash. No one touched it, so free kick Sydney.
Sarong up against his old teammates.
Jai Sarong traded for a 3rd round pick. An emergency 11 times last year. Kicks for Amati. Punched away from the back. Ball hits the deck. Scrimshaw fighting on at ground level. Again, the ump's determined to give them time to work it out. Lloyd's there for Sydney. Comes out past them both. McInerney clean. Tackled by Nash immediately. Hand pass from Moore. Coughs it up. Sheldrick got it from Lloyd. Hand pass back inboard. Blakey tackled by Joel. Ball spits out. Picked up by Scrimshaw. Hawks get it out. Watson into space on the wing.
Up towards Mitch Lewis. Rampy used his boot cleverly. Got it down to Sarong. Tackled. Dispossessed. Gets it back though to Rampy. They combine across half back. Wicks with a kick to Rowbottom, who just takes the mark.
Spaceman.
Switches it across half back. Well done, Lids. To Roberts, who tries to get involved with Corey Warner, who's pushing up on the members' wing. Sydney leading by 3 points, closing in towards quarter time. Terms it comes inboard to Bice.
Ben's call out on Ginnivan's interesting too. After the week he's had and that being highlighted, you just want an early one. He hasn't had the touch at all.
Bice tried to work it back to Corey Warner at half forward. It's chopped off by Jarman Impey, and the Hawks take back possession. Sydney by 3 points. Called to play on as he stepped off his line. Looks into the middle of the ground. Mitch Lewis offered a lead, sends in that direction. Done a great kick to his advantage. Mills brought it down. Hand pass away from Tom McCartan. Gets it to Blakey. High kick up towards Charlie Curnow. He leads up outside the 50. Good spoil from Battle. Good gather, though, by Corey Warner. Kicks over the head of Papley and also Tom Barris. And it rolls out of play in the right forward pocket for the Swans.
Trying to be a bit too cute there, Corey Warner. He had a Marty just 1v1. 35 metres out directly in front. You could just hit him on the lead. Just try to be a little bit too cute and kick it around the body.
I say that about Guinea, but he probably doesn't care, does he? About the week and any sort of headlines or attention.
Or he cares about not getting a touch.
I already be thinking about it right now, 100%.
Oh. Grundy palms it down, roving it beautifully. Papley against the boundary line. He misses. First blemish on the Swans scoreline. So they're 6-1 from 17 entries. Hawthorn have gone in 8 times and have 8 scores. That's the silver lining there, despite the fact the ball has lived almost 2 in every 3 entries towards Hawthorn's end of the ground, or what am I trying to say, 60-odd% of the time at Hawthorn's end.
Scrimshaw out of defence for the Hawks with the kick in. Spoiled down by Grundy. Roberts tackle, but a kick forward. Corey Warner has been amongst it in this first quarter. Turns on his left, long to the goal square. Marty caught behind. Barris brought it down. Charlie Curnow, the crummer, can't get boot to ball as he's tackled. And Scrimshaw cleans it up for the Hawks. Hand pass to Weddle in the back pocket. Amadi offers chase. The kick up to Mitch Lewis. Sliding on his knees, he marks at right half back. His first possession coming up at the 29-minute mark of the opening quarter.
Plays off one Mitch Lewis, so pretty handy golfer. As those numbers will suggest, he goes short to Guinea, gets him involved here. And this will be his first touch of the footy tonight, Jack Ginnivan. 29.5-minute mark opening term. Goes back and across. And the switch is on. Weddle to Battle.
No space man here, Corb.
Okay, so he goes back corridor. Oh, missed the intended target. Sheldrick intercepts. Short kick to Curnow. Just preying on the turnover. Sydney well set up. And now Curnow will shoot from 50 out dead in front.
Yeah, they were really well set up there. The Swans, just all outlets covered. So they're just refusing to give the switches across. They gave the first one, but then the second and third one just wasn't there. So that forced Battle to go, well, there's nothing on here. I have to go back through the corridor and then try to just bite off a little bit too much there. And they're just going to make you pay if you don't turn the ball over there.
He was goalless in the first half against the Blues, kicked 3 in the second half, goalless last week, and Charlie Curnow, in his first visit back to Melbourne as a Swan, hits the post. 2 goals, 1 for him tonight, 2 on a poster.
He's getting some opportunities though, isn't he?
19 inside 50s in the opening term for the Swans. They lead by 5 points.
As the Hawks bring him back into play, Carl Amon with the kick-in duties to his mate Jarman Impey, who marks in the left back pocket. Sydney by 5 points. Impey runs the boundary line as he kicks a clearing ball up towards Mitch Lewis, who got good protection from Joel. Grundy was bumped out of it in the marking contest. And Mitch Lewis marks at half back. Turns and comes inboard to Scrimshaw. Hand pass around the back to Weddle in that famous number 23 for the Hawks. Up towards Watson and Rampy. Rampy works him underneath.
Not the option.
Made it look easy as he takes a good mark.
Played on without a plan, Clinchy.
Can't do that. Turns and switches it back to Mills, who takes the mark 35 metres out from his defensive goal. Shows some good patience, and Bice leads into space to Marc.
Luke Parker's old number in the 26. Hand pass away towards Mills. He goes long and wide. Out at half-back, Jai Sarong slows it down. Remaining seconds in this quarter and what's been a chaotic one with 11 goals kicked. At one stage we were having a goal every 2 minutes, and that wasn't of game time, every 2 minutes of real time in this opening quarter. Just slowing down on the back end, Sydney with 19 inside 50s to 8. They lead the game by 5 points. Sarong long down the line. Barris floating through, picks it off. That's his trademark with the intercept mark, and that is the last act of that opening quarter of footy. Another highly entertaining one, free-flowing, high-scoring. 6-2-38 the Swans, Hawthorn 5-3-33. The Hawks have scored from all 8 of their entries inside the forward 50 so far. That quarter running just under 32 minutes. And it sees Sydney in front by 5 points. 6-2-38, Hawthorn 5-3. 33. The goal kickers through 1 First of all, for the team on top, Charlie Curno's got a couple, and then put down singles down the page for Rosas, Papley, Amati, and Corey Warner. And comes back in for his first start of the new season. Meanwhile, for the Hawks, Charles got 2 singles for Dylan Moore, Jack Gunston, and Cam McKenzie. 6 lead changes in the opening quarter. Swans on top by 5 points. Your thoughts throughout on the SMS number 0437 774 774 and 0437 774 774. Shout out to Matt in Canberra. What a privilege to be listening to commentary of this quality game without ads. Thank you. Love the footy. Love the ABC from Matt. Appreciate that off the SMS 0437 774 774. The thoughts of our number 1 picks, Marc Murphy, Brett Deledio, coming up next. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Exciting, rule-breaking, shaping who we are.
When the song was released, it was banned.
Inspiring arts in When the War Is Over. Take 5 with Zan Rowe and the new season of The Piano.
It's fabulous.
Creativity and so much more on ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Connor McDonald out of the middle of the ground. Hand pass away to Amon. Sends Hawthorn inside 50. Marbiel Joel takes the mark with 2 Swans trying to crouch into him. Cal Mills trying to get the support from Tom McCartan, and in the end, Joel was too big and too strong. They love him in the brown and gold now. Marbiel Joel with 1 already. A slow approach from 45 metres out. He knows it's sweet off the boot. Finger in the air as he celebrates his second.
Hitting up to meet it, McDonald. Hand pass out to Corey Warner. Snaps off the left to the goal square. Curnow. 1 out in the cage with battle. And at the moment, it's coming up the way of the key forward at both ends. Joel with a couple at one end, Curnow at the other. And the shootout is on at the G. Grundy feeds a handball further forward. Rowbottom very clever. Never took possession, knocks it to Chad Warner and gives it to his brother as Corey marks the kick right half forward. 2 years younger than Chad. He's also a left footer. We see this on show here as he has kicked a cannon from outside 50 all the way home. Corey Warner goals. The shootout continues.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Sounds there from the opening term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Swans by 5 points. 11 goals kicked, 6 lead changes. Sydney by 5 at quarter time. Marc Murphy, Brett Deledio with their take on that opening term.
Well, it was actually quite an even game around the contest. Like you look at quite a few of the numbers, and the clearance is 7-10, Sydney's favour, but contested ball's pretty even. Uncontested play's pretty even. I just think that the Hawks have just given Sydney a few easy goals in terms of just pure skill errors. Yep. So we've seen 2, one from Gunston, the other one from Battle, which is basically directed in 2 direct goals. So that's a challenge for when you are making a few of those errors mentally to go, well, I want to keep on having a crack at it. And I think the message, and I know the message from Sam Mitchell would be, boys, we're still having a crack at these kicks. 100%. So they're not going to go into their shells whatsoever. But momentum's such a really important thing in this day and age of football. So you've got to make the most of your opportunities. Hawthorn went in 8 times inside 50, scored 5 goals, 3, which is world record pace, really. So
that's a concern for Sydney.
It is, because every time they do go in, we've talked about the back shoulder play on Jack Gunston. Charles looking very dangerous, isn't he? Like, he hasn't had a lot of opportunities, but looks just physically too strong for his opponents so far. So if the Hawks can get the ball in more often, they're every chance of just putting Sydney to the sword. Sydney can't make the most of their opportunities. They still get the 6 goals too, so they're still going pretty well. But the 19 inside 50s, but the game overall is quite even, Lids.
Yeah, I agree. I think that if you're Sam Mitchell, you're saying, right, boys, we clean a few of these things up and we get the ball, we go forward with it rather than, a couple of times they've been bombing away. Even the Carl Amon one to Marby or Chol when he kicked that set shot was from the wing. Can we get it forward? Jack Gunston had his opportunity, but he had no one else in front of him that had worked hard to go forward. And then we saw Weddle play on with a plan late and kick it to a Watson v Rampy. That's just not smart footy with the amount of footy that Dane Rampy's played. As good as the Wiz is, I don't think he's winning too many of those 1v1s.
No, but you've got to have better awareness when you get the play up here. You had 3 forwards, all your tall forwards. Like Mitch Lewis, Chol was all up there, and your ruck. So you can't wheel and go, unless you know someone's at the back with space.
But all that is me. I need a lick and I need to get a touch here. So give me a handball receive and away I go. Dimmer used to call it playing on without a plan. You can't be doing that when they're under the pump a little bit. They're giving up 19 inside 50s. How can we rectify that? They'll be pretty comfortable with the fact that they've both had the same amount of scoring shots. They've looked good when they've had the ball in their hand, the Hawks, but the same can be said for the Swans. Their ability to set up the ground defensively has been really impressive. They've covered the outlets and forced the Hawks to either to a high long ball or to try and bite off something in the middle of the ground that has been turned over largely. So, as we thought, I actually thought the Hawks would win this game comfortably without the two stars, but geez, they've been impressive so far, the Swans.
Ben Cameron's on the boundary. Ben.
As we forecast pre-game, Caden Cleary spent that entire first quarter on the bench. He's on the ground to start this second term.
Thanks, Ben. It's fascinating to see how teams are using that sort of fifth player on the bench. So last week, the Hawks obviously with the two ruckmen. So Reeves 53%, Meek 58%, the lowest TOG, as we call it, the time on ground.
Yeah.
The Swans was a bit distorted because of the Heaney injury. So he only played 60% of the game and then got hurt. But they've got a runner in Caden Cleary. So
channeling Reece Shaw out there with the shaved nugget.
He comes in here for Q2. Sydney by 5 points. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Into the second term we go as Mackenzie first clean possession. Handball to Reeves. Gives it to Newcomb. Ugly kick forward. Connor McDonald cleans it up. Hand pass back to Mackenzie. Puts it inside the forward 50 over the head of Gunston. Slides past him close to the boundary line and out it goes. Seen over by Wicks.
John Newcomb just the 3 touches on up to 4 now, I think. Yeah, up to 4, but changed the boots. He got rid of the flash ones. He's just gone to the stock standard whiteys for the second quarter.
Cam Mackenzie, by the way, who a lot of Hawthorn fans sometimes scratch their head as to why he's not in the best team. Just a couple so far that haven't quite hit the target.
That's why.
A little room for improvement for him as Chad Warner is taken high on a free kick. Last line of defence going the Swans' way. So Sydney by 5, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Ablett, Judd, Barry Hall, Tyconelli. I'm trying to think of some of the shaved heads now that are featured predominantly in our game.
Not for the Swans, though.
No,
that's why. That's Jared McVeigh and Reece Shaw, probably two of the best ones they've had.
Chad Warner tries to thread the needle out of defence and finds Wicks. Has to push back behind his mark as Connor Nash stands out. Hand pass over the top to Mills. Releases Chad Warner. Hand pass away to McCartan at half back. Looks out to the Shane Warne stand side. Out in the direction of Sarong. He takes the mark. Between wing and half forward for the Sydney Swans heading to the punt road end in this quarter. As Charlie Curnow deepest and Logan McDonald sends in that direction. In from the side, Brody Grundy spalls it away from Reeves. Crumbing it is Roses. Can't gather it as Hardwick feeds it back to Sicily for Hawthorn. Hand pass to Newcomb. Tackled his hand pass over the head of Connor McDonald. It bounces out to Bice, who gathers it back for the Swans. Searching kick across half forward for Roberts on the bounce. He gathers, looks up, sends it inside 50. Logan McDonald has the sit against Scrimshaw. Dropped the mark at the last moment. And Scrimshaw runs out of defence. Hand pass to Mackenzie. Back to Amon. Scrimshaw, and now they're almost out.
Or into dispute. Melly Roses, almost like a basketball, tries to dribble it to himself. Falls over without it. Mackenzie shoots a quick handball to Scrimshaw. Tackled, ball up. Sheldrick stops him there.
Did all the hard stuff. Logan McDonald just didn't take the last grab. He jumped at the right time, protected the space well, just didn't clunk it.
Roberts, first possession of the restart, a hand pass away to Nash. He's spun around, tackled, gives a handball close to the boundary line. Ginnivan will pick it up, tackled out of play with it. Boundary throwing. Just off the SMS, Zach from WA. Lots of fast-paced, high-scoring footy in 2026. It sounds like another one tonight. Very entertaining for fans, but begs the question, is the gap between the good teams and the poor teams now at a point of no return?
Make a good point, Zach.
Grundy wrestles Reeves out of the way. Hand pass boundary line. Finds Roberts. Roberts links up with Chad Warner. Handball inside 50. Here's Cleary with the shaved nut. Gives a hand pass back towards Sheldrick. High bomb to full forward. Curnow in the pack. Doesn't fly. Punched away by Barris. Follows up at ground level for the Hawks. Handball to D'Ambrosio. Handball to Wimpy in the back pocket. Tackled. Lost it. Lloyd picks it up. Oh, there's a free coming back. He already got rid of it, said the umpire. So a fortunate whistle saves a score for certain for the Hawks. Impey gets the free, last line of defence.
Jarman Impey Looks to try and gather some momentum. Sends it high and long up towards Marbiel Joel. In front, McCartan brought it down. Connor McDonald does the roving. Hand pass to Dylan Moore. Dodging and weaving. Feeds the hand pass out to D'Ambrosio. Kicks up to Watson. Lunging effort from Grundy. Couldn't get back there to get a fist in. Watson looks up. Streaming players back inside 50.
Yeah.
Great kick to Connor McDonald. I think he spotted Marbiel Joel leading the pocket, but the athleticism on display from Connor McDonald racing back.
There's probably a radius of 10 metres inside that forward 50 that it could have kicked it to, which would have ended up in a Hawthorn player's possession, because Sydney owned every other part of that D50 there. They had all the space. So just great effort from Nick Watson just to wait for his teammate to make space, and then two to execute.
2 goals, 2 last week. A behind tonight for Connor McDonald. Opens up the angle, hits the fat part of the footy as he sends it all the way across the face of goal and fails to score. Out of bounds on the full from the left forward pocket, 40 metres out. Sydney by 5 points.
That rat tail getting pretty long, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the back of kid they call Crop.
Thinking about growing one, Lids?
Never.
Blakey runs boundary line. 2 bounces. Kicks long down the wing. Curnow punches it away from the back. Free kick. Out of zone umpire spotted one here. It's a high tackle. It's going Hawthorn's way. Newcombe to get it. A few sarcastic cheers from the Hawthorn fans.
Will it make me cool if I grow it?
What about if the Hawks win the flag? You got to grow one.
Okay, deal.
Deal. I've got a new favourite team. As Nash goes back to Scrimshaw, goes all the way back to Battle. Battle across the back edge of the centre square to Sicily. Sicily swings it to that up and wing for D'Ambrosio.
There wouldn't be many hairstyles Lids hasn't had a crack at.
Yes.
That'd be the only one that I haven't, so I've got to have a crack at it.
Short to Newcombe. Newcombe kicks into the middle of the ground. Chad Warner breaks it up and then left it behind. Has to go back and get it. The Croc with the tackle. Hawthorn win it back. And Connor McDonald with that rat tail or horsey, I think people in South East Queensland call it.
Is it? What do they call it?
They call it a horsey up there, but a little plaited tail at the back of his head. He's still got it. The Hawks away.
I've honestly never heard that before. D'Ambrosio on the wing, sends it up to half forward. Dylan Moore takes the mark.
That's what I call it. Bomb into the pool. It's called a horsey.
Sydney by 5 points, looking for the first goal of the second quarter. Long kick towards the goal square. Reeves had it spoiled away. Blakey run down by Joel, holding the ball. Didn't see him, didn't hear him. And Marbiel Joel doing his work in the air and at ground level. Great pressure from the key forward.
It was almost like he sat off him purposely there, Marbiel Joel, just waited for him to get possession and take a step or two and then just close the space really quickly. So you'd love to see that from your key forwards.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pressuring, tackling.
And taking big clunks. Doing it all.
Big bonus.
Big choles.
He's very much in his own rhythm as he wanders back to take his set shot, watching it on the big screen. Now wiping the footy on his side of his leg.
Yeah.
And all well that ends well if he kicks the goal. Sydney by 5 points. Joel from around 30 metres out. Left forward pocket comes in. For goal number 3, he misses to the left. And it's a 4-point lead Sydney's way at the 7-minute mark of the second quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Here's Ben Cameron.
Carl Amon appears to have an issue with a right calf. Now, earlier on in the game, he came off before the first set of rotations. So maybe something he's been struggling with coming into the game or in the warm-up, but getting a lot of work done on his right calf at the moment.
Thanks, Ben. Swans over halfway. Papley clever. Taps it behind to Chad Warner. Gives it to brother Corey. Kicks for Curnow. Collects on the half volley. Hand pass back to Chad Warner. Tackled 360, got a hand pass away to Cleary. Handball to Sarong, high up and under to full forward. And Marty's down there. Sicily stands in front, picks it off. The Towers just collapsed behind him, so the 2 big men for the Sydney Swans. The Hawks away. Barris off the back flank, gives it to Impey. Goes darting through, kicks beyond halfway. Mills, strong mark. The body of Watson went flying through in all of that.
Hand pass to James Jordan, centering kick to Blakey, plays on, draws an opponent, hand pass to Bice. Out towards Robertson, left half forward by hand. Has Corey Warner over the top, he gives the hand pass to him around Weddle, back to Roberts, stationary start, drives it inside 50, Grundy's going forward, Reeves in from the side. Free kick going Hawthorn's way for a hold, it's against Brodie Grundy. Tom Barris is going to take the free kick only about 4 or 5 metres out from his defensive goal. Chips it into the pocket for Hardwick. Sydney leading by 4 points.
Actually went past the MCG shop on the way in, little team store that they have at Gate 3. You can actually buy the Wizard Watson hats there. So if you're wondering why there's so many around at the footy, they actually sell them on site. As Hardwick goes long down the wing, there he is, right on cue. Watson, hand pass inboard, finds McKenzie, back flank for the Hawks. Handball to Child, handball to Weddle, kicks down the wing. Connor McDonald in plenty of space. Field opens up in front of him. Long kick. Ginnivan and Gunston both there. Blakey covering off, punches it out of play.
Great work, Blakey.
Boundary throw in forward pocket for Hawthorn. Sydney by 4 points, 9 minutes into the second term without a goal. Same stage, by the way, of the opening quarter, we'd had 2 goals each.
Almost don't want to ask you, how much is a wizard hat going to cost you?
I hope he's getting
This is
his
your Prime
royalties,
Minister
though.
test.
No, I didn't check that out.
Get the royalties on it, Nicky Watson, surely.
Yeah.
Back in the day, you just wandered down the road to Timmy's, get a cheaper one.
Jimmy's.
Throw him back in, clears Reeves and Grundy. They're no longer around, Murph. I can mention them on the ABC. Spills out the way of Jordan. Gets the hand pass to Wicks. Under pressure, Blakey. Ginnivan trying to get involved. Put the pressure on. Sydney desperately defending. It comes back to Roberts. High up and under kick in the direction of Amati. Wrestling with Sicily. Can't reel in the mark. Then tries to tap it out to the advantage of Sheldrick. Hawthorn trying to wrap it up now. Impey slid in. Left the footy behind. Corey Warner takes it up towards Charlie Kerner. Just cleared his fingertips. Slapped down in the end. Good work in defence as it's gathered by Papley. Kicks up towards Battle. Take 2 against Kerno. Battle does well here. D'Ambrosio for support. Kerno got a hand pass out. Rowe bottom over his head to Cleary. Too slow. Tackle brought down. Holding the footy.
Right.
D'Ambrosio got back. Barris as well. Hawks win it in the back pocket.
Josh Battle and Charlie Kerno, they're having a war at the moment, aren't they? It's a great duel. Good to watch.
Kerno with 2 goals, 1, 2 on a poster. D'Ambrosio with the free, kicks down the wing. In the end, Melican, the only one that threw a hand at it, knocks it away. Chad Warner Robes gives it back to Melican. Kicks inside 50, and Marty to target. Nice work, punched away by Amon. Scooped up here, Barris. Hand pass into dispute. Centre half forward for the Swans. It'll come the way of Sheldrick. Hand pass away to Jordan. Pokes it inside 50. Impey puts himself in danger in front of Kerno. Takes the mark. What was the play on call?
Just touched off the boot.
Gotcha. Kicks out wide. Sicily can't mark. Follows up. Gives it to Weddle. Hand pass to Reeves. The big man gives a handball away to Moore. Now over the top back to Weddle.
Beautiful transition by the Hawks, and here goes Weddle running in the night's breeze. He kicks up towards half forward, now inside 50. Gunston worked underneath it by Rampy. Spiels to the back. Sarong, quick 1-2 with Wicks. Gave it back to Sarong. Clearing kick, chopped off. As Ward takes the mark in front of Chad Warner. Pokes the kick inside 50. And here's Connor McDonald running from left to right and now straight down the middle as he marks 45 metres out from goal.
Well, we made mention of Sydney being able to set up the ground really well in the first quarter. This quarter, it's been the Hawks, Murph, their ability to chop off the exit and force Sydney to bomb that ball out of their defensive 50. And they're reaping the rewards. It was Ward on that occasion. And then their composure just to be able to find Connor McDonald on his right boot. Really good play.
11 goals in the opening quarter. We've had just the one behind in this second quarter. Through 10 minutes, Connor McDonald trying to change that. His first shot was out on the full, and this is not much better. Out to the left and a minor score. So the Swans hanging on to a 3-point lead. Just the 2 behind so far in this second quarter, as Dipper's shown on the big screen here at the MCG. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Famous number 9 alongside Croft.
Hates the attention, doesn't he, Dipper?
Must have heard my Timmy's reference. Be there.
He's on again.
I reckon he's shocked down there, Clinch. You've got that way in which you're talking about Dimmies.
McCartan long to the wing. Free kick here going the Hawks' way. Something happened in the pack there going against James Sicily. So long towering kick inside 50. Ginnivan in the pack. Spills down towards Meek. Plays the roll of the Rover. Hand pass away towards McDonald. That's Connor. Tackled. Lost it. Picked up by Sheldrick. Get out of here. Kick to half back. Impey in the drop zone. No mark. Spills to Sicily. Hawks win it back. Battle by hand to Ward. Still 70 out at half forward. Ward kicks inside 50. Hands on it there, D'Ambrosio, no mark, spills to Gunston, hand pass through to Connor McDonald. He's tackled, dispossessed. Clean bowls Rampy into the path to Gunston, who shoots goalward but misses.
Peppering.
Behind, still no goal through 13 minutes in this quarter. Sydney lead the game by 2 points. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
That was Tucky with him there as well, Clinchy. Corb, I'm from WA like you, Dimmies. Do you know what they're talking about?
You might have to explain it for us.
It was sort of a store in Richmond, middle of...
Swan Street, retail clothing outlet.
Retail clothing, often had a lot of discounts, and Dipper would do the commercials.
Gotcha.
On 50, Mitch Lewis gathers for the Hawks. Hand pass away to Jai Newcomb. Sends it towards the goal square. Gunston 1-on-1 with Blakey. Blakey taps it to his own advantage and then takes the mark. Those listeners outside of Victoria maybe didn't get the ads. It's a fair shout. Sydney by 2 points.
That's pretty lucky that you mentioned it tonight and then Dipper happened to be here.
Just the way things work. Blakey out of the fans only as far as Lloyd Meek, who beautifully timed his leap in front of Charlie Curnow. Takes the mark. He's at right half forward. Sydney leading by 2 points, but it's been all Hawthorn's attacking in this second quarter. Just 3 behind the show for it. Long towards Mitch Lewis. Ginnivan flies, makes the spoil. Spills out the way of Wicks, bumped off it. McCartan a clearing kick into the middle of the ground. Hardwick almost pulls down the mark against Hapley. Did enough to get a free kick. Kicks it up towards half forward, and Butler takes the mark right on 50.
They can't move the footy, Sydney, at the moment.
Can't get out there forward half the ground, can they?
Butler feeds off the hand pass. Hardwick's a long kick. Veers out to the right, looking for distance, loses accuracy, and just scrapes it in for a minor score.
Yeah, certainly the best the Hawks.
Sorry, it's out on the full.
Certainly the best the Hawks have looked defensively in their setups, isn't it? So
just really sound.
Just really patrolling the ball when it comes out via air or ground at the moment. They're just really well set up.
Sydney by 2. Hawthorn reloading a number of times, and even the exiting kick here ends up back in a disputed ball. Handball out from Butler, in close, near the boundary line. Sheldrick's got it. They tackle him to ground, doesn't go out. Ump calls for a ball up. So 0437 774 774, the SMS number. Corbin Middlemas, Matt Clinch, Ben Cameron on the boundary. Marc Murphy, Brett Deledio, your call team for Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Secondary ball up. Amazing how the game has a knack of doing this. So first quarter we had an incredible start. When the first 24 minutes of play we had 11 goals. We haven't had one through the first 15 minutes of the second term. Free kick from the stoppage. Jordan, hand pass to Chad Warner, handball to Sheldrick, driven out of bound by Amon. And there's a bit going on here with Ginnivan and Newcomb, both involved in a tangle with Chad Warner. And after all that, the ball was out of play, but I think there's going to be a Sydney free kick here.
Guinea had a hold of Chad Warner's neck as he flipped him over.
This is a big bailout because, as you said, they couldn't move the ball, Sydney, and they were stuck in their defensive half, and a chance to move it down to half forward.
Sheldrick takes the kick long towards half forward. Meek comes in from the side and juggles the mark in front of Charlie Curnow. Just started to become a bit more predictable, Sydney, with their direction inside 50. As Meek switches, Sicily takes the mark, and then out to Tom Barras as he has it in the left back pocket. Switches to D'Ambrosio. Marks under the Shane Warne stand side. Called to play on. Corey Warner not awake of it. So D'Ambrosio takes a few metres on the mark. Runs the boundary line. Kicks up towards half forward. Gunston on the lead. Can't take the mark. Knocked out of the hands of Rampy. Grundy gathers for Sydney. Hand pass inboard to Jordan. Links with Bice across half back. Good kick. Centering kick to Blakey.
Blakey bounce through the middle of the G. Hand pass forward to McInerney, who's got it. Retreats back by hand. McCartan drilled in the tackle. In fact, it was Melican. Nice work by Chol. Ball spits out. Taken by Mills. He kicks wide. Finds Lloyd.
Still covered, though. Hawthorn have done a really good job here, even though that turnover, they've still held their position.
Yeah, there's a Sydney forwards getting too high up the ground. It's either Barras sitting there or it's Sicily, so they're just impacting too easily in the air at the moment, the Hawks.
The dual best and fairest winner down to Curnow. Barras floats through, no mark. Spills to Sicily. Hawthorn back with it. Handball to Scrimshaw. Handball to Ward. Moves it inside to the co-captain Newcomb. To Ginnivan in front of the benches. Short kick now. Finds Butler. Just that horrific leg break late 2024. Made it back last year. Broke into the senior team in time for finals. Swans by 2. No goal through 17 minutes in the second term. Kicks down to half forward. Lewis threw his body at it. Slides through to Melican. Sweeps a hand pass to Lloyd. Runs out of space and met by Ward on the way through. Ends up out of play. Boundary throw in 60 metres out from the Hawks goal.
Still not been able to really capitalise, though, have they? The Hawks, they've been dominant. They've held in their front half, but getting it through the big ones.
And 22 uncontested marks in this quarter to Sydney's 6. So the game more on Hawthorn's terms as Rowbottom crumbs it from the ball up towards the middle of the ground. Amati one direction, Barras the other, and courageous from both players. And it's no surprise Tom Barras got hands to it. Advantage taken by Ward as he kicks inside 50. Gunston in a 2-on-1. Rampy getting back there, spoils it out of play. So a throw in up against the right behind post with the Hawks deep in attack. Sydney still holding on to a 2-point lead.
People are wondering why that was paid advantage, because it was a free kick, not a mark.
Not a mark, yeah. Okay.
Tom Barras.
11 goals in the first quarter, none so far in the second. Coach is getting more of a say as to how the game is played. Grundy out of the ruck. Gets a clearing kick up towards half-back. Amon lays the tackle as Rowbottom tried to break clear, and the umpire will ball it up. Tom Barris comes to the bench to a round of applause of the Hawthorn fans below us.
Hawks home game, brown shorts, yellow jumpers with the brown stripes, and Sydney and the South Melbourne jumpers with the red shorts as Grundy palms it down to Lloyd. Kicks in the middle of the ground, taken by Impey. Marc plays on. High bomb from the wing, down to half forward. Oh, Butler, did he get a shove in all of that? Yes. Free kick for Sam Butler, left half forward. That was a bailout, Jai Sarong.
Yeah, it was just lazy defending, wasn't it? Just two hands straight in the back. Just obvious for the umpire to pay that free kick. Didn't need to do it. He had probably
He had the jump on him.
Yeah, we got underneath the football, didn't he, really? So, just silly.
23-year-old in his 28th game, Sam Butler gets all the way to the 50, looking for the extra distance. No problems from out there. And after 19 minutes, the quarter has its first goal. And it's a go-ahead one for the Hawks. 6-6 to 6-2. 19 minutes into the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport with our number one picks, Brett Deledio, Marc Murphy.
Yeah, the Swans really have to weigh up whether or not they're getting bang for buck around the clearances at the moment. They're pushing a half forward right up into
McInerney.
Yeah, so there's been various guys coming up from the half forward flank from the Swans who are coming up into the central stoppages.
Yep.
And that's just giving Hawthorn drop-off.
It's giving them a +1 at the stoppage, but then 3 man behind.
So they're winning the clearances 7-1 at the moment, the Swans, but
Losing
they're basically just getting the ball kicked out of stoppage, which going straight back to Hawthorn, and then Hawthorn is starting up their offensive attack straight from that turnover play. So it's whether or not you have to keep your 6 forwards ahead of the contest and try and even up the numbers ahead of the ball and just back in your numbers around the contest.
Marc Murphy with you on ABC Sport. First goal since the 23-minute mark of the opening quarter. Meek knocks it out into the advantage of Newcombe. Was he held by Rowbottom? No, this is the umpire. Got it back to Meek. High kick inside 50. Chol wrestling with McCartan. They take each other down. Umpire says free kick going the way of Chol. It's an interesting one because the sort of battle of strength, and yet Chol probably turned his body away from the marking contest.
He's looked too strong for McCartan, hasn't he? I sung his praises earlier in the... but that 2 hands around, and that's all the umpire's looking for every time.
Do you reckon it matters Chol's not really facing the ball?
He's trying to get there, trying to create that contest to get separation, but then as soon as you see the arms go around from the umpire, it's a dead giveaway. Meek's been huge in this quarter. I feel like, Benny spoke about him being on the bench in the first quarter, but massive in the second.
Right forward pocket, 35 metres out from goal. Chol with 2 goals, 1. And he misses this one offline to the left as well. All of a sudden, not quite feeling it as he stares at the posts in disbelief that he missed one. Hawthorn leading by 5 points.
Yeah, he's got a real presence around the contest at the moment, Meek, but he's also getting back and supporting his defenders to then be able to come across and intercept.
Mills, long kick up to the wing for the Swans. Bobbles off the hands of Impey into the path to Scrimshaw. Hand pass for Newcombe. Got to bend down at his bootlaces, pick it up. He attracts attention in that time. Now drags it in. In a bit of trouble here. It's going to give them a moment somehow. Scrimshaw stands up with the footy. Got it out to Hardwick. Still they go at it. It's a long way down from Reeves. Almost sits on it. Now we got a ball up. It's a busy opening term. Hawthorn scored from all 8 of their forward 50 entries. Swans dominated inside 50s and yet led by only 5 points at quarter time. We've had 1 goal in this second term. The Hawks have had 14 inside 50s. And now they now lead the game by 5 points, 22 minutes into the second term. Swans get it moving down the wing. McInerney, good kick for Curnow. Has to try and collect on the half volley, overran it. Picked up by Battle. Kicks into open space, southern wing. Race on for it. Collected here by Bice. Wants to get back on his left peg. Lewis guards him really well. Hand pass goes away towards Nelican. Kick smothered. Nice work, Weddle on the 1 for centre. And a boundary throw in between wing and a half forward for Sydney.
Great work, Mitch Lewis there. He kept that ball skinny and forced Broly Bice to go back.
Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, Dylan Moore just with a little gash on his cheek, sort of alongside the nose, so they've patched that up as best they can, and he'll be back out there. You remember on the other side, a couple of years ago, he had that really deep gash, so he's almost got matching on both sides on the cheekbone.
Reeves one down the tap, got it to Nash. Carl Amon was taken high, takes his own advantage, streams up the Shane Warne wing, kicks up towards Mitch Lewis, who marks it left half forward. He looks up inside 50, Chol's the deepest target, sends it to him, McCartan. Chol got hands to it, can't reel in the mark. McCartan desperately defending, Connor McDonald squeezed the kick. It's chopped off by Mills in the defensive goal square. Hand pass away to Rampy. Now to McCartan. Searching hand pass, needing wits to make good of it. He runs away from Gunston. Hurries a kick into the middle of the ground. Bounces in front of Reeves of Hawthorn. He gathers. Hand pass to Newcomb. Switch over the head of Sicily on the member's side as he races after him.
It's the Sunday hop. Sits up for him beautifully. Short kick over oncoming traffic in Lloyd. Finds Impey. He just turns, jams it on the boot. High floated to half forward. Watson outsized and outmanned. Mills takes the intercept mark back flank for the Swans. Short kick laterally to Wicks. Rides the contact from Joel. Plays on immediately. Oh, a bounce from Bison. He left it behind. Nash knocks it out for Hawthorn. Amon jumps in on all of that. Sydney, though, get it out. Comes to Jordan. Hand pass to Bice. Handball to Corey Warner. Here they go over halfway, the Swans, by hand. Sarong, hand pass to Patley. Numbers inside 50. Nice work, Reed. Spoils. Goes to ground. McInerney collects and goals. It wasn't a smooth transition, but they score out of the back half, the Swans. And it's enough to retake the lead. McInerney on the end of it. Lead change number 8. Swans by 1, 7-2 to 6-7. 24 minutes played, second term. Marc Murphy and Brett Deledio.
Just an exhausting bit of play, wasn't it? Just up and back and error after error. Bice, I like the idea of just taking him on and backing your speed, but you've got to make the ball come back to you.
Yeah, take the footy with you.
But they kept on persisting, though, the Swans, and then it was really just purely out of work rate where they ended up just finding another +1 ahead of the contest, and McInerney just ran hard forward and just backed in his teammates to win the contest, and that was just too much for him in the end. And nice little finish.
Up to 6 goals of the season, Justin McInerney. Interestingly, he was the player who delivered it inside 50 when they had Charlie Curnow 1-on-1, and that will be the part without Errol Goulden for the next 2 to 3 months that Sydney will be without. Grundy out of the ruck. He's able to squeeze a kick forward to the advantage of Chad Warner. Kicks up towards half forward. Watson gets back, knocks it away from Corey Warner. Got it to Weddle. Hand pass to Reeves through the middle of the ground and Newcomb. Under pressure, he drives a kick to half forward. He got a shove. And it should be a downfield free kick. Now it's going to come back. So Gunson was trying to take the free kick at centre half forward. It's going to come all the way back to the defensive side of the centre circles.
Does it have to be as the kick, or if it's just after?
I think if it's after, it's downfield. If it's in the motion, it comes back.
Yeah.
So Newcomb sends it out to Carl Lamont on the worn wing. Kicks inside 50, a bullet. Bounces off the chest of Mitch Lewis. Gathered by Gunston. Rode the tackle, tried to get it to Moore. Can't get a disposal away. Spills out to Ward. Just inside the 50, looking for Watson. Right on the boundary line. In fact, it was over. So out of bounds on the full. Free kick Sydney's way in the right back pocket. The Swans leading by a point.
Incredibly, the lead has swung on 8 of the last 12 goals in the game. And that's that kind of night here at the G. The biggest lead either way was 9 points Sydney's way. Latter stages, the second term, picked off, opening term rather. As Cho goes for a ride upstairs, not paid, as battle with the long kick inside 50. Spills down the way of Mills, got a handball out to Wicks. He gives it to Blakey, kicks to a one-on-one. Logan McDonald and Ginnivan. Ginnivan tries to follow up tackle. Logan McDonald breaks a second tackle. He evades Scrimshaw, but time beats him as he went long to Jordan on the wing, not to be, and that will do us for a half a footy. We had a pretty free-flowing opening term, and we had much more of a grind in that second quarter where Hawthorn kicked 1 goal from 17 entries inside their attacking 50. And Sydney with 1 goal from their 11 entries. You throw it all together, it's half-time. Sydney 7-2-44. They lead Hawthorn 6-7-43. Half-time at the G, the Swans by a point, a half which has had 8 lead changes. The goal kickers, the only one to add in that term from a Sydney perspective was Justin McInerney, so he was their only goal kicker in the second term. Roses, Papley, Amati and Corey Warner all with 1. Charlie Curnow, the only multiple for the Swans, with 2. Meanwhile, for Hawthorn, Mabior Chole's got a couple, and then singles for Moore, Gunston, McKenzie and Butler kicked their only goal in that second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemas, Matt Clinch calling the action. Ben Cameron's on the boundary. The thoughts of our analysts. Our number 1 picks, Marc Murphy, Brett Deledio.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't the goal-scoring fest that we got in the first quarter, Murph, but it was still an interesting game, wasn't it? Yeah. An arm wrestle. It was really a territory battle that was controlled by Hawthorn in that most of that second quarter, but it wasn't until probably we saw Riley Bice try and take the game on a little bit. It was a scrappy affair to get that ball forward. Before we saw a goal from McInerney, but ultimately it's been all of Hawthorn's quarter. They weren't able to capitalise, and that's kicking 1-4 to one goal. It speaks pretty loudly to that. They've flipped the inside 50s on their head. They were 17 to 11 in that quarter, where they were 17-9, I think, in the first. So, there's plenty to like from both sides. I thought Hawthorn really defended the ground well that quarter, whereas the first quarter, City defended the ground really well. So, I think it's a fair reason to say why we've only got 1 point in it. Hawthorn will be kicking themselves they didn't really capitalise, as Sydney would have in the first quarter with all their inside 50s. So, yeah, they're just two sides that are really evenly balanced at the moment, Murph.
That's right. It was chalk and cheese, wasn't it, from first quarter to second? The first was open flow, great kicking, goals at will. And that second quarter, defensively, both teams were quite strong. So the defenders from both teams, I thought, beat their forwards in that quarter.
Yep.
So, and I spoke about it probably with 5 minutes to go in that second about Sydney bringing up the high half forwards into the contest. They weren't really getting much bang for buck from their clearances and just handing the ball back to Hawthorn's defenders. You made mention of Meek around the contest. I thought he was really good, but also just his work rate purely to get back and support his defence.
Yes.
For them then to come off and intercept Marc and then start up a few of their scoring chains, the Hawks is really important. But yeah, they didn't make the most of their momentum then, the Hawks. That first probably 15 minutes, it was a forward half game, all in Hawthorn's territory. Weren't able to capitalise like they were in that first quarter. So it's, as you said, evenly balanced game. Looking forward to the second half.
Yeah, we've had a bit of everything, haven't we? We had the high-scoring opening term. We had the grind in the second term. We had the Swans dominating inside 50s in Q1. We had the Hawks dominating inside 50s in Q2. So you chuck it all together, and it's a 1-point game at halftime. Beautifully placed. The leading disposal getters, Kel Mills has had it 17 times, 15 for Nick Blakey and 15 for Scrimshaw. Chol with 2. Curnow with 2. Wasn't a whole lot to see in that second term.
Great battle between Battle and Curnow down there, as is the Gunston, probably Rampy matchup down in the other end. So
you had Melican for a little bit in that quarter, but yeah, the Charlie and the Battle one's been interesting to watch. They both look like they're fired up. They're both workhorses. Unfortunately for McInerney's sake, he didn't hit Charlie when he was out, but when it's been a wrestle, it's been pretty interesting to watch that contest there in itself.
A bit like the game, isn't it? When the game was up and free-flowing, it was the key forward that dominated. Second term, the key back worked his way back into it as we worked our way through. No major injury concerns to speak of, so that's good news as well.
Just that Tom Barras one as he went back with the flight and sort of landed awkwardly, left the field, but was able to come back on before half-time, but certainly one to probably keep an eye on in the second half.
Ankle?
I think it was more the awkward landing.
Winding, I reckon.
He's had a crook back.
Didn't hit his head, so there was no concussion concern.
We got kids at the same kinder, so I've got a bit of insight there.
Oh, hello.
He's had a crook back before the season started. I reckon he'd just be bad landing.
We'll keep an eye on that. Did finish the quarterback on the ground, so that's a good call out. Swans by a point. We'll tell you what's happening in the NRL tonight in just a moment. Plus, Aussie Rules Football returns to ABC TV this weekend. We'll tell you more about that in just a moment. It's halftime here. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. The Swans by 1. Let's see what's happening in the ABC newsroom.
ABC News, I'm Thanmaya Navada. The Queensland Premier is warning far north Queensland communities to prepare as Tropical Cyclone Narelle intensifies off the coast. The system is currently a Category 3 and moving towards Cape York, with forecasts it could strengthen further before crossing the coast on Friday between Lockhart River and Port Douglas. A cyclone watch is in place for exposed areas, with the system expected to track inland and into the Gulf of Carpentaria. Premier David Crisafulli is urging residents to communicate and share warnings with remote regions.
This may be the biggest system that many people have seen in living memory, and that's why we're asking people to prepare as we have. Preparation doesn't mean being alarmed, it means just doing the little things right. I do have faith that these communities are more than capable of doing that. It's just because a number of them are remote, it's important that we take the opportunity to share the message.
The Weather Bureau's Sue Oates says Narelle could bring very destructive winds of more than 250 kilometres an hour at its centre and heavy rain.
So that presents the risk of flash flooding in those intense falls. The most intense falls will be close to the system centre, noting there will be impacts removed from the system centre in regards to rainfall.
Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says an Iranian projectile has hit an area near the Al Minhad Joint Air Base in the United Arab Emirates, where Australian military personnel are stationed. Defence correspondent Tom Lowry has more.
The Prime Minister says a projectile of some sort fired from within Iran has landed on a road near the Al Minhad Air Base around about 9:15 Australian Eastern Time this morning. It's landed close enough to the base to cause some damage within it, damaging a medical facility and also an accommodation block. So there is often perhaps around 100 or so Australians within this base, though that number does fluctuate heavily, as the Prime Minister pointed out. He was also at pains to say that no Australians were injured during this attack.
As the war continues, there are mounting concerns a protracted conflict in the Middle East could undermine peace and stability in the Asia-Pacific. North Asia correspondent Natalie Whiting reports.
The US presence in the Asia-Pacific region is intended to deter military flexing from North Korea and China, prompting fears protracted redeployments could be destabilising. US assets, including missile defence systems from South Korea and ships and marines from Japan, have reportedly been shifted. Japan's Prime Minister is preparing to meet with Donald Trump at the White House and may face requests to assist, possibly with the supply of missiles. It's a legally and politically difficult situation for the constitutionally pacifist country. Natalie Whiting, ABC News, Tokyo.
Back home, police are investigating whether the victim of a shooting in Melbourne's West overnight was a deliberate target as a hunt for the gunman continues. Police say shots were fired at people outside a cafe in Altona North about 11:30, with the shooter fleeing in a ute, which was later found set alight. A 49-year-old man was taken to hospital with non-life-threatening gunshot wounds to his arm. Detective Inspector Graham Banks says police believe the incident is linked to rival gangs fighting for control of the illicit tobacco market.
The conflict we see at the moment is seeing random acts of violence that are directed at people who they perceive are opposing people. Whether those people were at that premises at the time often is immaterial.
A semi-professional basketball player in WA has been jailed for raping his former friend while she was intoxicated. Bridget MacArthur reports.
23-year-old Roosevelt Aaron Williams Jr. was sentenced to 3 years and 2 months in prison for raping his female friend after helping her get home when she was drunk in August 2023. Williams had claimed the 21-year-old victim consented to having sex, but on the second day of his trial in November, he changed his plea to guilty. Justice Marc said the woman was incapable of giving consent and that Williams had taken advantage of her vulnerable state. In addition to the prison sentence, he imposed a lifelong restraining order.
And Melbourne City and Adelaide United have played out a scoreless draw in their top-of-the-table clash in the A-League women's soccer competition. Neither team could break the deadlock through 90 minutes in Melbourne, meaning Adelaide's deficit to City in the standings remains at 4 points with a game in hand. With the draw, both sides are undefeated through their past 5 games. City will next head to Western Sydney to face the Wanderers on Sunday, while Adelaide will be on the road once more against Canberra. You're up to date with the latest ABC News. For more, head to ABC Listen.
There's no doubt that country music is bigger than ever right now. Join me, Outback Tom, as I get you around the artists that are blazing a trail. Listen to Country Club, Sunday night at 6 on ABC Country or anytime you like on the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
No goal through 17 minutes in the second term. Butler, did he get a shove in all of that? Yes. Free kick for Sam Butler, left half forward. 23-year-old in his 28th game. Sam Butler gets all the way to the 50, looking for the extra distance. No problems from out there. And after 19 minutes, the quarter has its first goal. And it's a go-ahead one for the Hawks. Sydney, though, get it out. Comes to Jordan. Hand pass to Bice. Handball to Corey Warner. Here they go over halfway, the Swans, by hand. Sarong, hand pass to Papley. Numbers inside 50. Nice work, Reed. Spoils. Goes to ground. McInerney collects and goals. It wasn't a smooth transition, but they score out of the back half, the Swans. And it's enough to retake the lead.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Lead changes. It's been the theme of the night. We had 6 of them in the opening term. We've had 2 of them in the second. And at halftime, it is Sydney by 1 point. The game beautifully set up. High scoring opening term, more of a grind in the second. Sydney by 1 after 8 lead changes. 7-2-44 plays 6-7-43. Swans dominated inside 50s in the opening term, and the Hawks did the same in the second. Corbin Middlemas alongside Matt Clinch to call the action. Brett Deledio and Marc Murphy are number 1 picks here as our analysts. And Ben Cameron, who's providing all the good vibes and keeping everyone busy in the back of the box with a few laughs. He's about to make his way back down to the boundary. All right, the NRL. It is week 3 of the NRL season. It's technically round 2, given the fact that Vegas was opening round 1, and that was played over 2 weeks, so on and so forth. You know what I'm getting at. The Bulldogs are playing the Raiders tonight in Canberra, and the Bulldogs lead 8-6. So 8-6, Bulldogs on top. You can find a call of that available through the ABC Listen app. Now, the Matildas, they are in action on Saturday night in Sydney to be played at the Olympic Stadium, the culmination of the AFC Women's Asian Cup. Cannot wait for it. Matildas up against Japan. Japan with a big win last night over Korea. So it sets up our dream final, the 2 teams who played off. And, well, first of all, the Matildas had to beat them in the semi-final in 2010 en route to the title. 2014, they met in the final. Japan won. 2018, they met in the final. Japan won that too. And 2022, obviously, the Aussies were knocked out by Korea before they even got that far in the tournament. They get a chance to exact a little bit of revenge here. Saturday night, you can find it all through ABC Listen. The Matildas up against Japan in the final of the AFC Women's Asian Cup. Matt Clinch, big weekend for you coming up. The VFL makes its return to ABC TV for the first time in a dozen years. Come Saturday, you can watch this on iView in any corner of the country. So just because you're not on it, you don't have access to ABC TV here in Victoria, doesn't matter. Not only can you find it ABC TV in Vic, you can find it anywhere across the country, 12 noon, and it is largely nowadays the AFL Reserves competition. So you've got a number of high-profile players running around pushing their case for selection in the seniors.
Yep, and we start with the reigning premiers. So Footscray out at the Whitten Oval taking on Casey, who have perennially been in contention. We'll keep you across Tasmania in their first game in the VFL. So, yeah, can't wait. Daniel Harford, Gemma Bastiardi and Jason Bennett to call the action, as you mentioned, from midday on traditional Channel 2 or via ABC iView. So wherever you are, hopefully the fans do follow it, because there was quite an outpouring of support when they lost the broadcast rights. All the games are going to be streamed on the VFL website, I think, that don't have, of course, the access to the ABC call. But no, looking forward to it. Saturday it all kicks off, and a lot of teams, Corby, in the VFL, so we'll get a taste of each of them throughout the season.
Where's your beard? You haven't grown your beard out. I thought you were channeling Phil Cleary and you
I am,
a little beard.
You've got to start how you intend to sort of finish. So I'm tidying myself up, and then by the end I'll try and have the beard by the end of the season. But yeah, Phil Cleary and David Rees-Jones, Pete Donegan, Peter G, all the legends who have been a part of the coverage over the journey. It's exciting to have it back on ABC TV.
Absolutely. So Footscray and the Casey Demons, basically the Melbourne's feeder team. Yep. So Western Bulldogs of Melbourne, there'll be a lot of players there you'll be familiar with. 12 noon, available through ABC iView across the country this coming Saturday. And as we've mentioned a couple of times, the VFL as it is now, and once upon a time the VFA, a long-running history with the ABC, first telecast by the network way back in the mid-50s, and on ABC TV as a regular event between 1987 and 2014, makes its return come Saturday. Your thoughts on the SMS, 0437 774 774. Just some other footy news kicking around, which we learned about in the last 24 hours. The Docklands Stadium. Mitch Cleary on the agenda setters on Channel 7, breaking the news that for certain night games and twilight games, so not in the middle of Saturday afternoon when the sun's beating down and the shadows cause an issue for the telecast, but for various twilight and night games, when the weather is deemed appropriate, the roof will be open.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to ask one thing of the whole footy community. Can everybody remember what their stance is and their position is right now? So if you're a fan of the roof open, that's fine. But just can we mark it down 19th of March? Because I guarantee you there will be a moment where we get an unexpected shower or something happens and the roof's open or the roof gets stuck open or there's an issue or whatever, and everybody who is voicing their opinion now about how great it is the roof's going to be open will be saying, how come they just didn't shut the roof? They've got a roof on it, it rained and all the rest of it. We have been here before. We have lived through this.
Agree.
And the reason the roof is always shut is because it causes issues with shadows.
And we live in Melbourne.
We live in Melbourne. We can have an unexpected shower.
Exactly.
And so as long as everyone knows where they stand on this, because you can imagine what's going to happen. It's going to rain and then everyone's going to be going and saying, oh, how come they don't just shut the roof?
Yeah, I didn't pack me poncho because I thought we had a roof here. I used to love it.
We're not going to get
playing
wet.
down
You're not
there.
going to get wet in the crowd.
Well, we're not going to wet in the box because that's where we sit. Yeah,
but I don't know.
It doesn't make sense to me. I used to love going to the Docklands knowing the roof was going to be on, it was going to be a fast game, and it was going to be dry.
Yep.
It's like going to a game of basketball or whatever, or you're in one of those indoor arenas. I think it actually helps add to the atmosphere.
But the basketball with the open air is not bad, though. Not that I've ever been to it, but more reports.
Is that the only one you haven't been to? I would have thought if they could sort...
Oh, gee, right.
Let's put some feelers out. We'll get lanyards there for sure. He'll be there courtside.
Courtside lanyards will be right.
There we go. If they can sort the wind out at Dingley, surely they can sort out a way for the roof to be open at times and the sun isn't ricocheting off the skyscrapers.
Human beings have spent thousands of years trying to perfect indoors, and as soon as we get it right, everyone says, you know what, we should go outdoors again. We should open the roof. That's why it's got a roof on it. Incredible. Let us know what you think. 0437 774 774, the SMS number. The teams for the rest of the weekend, just very quickly. Isaac Rankin, nice to see him back, returning from suspension tomorrow. Jordan Croft in for the Bulldogs, so Will Lewis unfortunately loses his place immediately after making his debut. 4 big ins for the Tigers. McKelty the foul back from suspension. Tom Brown comes in, who surprisingly missed last weekend, having played every game. Vlosten and Prestia, their 2 premiership stars. Bailey Humphrey back for the Gold Coast Suns. Meanwhile, at the Saints, they make the trip to Sydney to play the Giants. Giants unchanged. Marshall and Stock are the 2 ins there for St Kilda. At the Dockers, Chris Sherry is going to debut on Saturday night against Melbourne. No change for the D's. Hayden Young out for the Dockers with a hamstring injury. And just squads at this stage for the Sunday games. Zach versus Zach. Of course, Merritt up against Butters in Adelaide for the Essendon and Port Adelaide game. No outs from the Bombers team at this stage. Jones and Lord come out of the Port team. Among the ins there include Will Brodie and Jack Lukosius. Will Brodie at his 3rd club. And then the nightcap on Sunday is going to see West Coast take on North Melbourne, and Liam Baker, the captain, is among the ins for the Eagles. Yep, back from suspension. Don't forget, ABC AFL Daily is your one-stop shop where you can get all your footy conversation. 5 episodes a week. Starts on a Thursday night with Brett Deledio, who'll be joining Ben and myself every single week. So Thursday night we record. By the time it's in the podcast store, it'll be the early hours of Friday morning, which means when you wake up on Friday and you're a bit tired because you've been up listening to the footy the night before and you're on your way to work and you think, oh, I can't stand what I'm copying on the roads and I'm stuck in traffic, all you got to do is put the ABC AFL Daily podcast on and just beautiful commute to work with your
Get
voice
a chuckle
to be able to get you through and preview of the weekend's footy. So that'll be there for you every Friday morning. Don't forget AFL Saturday with myself, Luke Ball and Mick Malthouse. On Sunday night, Ben Cameron will be joined by Daniel Harford. On Monday nights, on ABC Radio throughout Victoria, Mark Murphy in the studio live at 6:30. It's also available in the podcast store, so 6:30 Australian Eastern Daylight Time. Ben and myself with Mark Murphy in the house. And his namesake, Bob Murphy, joins me on Tuesday morning to do a little review on all of the footy shows. So there's lots of shows across various networks. We pick the best parts out and debate them on a Tuesday. So that's your offering through ABC AFL Daily. Second half upon us here. Matt Clinch on ABC Sport. The Swans by 1.
As Grundy rises against Meek, it's volleyed forward in the end by Rowbottom into the path of Papley. Slip hand pass. McInerney on the run from 50 for the perfect start. He misses at the right-hand side. The minor score, Sydney double their lead, a 2-point lead almost. Sydney with a perfect start inside 10 seconds.
Very rarely does it open up like that, doesn't it? You get a free run inside 50. It's a bit of a let-off there from McInerney.
Battle, the kick-out duties long to Meek.
He's juking him tonight, isn't he?
Strong.
Just clunked that with his hands around it and had to deal with Malikan and Grundy, 2 strong guys behind him. Meek ends up with it off the back flank. A long contest kick down the wing. Moore took out the pack. Mills falls over. Spills down to D'Ambrosio. Hand pass to Newcomb. His handball knocked down. Picked up by McInerney. Met front on. Met high by Ward.
What's Nick Watson done tonight? Had the 6 touches. He's had young Wicks for company for the whole night. He's done a pretty good job so far.
McInerney off he trots, off the back flank. Hand pass away to Melican. Handball inside. Missed Wicks. Picked up here by Moore. Hawthorn get it going downhill. Gives it to Newcomb. Gets it back. There we go. Moore to centre half forward for Watson. Gunston's out on the lead. Good luck stopping that. Leaps up and marks 40 out just right of centre.
Just pure skill error there by the Swans. Just a missed handball from probably 5 or 6 metres away. So Hawthorn always going to cut you off there. And just too much space for Nick Watson, as Litz did bring up, and then Gunston just playing that deep target that we know him to play. You just can't stop that when it's coming in that quick.
Yeah, poor handball. Different choice, wasn't it, for Melican? Because he had the player he was giving it to. He was under pressure.
Yep.
Let's get a goal now in 18 consecutive games. Only Mitch Georgiades has a longer streak. Gunston doubles up. He's got 2. And the Corbin medal leader pulls further in front. He's up to 11 on the season, and the Hawks are back on top in this game. Lead change number 9. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Marc Murphy, Brett Deledio.
Poor turnover, but they capitalised on it really well, Hawthorn. John Newcomb had it, and he was looking forward and do I pull the trigger? Do I go forward and get this inside 50? But just waited enough time to give that ball to Dylan Moore. And Callum Mills was probably sitting off and taking off Nick Watson just enough, lowered the eyes, got separation. And, you know, the Wizard, he likes to wheel and go and play, which he plays into Jack Gunston's hands, and he was able to get separation again from Rampy. Wasn't the best kick, but because he had so much separation, Rampy had no chance to try and close that down. He's just looking up the field saying, Melly, come on, man, hit your targets.
Brett Deledio with you on ABC Sport. Hawthorn lead by 4 points once more. Back in the middle of the ground. Meek wins down the tap. It's rowed by Warner of Sydney, though. Hand pass to McInerney from that right boot. Kicks inside 50 on the bounce. It's wide of Amadi. Hardwick knocked it straight in the path of Jordan, who fires it straight through the middle on the bounce. Sydney answers straight back and wrestle back the lead by 2 points. 8-3-51 to Hawthorn 7-7-49. 3 minutes gone, the 10th lead change of the match.
Yeah, similar to what we saw in the first quarter, really. Just goals from centre clearances. And again, Sydney just 2-0 to start off this third term. Just so dangerous when you can get the ball, and not only just get the ball out from the centre clearance, but when you can actually use your legs and get out the front door, and then your forwards can all just have separation. So that's exactly what we saw there. It wasn't a great kick in, but when you
the
get
rough bounce in the Hardwick,
when you get the ball in quick, it just opens up everything for you, and you get those opportunities where you are just manned up against your direct opponent. So falls your way, you can hit the scoreboard pretty easily.
Restart back in the middle. First clean possession. Newcomb gets boot to ball and Ginnivan at the drop. Quick break out of the middle. Guinea looks for Gunston. Low down. Can't complete the sprawling mark. Ball spits out. Picked up by Watson. Hand pass away to Moore. Gives it back to Watson. Runs along the boundary line. Shakes a would-be tackle from Melican. Watson from an impossible angle. Kicks a drop punt to the goal line. Doesn't go through. Still the ball's alive. In the end it trickles out next to the behind post and a throw-in. I think everyone was hanging onto their Wizards hats there as Watson was against the boundary line and tight angle 30 metres out. Not to be. Swans by 2. 4.5 gone third term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Not sure playing Dan Rampy's role is the best job tonight alongside Jack Gunston. Thrown back in. Gunston's racing after it. Can't gather. Chad Warner gets the hand pass to McInerney. Feeds it back. McCartan's kick. Touched off the boot. Mills tries to knock it on. Ginnivan chops it off. In front of Sarong. Tackled and brought down. Got the hand pass to Ward. He's tackled by Rowbottom. Didn't dispose of it correctly, and the Swans take the advantage. Mills cuts a kick out of the defensive 50 up to Roberts. He marks it right half back. Looks into the middle of the ground. McInerney kept running. He takes the mark. Wanted to try and feed the hand pass forward. Now we'll read it round the back to Mills. He kicks inside 50. Jordan in front, can't take the mark. Hardwick makes the spoil. Newcomb runs onto it. Gets a hand pass away to Warden. Now back to Hardwick. Across half back, can feed it to the captain, Sicily.
Sicily's got the long sleeves on. He's a loyalist to that look. And the brown and gold hoop sleeves. Handball away to Moore. Goes back to McKenzie. Thought about kicking it. Decides to retreat to battle. Stabs the kick. Here's Ward. Top votes last week in the ABC Footballer of the Year. Misses his target by hand in Impey. Right on cue, Logan McDonald to Rowbottom to Jordan. Away to Papley, links up to Chad Warner by hand. Kicks to an unguarded goal square. Got it. He dobs it on the run. And the Swans, their lead extends out to 8 points. And that is almost a game high. 9 is the biggest margin of the night either way, which gives you an idea on what we've seen so far. 6 minutes into the third. 9-3-57 Sydney. Hawthorn 7-7-49. And there's a goal off a forward half turnover if ever we've seen one.
Yeah, it's just an errant handball again, wasn't it? They done well to clean it up and get the ball back in their hands, but then Ward just tried to get into the runner in Jarman Impey as he was going past, but Clean missed him from a foot away. Yeah. It was just a really bad handball. And the Swans were there to capitalise. And once Chad Warner was breaking that pain of 50,
he could sniff it pretty quickly.
Didn't he swooped on us. So put that in the book. Controlled the kick really well. Stevie J used to say, try and hit the goal line. He just landed just short, let that roll through.
We're at Deledio and Marc Murphy with you for Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. First time we've had back-to-back goals since the 22-minute mark of the opening quarter. Back in the middle of the ground. Sheldrick can't break away from the Irishman Connor Nash with his tackle. Into it all once more. Just on the outer of the centre circles. Meek in front of Grundy. Punches it forward. Awkward bouncing ball for Bice. Connor McDonald onto it. He's tackled by Blakey and now Grundy. The ball is trapped underneath him, just short of half forward. Sydney by 8 points. Crowd of around 40 to 45,000 in the MCG for a Thursday night. Grundy just hacks it forward. Got it to the advantage of Lloyd. Not a great kick in the end. Logan McDonald was caught flat-footed and a mark taken by Scrimshaw. The Hawks through the middle of the ground to Weddle. And now kicks out to Sicily.
Takes the mark, jumps into the contact from Sarong, his former teammate. Gives a handball away to Weddle. And he feeds it out further wide. The kick now inside 50 from Dylan Moore, sitting underneath it. McCartan puts his fist through it, punches it back outside defensive 50. Rose has had it, lost it, more clever. Spins out of contact, just got boot to ball. Umpire says play on, trickles away to Bice. Handball into his defensive 50, dangerous. Watson collects, hand pass away to Weddle, who's up against it, next to the boundary line, holding the ball. And a nice tackle there, met front on by Sarong, kept him in the field of play. And the ump said, yep, you had long enough. That's a free kick for Sarong to take up left half back. Sydney by 8 points.
Sarong said, I've read this book before, mate.
Good win for Jai Sarong, the younger brother of Caleb of Fremantle. As it's gathered by Dylan Moore on the wing. Gets the hand pass away to Jarman Impey. Veers out to the right. Long kick inside 50. Where's Gunston against 2. Mills helps with the spoil. Comes down to Sarong. Clearing kick to half back. Missed Lloyd running onto an Impey. He lost possession though. And Chad Warner takes it back. Hand pass to Jordan to the run of Bice across half back. Links the hand pass. Opens up space to Sheldrick. Wants to move it quickly. Up towards Curnow and Barris. Barris in from the side. Got a hand to it. Knocked on by Roses. Can't gather cleanly. Hand pass away. Logan McDonald dribbles it through. 3 on the bounce for the Sydney Swans. And they open up the biggest lead of the match so far. 14 points. 10-3-63 to the Hawks. 7-7-49. They ran the gauntlet through the middle of the ground and eventually finished in front of goal. 9 minutes gone in the third quarter. Marc Murphy and Brett Deledio with you. Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it was 2 really important contests in the air. It was one by Callum Mills, who came back in to support his teammate in front of Jack Gunston, who looked like he had Rampy on toast. And then it was just really well worked by the Sydney mids, who just worked so hard to get on the end of that one. But then Charlie Curnow, he was the one who had the contest against Barras, who Barras was in the box seat to take that mark. Then almost, well, we know what happens there when you get the mark on the intercept, that it's coming back the other way. But Charlie just managed to find a way just to spoil, cause a bit of damage, and then Logan McDonald was a very smart finish in the end.
First game here for him, of course, since the 2024 Grand Final. Missed all of last year, Logan McDonald. First time tonight, either side's kicked 3 in a row. Nash trying to clear out of the middle. Kick smothered. Ball forced out in front of Sheldrick. Nash hunts out after it. Got work to do to make up for the error. Sheldrick, toe poke critical in front of Lloyd. Collects it half forward, 70 out. Gives a handball to McInerney. Handball to Chad Warner. Takes on Amon. Hand pass inside 50 to Sheldrick. He's tackled down. Ripped to the ground in all of that by McKenzie, and we'll have a ball up half forward for the Swans. Big moment here for the Hawks. So Sydney with all the momentum. They've kicked 3 on the bounce. 11 minutes into the third term. Sydney by 14.
Thrown up. Meek wins down the tap. Roses on the move. Tackled by Hardwick. Ball spills out. McInerney got a hand pass away. Grundy opens up the angle. Finishing with class. And doesn't he love that, the Swans ruck? He's done some heavy work against Lloyd Meek, who had his number for some of the Senate clearances, but he answers here with a goal. And Sydney lead by 20 points. That's 4 goals in the space of about 7 minutes. 11-3, 69 to Hawthorn, 7-7, 49. He becomes the 10th individual goal kicker for the Swans. Marc Murphy and Brett Deledio, your experts. Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, this is really capitalising on your forward momentum, isn't it? Their ability to keep that ball in motion. A couple of broken tackles, I think, would be concerning. Sam Mitchell, Carl Amon out there on Chad Warner, be able to stand up in it. And then McInerney was under the pressure, but just gets that handball free. Very hard to defend that, and a class finish there from the big ruckman. We know he's been able to do that his whole career. Pretty comfortable ball in hand, Brodie Grundy.
Swans are just linking up really well out of clearance at the moment, whereas in that second quarter they were winning clearances but just banging it on the boot.
6-1 clearances favour
this quarter. This quarter they're using their hands and breaking those tackles, as you said, Lids, and they're finding a lot of space and scoring as a result.
So no Gordon, no Heaney, and this Sydney team more than up for it. 20 points now, that lead in Sydney's favour. 6-6-6 warning against the Hawks. Winning the hit out in all of that was Reeves, but palms it straight down to Cleary. He's tackled immediately. Nash holds him up. Ball up again alongside the centre circle. Swans by 20, kick the last 4. Sheldrick just throws it out in the end to Cleary. Cleary the long kick inside 50. Barras leaps up, puts his fist through it, but straight in front of Papley. He's pushed off it. Collected by Curnow. Hand pass back into the contest. Picked up by Nash. Handball to Newcombe. Was he tackled high? Yes. Free kick going against Cleary. Take it centre half back for the Hawks. Hawthorn with work to do. 20-point lead for the Swans. 13 gone in this third term.
Newcombe swings the kick out to Scrimshaw, who marks it left half back. Sydney leading by 20 points. They booted the last 4 goals of the match. Inboard to Carl Amon, who takes the mark, and he chips it down the ground to Jack Ginnivan. He can work it around the members' side. Battle's pushed forward. Melican tries to hold him up, so Josh Battle swings on his right, kicks as far as he can. Reeves was wrestling. Mitch Lewis slides in front and takes the mark against Tom McCartan. He veers out to the right, trying to send it long to the goal mouth. Gunts is the target in the end. He thought Ward might have led to the pocket. It was touched, apparently, as Sarong is tackled. And the umpire will ball it up right up against the behind line.
Interesting choice to go long there. Ward v Sarong.
Hawks need a goal here. The last 4 in the game for the Swans. Coming up with it here is Watson at the restart. Read the ruck hit out. Groves gives a handball away towards Lewis. His handball just back into dispute. Top of the goal square. Again, throw a blanket over around 20 players. And in the end, the ump says, I'll have it. It's more 20-25 footy with all those players around the ball. Sydney by 20 points. Full forward for the Hawks. Reeves reaching over the back. Telling touch. Down to Newcombe. And a goal. The Hawks with the answer. And they needed that one. Brings the margin back to 14. Sydney 11-3, 69. Hawthorn move on to 8-7, 55. A captain's goal, perhaps. 14 minutes gone in the third. Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, it was a great stoppage set up, really, from the Hawks. They just opened up all the space on the goal side, but also corridor side. So that's exactly where you don't want the space if you're Sydney. They didn't have anyone patrolling that area. And then it was just Ned Reeves who just raced across. It was just, too big, but great subtle hit to his skipper. That's a great tap, and you love being on the end of them if you're a midfielder.
He's just got a shove at the right time, didn't he, John Newcombe, on young Caden Cleary coming on the ground. And I think John Newcombe knew how big that goal was.
Yep,
smashed the ground.
Put on a good block for him as well. Hawks co-captain John Newcombe alongside James Sicily. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Nick Watson has just come to the bench and gone straight down the race with a physio. Appeared to be reaching towards the back of his right hamstring. So that's a big concern for the Hawks.
Thanks, Ben. Papley out of the middle, 1-2 with McInerney's kick looking for Corey Warner, chopped off by Sicily. The other co-captain sends it up the wing to Butler. This is where Hawthorn are most dangerous, moving it with speed. Hand pass away to Moore. Looks up to half forward on a long lead. Mitch Lewis, great defending. As McCartan got a hand onto it. Spoils it out of play at right half forward for the Hawks. Sydney by 14 points, 15 minutes gone, third quarter. Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Just watching Watson there. He's grabbing right up high, whether he got a knee to the glute or if it's high that for a hammy. That's a concern move.
Looks like it's probably more of a cork, isn't it, by the way in which he was sort of walking then.
Yeah.
We know they're a little shallow in the midfield, the Hawks. He's one that they've put in at centre bounces, trying to help them out a little there. So big watch at the moment on the Hawks bench. Sheldrick from the stoppage kicks forward, but Sicily picks it off on the logo. Now the switch is on. Back to Weddle. And Weddle with the long kick out into open space, northern wing. D'Ambrosio marks, turns, looks inside the forward 50. Where's Gunston? He just kicks to the top of the goal square. Here's Joel. Hands to it, not to be. Gunston roves. Gunston trying to bounce it through. He's offline. Had to kick it through about 3 Swans. Somehow found a passage to the goal line, but it's the wrong side of the post. Up behind. 11-3 to 8-8. Sydney by 13 points. 16 minutes gone in the third.
Should have really swallowed that one, Harvey Old Child, wasn't it? That was probably his easiest one of the night to take, and
good run at it, didn't he?
Yeah.
Certainly a threat in the air. Bice with the kick in for the Swans. Plays on. Chips it over the top to Rampy. He'll get it back here as he runs away from Gunston at left half back. Corralled in the end by Butler, so had to send it wide, and Sarong takes the mark at left half back. Sydney 11-3-39. Hawthorn 8-8-56. The Swans are able to put 4 goals in around 9 minutes in this quarter. There's the long kick up towards half forward. Weddle flies in the pack. Can't take the mark. Carl Amon taps it away from Papley. Back to Sicily. Hand pass to Jai Newcomb. Swings on his right at half back. Great kick, as you heard there, to Connor McDonald. He waits for players to stream past. Weddle wanted a chip over the top. He'll come inboard on the 45 to Ward, who takes the mark. That's where Hawthorn try and get the movement going. The player forced to stand on the mark. Ward's had it a long time. Now he's called to play on. Barely 15 as he finds Newcomb in the centre square.
Newcomb inside 50, low down, not quite, trying to reel it in. Amongst all those bodies was Mitch Lewis, not to be, comes out to Amon, his hand pass picked off. Oh, the Swans had it, lost it. Nash has got it, gives it to more goals. Oh, that was fortuitous. It was a James Rowbottom hand pass. It turned out to be a clanger by hand. And Nash feeds little Dylan Moore, who makes them pay. Swans lead trimmed to 7. 17 and a half gone in the third. Sydney 11-3-69. They'd kicked 4 in a row to lead by 20 points. And that lead is down to 7. Hawthorn 9-8-62. Moore with his second of the night. Ben Cameron on the boundary. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Nick Watson's come back from down in the bowels of the MCG. He's taken a few tablets from the physios. So, Murph, Lids, is that consistent with a corky? Would you take tablets for that?
Oh, it'd be more to do with dealing with the pain, I could imagine, Benny. But, yeah, wouldn't be the first time he's taken something to try and help him with that sort of pain. They're trying to get a bit of heat into it now, or trying to get a bit of work into it. Try and ease that off.
Sydney got out by 20 points. It's back to 7. Back in the middle of the ground. Thump forward Hawthorn's way. And Nash tries to wrestle away, and Amati and he both have a piece of it.
But the way it's been treated is more corky than strain.
Certainly not a strain. Not going to take anything for a strain there.
Trying to get some movement back in his legs as McKenzie rows it from the throw-up. Joel shoved out of it. Is there a free kick there? There is. And it's coming back. Now, has Mitch Lewis taken the advantage? Oh, no, he has, and he's missed to the right-hand side. He turns to the umpire and says, I didn't hear the whistle. The umpire says, that's not my problem. 6-point lead, Sydney's way.
The late whistle. Disappointing when you're trying to get into the game. Looks good if it comes off, looks terrible when it doesn't.
Fun game of footy. The Swans jumped on top by 20 earlier in the quarter. Hawks with all the momentum now. Sydney by 6, 11-3 to 9-9. We're in the 20th minute of this third term. Bice to McCartan to Melican. A kicking game in the defensive half for the Swans. Melican goes long down the line. Curnow in the pack. Spills off hands to Battle of the Hawks. Hand pass to Barris. His handball missed the target. Wanted D'Ambrosio. Got Sarong. Sarong's kick smothered. And Barris with a make-up smother. Big time 1%er. Boundary throwing right on halfway. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Yeah, they're manipulating right around that glute and then right at the top of the hamstring for Nick Watson, who didn't look like he was enjoying it all that much. So just doing a few run-throughs now, but seemingly a corky around that glute, top of the hamstring.
Thanks, Ben. Sydney by 6 points. Reeves knocks it down to the front for the Hawks. McKenzie's hand pass. Nash up towards half forward. Ginnivan held. We're not in possession. It's had a quiet night. Jack Ginnivan. Footy wasn't returned to him immediately. Possession number 6 coming up for him. The Hawks fans making their presence known. Ginnivan with the peroxided hair as he veers out to the right and the glove on the left hand. Kicks long looking for Joel. He'll have to compete against 2. Blakey over the top. Supports McCartan and off hands. It goes out of play. In the left forward pocket for the Hawks.
Got to be careful with Nick Watson. If you've got a corky high hamstring glute, can bleed and cause issues. Can cause a strain sometimes. So just got to be a bit careful there.
He's giving the high five to a physio on the bench, so we will wait and see if he returns in the next few minutes. Thrown in the left forward pocket. Knocked down by Reeves for Hawthorn. Got it to Impey. Hand pass to Mitch Lewis. Little feint. Hand pass to Connor McDonald. Kicks towards Chol. Top of the goal square. Can't mark it. Ginnivan got a toe poke away from Tom McCartan. Roll to the behind line. Blakey under pressure. Gathers. Ginnivan pressures him. More slides in. Hand pass over his shoulder. Row bottom tackle by Nash. And the umpire will ball it up.
Yeah, pressure's gone up here, Hawthorn, and that's given them a chance to keep it in their forward half. Put the Swans defence under real pressure.
Swans by 6, time on third term. Oh, Reeves tried to rove his own hit out. Tapped it and then hacked it out of midair. Top of the goal square, dangerous spot. Wicks has got it, tackled by Joel. Ball comes out, tackled a second time by Connor McDonald. Still the umpire says keep it going. Lewis kicking back into dispute. McKenzie gives it to McDonald, centering kick. Socket away by Bice out of the defensive 50. Picked up here by Newcomb. Hand pass to Impey. Handball to D'Ambrosio. Kicks for Guinea. Punched away by Blakey. Swans under siege. Lloyd collects. Hand pass to McCartan. Handball misses Blakey. Has to gather. Paddles it out of bounds. Ump says spin it in.
John Newcomb's been huge in this third term. He's kicked that really important goal, which turned the momentum of the quarter and the game. He's had the 10 disposals in this third, 3 clearances as well.
Alongside Dylan Moore, those two have trying to take control for Hawthorn. Reeves up against McDonald, wins down the tap. Chad Warner can't take it, knocked out by Nash. Umpire eventually says a push in the back and a Hawthorn free kick. The Hawks fans feel like they're owed 1 or 2, and Connor Nash is going to take it. He's at right half forward, 55 metres out from goal at the punt road end.
Crowd's bought in.
Certainly have. Call to play on though, so Rowbottom runs at him. Kicks long towards Chol, sets himself, got fingertips to it. Can't take the mark. Sarong comes racing in. Sarong with a hand pass out to Lloyd. A clearing kick for the Swans, too wide for Sheldrick. Out of bounds on the full. Coming back, Hawthorn free kick at right half forward.
Newcomb wanted to go. And the ump said it's actually Sicily's free kick, the other co-captain. Sharing the duties this year after Sicily is the sole captain for the last 3 years. Sicily kicks to a dangerous spot. The ruckman Reeves down there off hands. Spills to Guinea. Hooks it over his shoulder but misses. And behind for Ginnivan.
Had so much time.
Oh,
He surprised himself.
Dean Cox will be ripping his hair out at the moment. Just some of the space that's been afforded to some of these Hawthorn forwards and midfielders, especially around stoppage, but just Ginnivan just sitting in the back of that contest by himself and no one near him.
Swans by 5, 23.5 gone in the third.
About the last 5 scores in the match, the Hawks, long kick in from Blakey, up towards Curnow, can't take the mark. Wicks and McKenzie battle for it. McKenzie knocks it on towards Connor Nash and he runs into a dead end. As Wicks and Cleary both lay the tackle. The ball up just short of left half forward for the Hawks. They trail by 5 points. McDonald tries to reach over Reeves to win the tap. Connor McDonald gathers for Hawthorn. Hand pass to D'Ambrosio. Nash into a dead end. Can't get past Chad Warner. Holding the ball as he takes back possession for the Swans. They're number 1.
Hawks fans wondering where their holding the ball call was earlier. Those repeat efforts inside 50. Free kick for Chad Warner. Short kick on the 45 to Logan McDonald. He can give it back to the Chad, who keeps on running by. Receives, and then the long kick inside 50. Rising Weddle, not to be. Spills out the back to Scrimshaw, still with the Hawks. Shakes 2 tackles. Got a hand pass away to Weddle. Weddle hurried kick to the southern wing, and Mitch Lewis at the drop. Marks looks corridor. Ugly kick.
He had about 4 options and he found the one Sydney player in Wicks who takes intercepting Marc. Switches into the middle of the ground and Cal Mills, Sydney Swans captain, has it. He looks on the 45, spots Logan McDonald on his own. No one standing the mark, looks up inside 50, wide towards Corey Warner, trying to use his body against Mitch Lewis. Getting back to offer support. And off hands it goes out of play in the left forward pocket. Sydney clinging on to a 5-point lead. The last 2 goals the way of the Hawks, the last 5 scores. After Sydney booted 4 goals in 9 minutes. The Swans have really taken control in the second quarter and led by 1 point at halftime. It's been an arm wrestle throughout the night. From the stoppage, Sicily takes it for the Hawks. Clearing kick on the bounce up towards the wing. Racing back, Cal Mills. Hand pass to Bice. Cleverly slapped it on to Tom McDonald. Tom McCartan, who kicks up towards half forward. And the mark is taken by Jordan. James Jordan, 55 metres out from home. Sends it in the direction of Amadi. He's got 2 to beat. Weddle in from the side, supporting Scrimshaw, and off hands it goes out of play. And throw in the left forward pocket for the Swans.
Didn't really support Scrimshaw there. Weddle, he sort of just flew through and didn't do much.
Game with 10 lead changes, 6 of them in the opening term. 20 points was the biggest lead of the 9. That was the Swans way earlier in the quarter, but the Hawks with the momentum now. Boundary throwing deep forward for Sydney. Sicily picks it off, wanted to get it to Newcomb. Handball missed him. Lloyd collects, tackle dispossessed. Now pack forms around him and we'll have a ball up. Still inside Sydney's forward 50. As Clinch said, last 5 scores in the game, all Hawthorn scores, 2 goals to 3. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Lloyd Meek grabs it out of the ruck as his arm locked up immediately, and we'll do it all again. A repeat stoppage. Corbin Middlemas, Matt Clinch, Ben Cameron on the boundary. Marc Murphy, Brett Deledio, your call team for Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Chadwater tackled immediately. He's got McKenzie wearing him like a backpack, and he up says he didn't make enough of an effort. Free kick McKenzie. And Hawthorn are going to get it back pocket. Just over 4.5 minutes to go in this third term. Sydney by 5 points.
McKenzie off the step, sends it long up the Shane stand wing in the direction. Oh, big Lloyd Meek brings it down to the front. Ginnivan rows it, cuts on his right-hand side. Sends a high ball long down the wing. Gunston's out number 2 on 1 and bites in from the side. Takes the intercepting mark for the Swans. Sends it out to McCartan, wants to play on, gets it over the top of Ginnivan. Links up with Lloyd. He runs the boundary line, draws Nash, hand pass to Mills, hand pass to McCartan. Hurried as he kicks it quickly inside 50. Warner got shoved underneath by McKenzie. No whistle. Weddle gathers. Hand pass to Lloyd Meek. Fires a hand pass forward to Ginnivan. On the bounce to Mitch Lewis. He gathers it right half back. Looks up the wing this time. Gunston marks on his chest.
Could have easily been penalised going inside 50 there. The Hawks lucky to get away with it. No call on McKenzie. They usually like those in the marking contest. Gunston long inside 50 for Joel, and at the back the mark's taken.
It's shepherded by Moore.
Okay, and the free kick's going to go to Blakey, so scratch out the intercept mark for Roberts. Short kick to Bice, Swans back the other way. Stopped a little bit of Hawthorn's territory gains in this quarter. Played a bit more of the game in their front half. It's where they head again. Mills to Bice, away towards Lloyd, who kicks inside the forward 50. Offhands it spills through to Amati. Clever kick outside of the boot to the behind line. Punched away by Impey. Over and out. The boundary throw in forward pocket for the Swans. 5-point lead for Sydney. Scoring slowed a little bit too. We haven't had a goal in over 10 minutes. Sydney by 5. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. We've got a good one going at the G.
Just trying to have a look as to how long Nick Watson's been on that interchange. It feels like for about 16 minutes. We'll go down to Ben in a few moments' time. Grundy trying to knock it out for the Swans. Carl Amon to Ginnivan and now to Impey. A chance for the Hawks to clear. Left back pocket. Has to kick the space. No one's there for Hawthorn. In the end, it's an easy mark for Wicks, who leads Giant Newcomb to the footy. Ben Cameron.
You're on the money, Clinch, here. 15 minutes and counting for Nick Watson on the bench.
I mean, taking those painkillers, can't get back onto the ground. The kick inside 50. Weddle in front, couldn't complete the mark. Scrimshaw at the back. Hand pass to Ginnivan. Was he taken high? He was. The free kick will go the Hawks' way. Corey Warner's tackle was over the shoulder.
It's a corky for Watson. There was fears it would have been hamstring strain related, given the fact he was holding his right hamstring as he came off the ground, but appears to be just a cork, so that's...
Usually want to try and get them going pretty quickly, though, so it's a bit of a concern that he's been off for such a long period.
Ben Cameron?
Yeah, he's just sat down now. Now he's trying to use the blood rule that is affecting Tom Papley, who's coming to the bench to get back on the ground, Nick Watson. So Papley trots off with blood streaming down into his mouth from his nose, and Nick Watson's hailing cabs and swinging his arms. He's flapping them so much he'll nearly take off as he waits for Dylan Moore or Connor McDonald to come off and get back on the ground. He's about to come back on now.
Thanks, Ben. So we'll see how this goes for Nick Watson. More than a quarter hour off the ground. Hawthorn try to work it up that southern wing. Picked off by Grundy. Knocks it down to Corey Warner. High up and under to half forward. Ginnivan at the drop. No mark. Spills down to Hardwick. They just pump it back from whence it came. The kick there, a clever one around the corner from Hardwick. And a nice mark for Lewis.
Slowly working into the game, Lewis, isn't he? Giving himself a chance. A lot of work up around the wings, though.
Back to Amon, and Amon goes all the way back to Weddle. Closest player to the Swans goal, 30 metres out from it at the City end.
Had 7 disposals in this third quarter, Mitch Lewis, as Weddle takes 4 or 5 bounces. A couple only within a few steps, just toying with the Sydney forwards. Gave it to Hardwick, chips it back across half back. Battle will send it out to his fellow defender. Tom Barras has it at left half back. Swans by 5 points, closing towards three-quarter time. 31 minutes gone in this third quarter. No one stands the mark, so Harris takes his time. Eventually, Cleary comes running at him, kicks up the wing towards Mitch Lewis. Grundy in front, brought it down, shortly taken high. Hawthorn free kick, no whistle. Warner just breaks away as Nick Watson slow to rise. Through the middle of the ground goes Nick Blakey, kicks over the head of Jordan. Coming out, Battle makes the spoil. Jordan still regathers. Hand pass to Logan McDonald, dribbles through his second. Oh, that's frustrating for the Hawks fans as the ball transitioned from half-back inside the forward 50. They had the outnumber, and Logan McDonald gives them some space ahead of three-quarter time. An 11-point lead Sydney's way. They answer a 2-goal break from the Hawks with the last 2 scores. 12-3-75 to Hawthorn 9-10-64. Marc Murphy and Brett Deledio with you on ABC Sport. How did you see him? Was he unlucky?
It was friendly fire. It looked like the initial hit.
Yeah.
And then Brodie Grundy's come through with the tackle. But, yeah, it was friendly fire to start. But, yeah, just slid one out the back there, the Swans, and they sorely needed that. The Hawks have really owned the last probably 10 or so minutes and had all the momentum. So, really important goal for the Swannies to try and wrestle back some of that momentum.
Staying out there, Watson.
Yeah, he just had a visit from the doc, so that'll be watched closely. Of course, the ARC, which operates out of AFL HQ, has an independent doctor there as well that they can request a player come off the ground for the more formal concussion test if they deem the contact serious enough. So
well, that looked pretty serious.
Yeah, ran into the shoulder of John Newcomb, and then his head sort of whacked back into the tackle of Grundy. So I sort of saw it the same way. I thought it might have been a high tackle from Grundy, but not to be. And friendly fire. Mitch Lewis thought that. He came to remonstrate. And Grundy quickly pointed out, actually, no, that wasn't me. And they sorted it out on the spot. Swans out of the middle. Got it out of play. So we'll have a boundary throw in between wing and half forward for Sydney. Ben Cameron's on the boundary. Ben.
Yeah, the Hawthorn docs have gone to the monitors that they have down here on the bench as well, so they can watch replays of the incident and wind it back and check it out. And undoubtedly they'll see that. And surely you would think, get Nick Watson from the ground and give him that assessment.
Just closing in on three-quarter time, so they'll have time to look at him there as well. 27 seconds on the game clock from the boundary throw-in. We'll have the ball up.
He's a pretty tough little bugger, isn't he? He bounces up from a lot of big hits and falls from all sorts of angles.
Swans by 11. Up it goes again. Off a series of hands. Comes to Chad Warner. Hand pass, a turnover. Impey, defensive side of the wing. Gives it to Ward. Handball away to Newcomb against the boundary line. Southern side. Kicks looking for Lewis. Hands on it. No mark. Spills through to Blakey. Blakey collects. Coughs it up. Ward. Hand pass to Impey. Racing the clock. Handball down to Butler. Hand pass back to Ward. Kicks inside 50 from 70 out. Joel leaps at it. Drops it. Through to Melican. And that'll see us out. And an opportunity to shoot at goal goes begging and slips through the hands of Mabior Chol. Sydney by 11. At three-quarter time, the Swans did lead by as many as 20 points in that term. We've had 10 lead changes, 2 of them in that third quarter. They came early on. Sydney got it out to 20. The Hawks got it back at one stage to 5 points, but now it's back to 11 in favour of the Swans at three-quarter time. 12-3-75 plays Hawthorn 9-10-64. The goal kickers for Sydney, 2 each for Logan McDonald and Charlie Curnow. Both of Curno's goals coming in the opening term. Singles for Chad Warner, Brodie Grundy, Mally Rosas, Tom Papley, James Jordan, Justin McInerney, Joel Amati and Corey Warner. So that's a good spread. 10 different goal kickers for the Sydney Swans, 2 with multiples. Meanwhile for the Hawks, 2 each for Dylan Moore, Mabior Chol and Jack Gunston. Singles for Newcomb, McKenzie and Butler. Your thoughts on the SMS throughout? We got a bit engrossed in the game, as you can imagine, the way that it panned out. We were chatting about Docklands and the open roof policy, which has returned. So for twilight and night games where the weather is appropriate, the roof will be opened in 2026. David from Carnegie says Brad Scott will not be happy. Of course, he was the man that was most aggrieved when North Melbourne played in a game where it rained with the roof open, when he was then coaching the Kangaroos. And no name, no pack drill, so don't forget to put your name on these. Docklands is the worst stadium in the AFL. White labelled, no soul. Killed teams who played home games, perfect conditions, only to play open-air MCG all-weather finals at bigger grounds. For example, the Dons. 0437 774 774. You know, of all the things that's wrong with Essendon, the one thing I thought is probably the last thing at the moment is probably whether the roofs, they play indoors or outdoors.
They need all the help they can.
Pretty low on the list, I reckon.
Yeah, I mean, flat out making it. Poor old Bombers in recent times. So And winning them is a whole nother story.
Big chance against Port Adelaide. Come on, Corby.
Yes, we'll see how
Other week.
Sunday goes. Swans by 11 points. This is Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. The thoughts of our number one picks coming up in 30 seconds. Marc Murphy and Brett Deledio. You're listening to ABC Sport.
Who will win the AI race? Has gambling become our national sport?
Questions. They've never been more important. So the one thing we'll never question is our duty to keep asking. ABC News. Keep asking.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Hawthorn get it going downhill. Gives it to Newcomb. Gets it back. Here we go. More to centre half forward for Watson. Gunston's out on the lead. Good luck stopping that. Leaps up and marks 40 out just right of centre. Gunston doubles up. He's got 2. And the Corbin medal leader pulls further in front. He's up to 11 on the season, and the Hawks are back on top in this game.
Out past to McInerney from that right boot. Kicks inside 50 on the bounce. It's wide of Amadi. Hardwick knocked it straight in the path of Jordan, who fires it straight through the middle on the bounce. Sydney answers straight back and wrestle back the lead. Ball spills out. McInerney got a hand pass away. Grundy opens up the angle, finishing with class. And doesn't he love that, the Swans ruck? He's done some heavy work against Lloyd Meek, who had his number for some of the Senate clearances, but he answers here with a goal. That's 4 goals in the space of about 7 minutes.
Amongst all those bodies was Mitch Lewis, not to be, comes out to Amon, his hand pass picked off. Oh, the Swans had it, lost it. Nash has got it, gives it to more goals.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
Sounds here from the third term. Scoring was back up after the second quarter, but an interesting thread in the game where Sydney pulled out by as many as 20 points. The Hawks worked their way back into it late in the term, but it's the Swans by 11 points. So they led by 5 at quarter time, 1 at the half, and now 11 through 3 quarters. 12-3, 75 Sydney, Hawthorn 9-10. 64. Marc Murphy, Brett Deledio with their take on ABC Sport.
Well, the Swans flew out of the gates. They did, didn't they, Lids? And it came out of their work out of the centre clearances and their ability to handball out of clearance and then open up some opportunities out of there. Second quarter was brought up the fact that they were winning clearance, but they weren't getting any bang for buck out of them. But that third term, they actually scored quite well. And then it was really just the Jai Newcomb goal against the trend, which really got Hawthorn back involved in the contest. And they were getting completely smashed the Hawks in terms of pure contest numbers and clearances. Then by the end of the quarter, they outpossessed them both uncontested and contested-wise. So they got themselves back in the game. But it was almost, they just couldn't finalise their opportunities inside 50. It was Mabior Chol on 2 occasions, which had easy grabs. There was one late, one halfway through the term that we'd seen him been clunking them in the first 2 weeks that we've watched them play. And especially in that first term too, he actually was grabbing those.
That is Mabior Chol, though, is it not? Like, you get really excited about some really good moments, and then just when you need that consistency, she's a bit up and down.
Took the harder ones and missed the easier ones. Yeah. So it was a bit frustrating on that end, but it's got to be set up for a really big last quarter here. Can the Swans hang on? They've answered at times the Hawthorn attack, but the Hawks are going to keep on coming. We know the way in which Sam Mitchell likes his players to play, and that's being aggressive, especially by their ball use going through the corridor. So it's been interesting to see how it's going to play out.
Interesting, Mabior Chol standing on the bench in the final quarter as well.
Yeah. Lids, the covering of Gordon and Heaney. How have the Swans done it tonight?
They've done a terrific job. I think their ability to cover them. I think Chad Warner's been terrific so far throughout the middle of the ground. You know, Rolly Bice has really impressed me off half-back. I think
he's good pace, doesn't he?
Yeah, his run's been really crucial. Callum Mills, we know what he's going to offer every single week. He's been a rock down there for him. So, and McInerney as well is the other one who's given him great drive and scored 1-1, had 6 score involvement. So, well, I think they've done a pretty good job there, Corby, overall.
Beansy off the SMS. Can we please get a due report from Ben on the boundary, please? Feels like lots of drop marks. We'll get Ben to check in on that as we start the final term. 11-point game. Good one going at the G as Newcomb gets a hand pass out. Trying to feed it to Nash, but invited in is Lloyd off the square. And in the end, the ball just sits underneath him and the umpire says, I'll have it, ball on. Corbin Middlemas, Matt Clinch, Ben Cameron on the boundary, Brett Deledio, Marc Murphy, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Grundy squeezes a little kick out. Roberts, his hand pass picked off. Ginnivan gives it away to Newcomb for the Hawks, to Sicily, handball back to Newcomb, works it up to halfway to D'Ambrosio, who's off and running, takes a bounce, kicks off the right peg, and that is ordinarily used for balance. One bounce out of bounds. And a throw-in 49 metres out from the Hawks goal. Turned out all right, Lids.
Well, yeah, best of a bad bunch there.
Kick for touch, if you're playing rugby league.
Good for looks, that balanced leg, I think.
Is it fair to say, as a broad generalisation, right footers kick better off their left than left footers kick off their right?
Yeah, there's not many good. Well, Nathan Brown in the box next to us is one of the best I've seen.
I think Sam Mitchell spent a fair bit of time with Massimo. He might have to go back to work. Chad Warner takes it from the stoppage at half-back. He's kicking in the middle of the ground. Lands short of Charlie Curnow, and Hardwick takes the mark for the Hawks. Sydney by 11 points. They'll switch across half-back, the Hawks, and Scrimshaw takes the mark. Benny Cameron on the boundary. What do you reckon the dew factor is down there?
It's got a little bit of a shimmer to it, the grass, but I wouldn't say it's an overly dewy night.
Carl Amon from half-back kicks up towards Ginnivan, rides on the back of Sarong. First onto it, there's a hit ground level, and Connor McDonald kicks up to Jack Gunston. He's hard out to the left, just inside the field of play.
One of the worst calls of the night was me calling for Josh Battle to be taken off Charlie Curnow. He's hardly sighted at Charlie. I know the ball just hasn't helped him at times, but like the first 5-10 minutes, he looked like he was going to have 15 shots on goal. They've done really well. Both him and Barras, I think, have nullified his influence.
Jack Gunston out to the left with a slide is on King's birthday. This will take his best. 2 goals so far tonight. He fires on goal. It's across the face to the right-hand side, a minor score. Sydney's leaders 10 points, 2 minutes gone in the final quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Mills in the kick-out duties. Comes out wide with it to Rampy. The oldest man on the ground at 35. Kicks down the wing, and Sicily picks it off.
It's been great tonight, Sicily.
Has. Hands have been pretty good.
How's this for a backhand down the line winner from Marcus in South Melbourne? Lids, the teams based at Docklands, have won 1 premiership in 30 years between them. Enough said.
I think he was talking to you, Corby.
Yeah, maybe. Lewis in front of the benches, long kick inside 50, offhand, spills to the top of the goal square for the Hawks. Connor McDonald playing from behind, knocked away by McInerney, picked up by Ginnivan. He's tackled, ball spits out, still 25 out from the Hawks goal. Throw a blanket over 10 of them here, and the umpire says, I'll have it. Ball up, deep forward for the Hawks.
That'd be the Dags, wouldn't it? The Dogs, 2016.
Yeah.
Grundy slaps it away from Reeves, but only as far as Ward the Hawks. Hand passing for Watson, tries to bounce off Lloyd. Still a chance for the Hawks on the 50. D'Ambrosio long to the goal square. Great mark.
Great kick.
Dylan Moore rising off, and the kick was superb as well.
Yeah, all the Sydney defenders were on that other side of the ground expecting the ball to go on a straight.
Off the line, wasn't it?
Yeah, just kick around the corner from Ambrosio. It was just the only spot where Dylan Moore could have marked that. So
put it into a bucket.
Didn't he what?
Didn't go back onto his right, Massimo.
No.
And here's Dylan Moore on a 45-degree angle, 25 metres out for goal for his third, and the all-important first of the final term. He puts it straight through the middle for the Hawks. And here comes the mighty Fighting Hawks. It's back to a 4-point lead Sydney's way. 12-3-75 the Swans to Hawthorn, 10-11-71. Hawthorn with 3 of the last 4 goals in the match. The Swans still hold the lead. Marc Murphy and Brett Deledio, your experts on ABC Sport.
They've just had a hold of the footy, haven't they, the Hawks so far?
Off the ground.
Yeah, 19 disposals to 6 already, and 7 uncontested marks to 1. They've been able to control that footy, get it going forward. Very easy to mark it with kicks like that. That was just seeing where the space was and knowing where your forward wanted it. Beautifully weighted kick on his preferred foot this time for Massimo, as you call Clinchy. Their forward pressure, though, has been what's ultimately kept them in and got them back into this game. Just being able to lock that ball in forward 50 and keep it in their front half.
Swans with more left footers tonight. They've got 7, Hawthorn 6. The Swans, in fact, 12 on their list, more than any other team. Hawthorn out of the middle. Newcomb scoops it up, gives it to Ward, kicks inside 50, hands on it on the way through Gunston. The Wizard right where he needs to be, roves it, but snaps and misses. Near side.
He's a flash, isn't he?
Gee, hit it at pace.
Exciting to watch.
Blurry. Running towards the pocket, a minor score. 3-point game. Sydney 12-3. They lead Hawthorn 10-12, so 22 shots to 15. And yet the Swans up by 3.
Mills is high ball to half back. In front was Reeves, brought down by Grundy. Trying to get it away. Amati from half back. It spills into the middle of the ground. 1-2 with McInerney. Away to Chad Warner, who switches it out to the Shane Warne stand size. Sarong runs onto it in front of Ginnivan. Looks up inside 50 over the head of Logan McDonald and Scrimshaw. Barris runs onto it for Hawthorn. Hand pass wide to his good mate. As they wax it 1-2 across half-back, and Ginnivan takes the mark. Battle works it up the ground. Here goes the run of Dylan Moore. He's a workhorse for the Hawks as he gets it away to Connor McDonald. Sends it up the wing where the mark is taken by Mitch Lewis.
Lewis just pokes it down to half forward. Well, mark here taken by Moore, who runs, shoots on the run, but misses. A good night, Dylan Moore. His 99th consecutive game tonight. And they're wiping off the deficit in ones at the moment, so make that a 2-point game Sydney's way. 10-13 Hawthorn trails Sydney 12-3, 6 gone final term.
Rampy brings the Swans back into play. Kicks up to Amati on the wing. No mark claim, brought down by Scrimshaw. Weddle gathers for the Hawks. Back to Scrimshaw. Gives it to Ward and then tells him, kick it in the middle of the ground. Connor Nash is all on his own. He marks at the edge of the centre square. Weddle running around the back. Vacant runway. Gets to 50. Weddle on the run. Misses to the left.
Jeez.
They've had the opening 4 scores of this final term. 1 goal and 3 behinds, and the Swans clinging to a 1-point lead.
Just hanging in, the Swans at the moment, aren't they? Hawthorn just all the run, work rate. Swans just need to get their hands on the footy.
Here's Blakey, runs to the back pocket, kicks long up to the wing, and Butler saw the ball hovering through, decided it was his, bangs bodies with Amati, then just chips it short, wants Watson, outnumbered, wins it anyway, off the deck, gives it to Nash, hand pass goes back to Butler, Butler long kick to full forward for the Hawks, Lewis runs, jumps at it, knocked away back to Nash, Nash hooking from the right, far forward flank, he shoots goalward, but he misses. Man, they've whopped off their deficit here, really in behinds. Scores are level, and 10-15 plays 12-3. So they are literally, they have had what? What's that turn out to be? 25-15, 10 more shots and the scores are level.
Oh no. Mills down the middle. McInerney releases the run of Blake. He sends it up to half forward. It's wide of Curnow. Barris rises up and makes the spoil. Ever reliable across half back and rolls out of play. The Hawthorn fans below us in the Olympic stand rise out of their chairs in applause. Their team is on the march. They put in 1 goal 5 in this final term. Scores level at 75 apiece.
We're applauding this high scoring and good set shot goal kicking in the first quarter, weren't we?
Yeah.
Wasn't in the first quarter. 5 goals 3 to 6 goals 2. Here's Grundy. He's going to work, doing the work of the Rover. Draws Butler. Hand pass to McInerney off the intercept. He misses the intended target of Jordan. Clearing kick by Carl Amon. Only as far as Lloyd, who probably has this distance. He's right on 50. Blakey streaming at him. Wanted the footy, won't get it.
He certainly got this in his leg, I reckon.
He did once upon a time. I'm not willing to back him just yet.
32 years of age.
Only 32.
13 years in the system. He's kicked 49 goals throughout his career. In game 274, this will be a big one for the Swans. Jake Lloyd takes the responsibility. Comes in, out to the left from on 50, hits it sweetly, hits the post, into the left goal post. And the Swans wrestle back the lead.
You could tell he was a little bit nervous at distance.
How far up he ran.
He got pretty close.
He did the mark. Murphy's also expecting him to run out to the other side.
Yeah, so did I.
Swans by 1 after Hawthorn's previous 4 scores were all behinds. Hawks kicked 1-5 in the quarter. Long kick up to the wing for Hawthorn. Bice picks it off, gives it to Lloyd. Come here, says Josh Weddle. Almost like a WWE spear as he runs straight through him. And a ball up here between wing and half forward for Sydney.
He looked after him there, Weddle. He could have really given him both barrels.
Yep.
Grundy fighting on the restart. Chad Warner left it behind. Going and getting it in all of that is Nash. Hand pass away to Ward. Kicks down the wing. Mills up strong. Marks and beats Connor McDonald in the one-on-one.
Had the handball there, Ward. Had Butler just free to release that pressure, but snap around the corner.
Mills goes short to Bice. He spills it. Now in a wrestle with Watson. Umpire says, I'll have it. Ball up on the wing. 76 plays 75, 1-point game. 10 lead changes in the first 3 quarters. Sydney led by as many as 20. They lead now by 1, 10 gone final term.
7 inside 50s to 4. Grundy tried to take it to the ruck. Reeves lays the tackle. The umpire says he'll throw it up once more. Two rucks tangle as the umpire throws it into the Knights' air. Grundy tried to drop it down onto his boot. Didn't get any purchase onto it. Ward tries to knock it out. Butler breaks the tackle of Sheldrick. Warner tries to make a lunging effort but can't deny the kick. Up towards Watson, up with one arm. Can't take the mark in front of Wicks. Seems to be moving okay after that corky high to the leg. As he bounces back inside, attacking 50. Sydney by a point. 11 minutes gone. Final term, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Sydney +4 in clearances and inside 50s for the game. 1 point match. Hawthorn with all the momentum in this final term. Oh, hitting it hard. Butler runs straight into Cleary and McInerney. Ball up again from the boundary throwing. Rucks tangle, Meekum, Grundy. Grundy grabs it out of the ruck, floats a kick forward. Weddle, spare man back. Barris kills it over the top, puts his fist through it, punches it away, but straight to Amati. Sydney with it. Hand pass to McInerney. Tackled by Ward, lost it. Ball comes out, free kick Hawthorn.
Great chase.
And in the end, they're going to reward Battle. He takes the free, lays it off by hand to Amon. Might have got away with one there, the Hawks. And now the long kick laterally out towards Dylan Moore, who's been busy with three. Kicks to half forward for Impey, who's been moved forward. He's got it here, left half forward, 70 metres out. Spears the kick to Joel McCartan, good. Punches it away. And the boundary line wins out. So a throw-in here, left half forward for the Hawks.
Just stopped on it a bit there, Mario Chol. Just needed to keep on running through the ball and take it out in front.
I think he saw Mills coming across.
Get a shot on our monitor of Dean Cox, who is not enjoying the ride as much as he had the two previous weeks. A look of disgust and frustration. Newcomb, hand pass to Kinnaman. Nice sidestep around Sheldrick. Drives it inside. 50! Mitch Lewis works his way to the front. Propelled his body forward and takes the mark. Great contested mark.
Yeah.
35 metres out, directly in front.
That was a nice bit of composure, wasn't it, from Ginnivan. Just was fed back the ball, and rather than just throw it on the boot, just a little sidestep, had a bit of composure and just put it out of some space. So good bit of... He's actually been playing a bit up on the wing in the second half. Been actually pretty good with his ball use.
14 disposals, one behind so far tonight for Mitch Lewis. Trying to find his rhythm. Trying to find the Hawks the lead. Slow approach as he comes in. Lewis drives it through the middle and drives the Hawks back in front. The 11th lead change of the match as Hawthorn find themselves in front of the 13-minute mark of the final term. 11-15-81 to Sydney, 12-4-76. Marc Murphy and Brett Deledio, your experts on ABC Sport.
Yeah, we made mention in the third quarter that he was getting more ball up around the middle of the ground, getting on the end of it, was looking more mobile, and I said that'd do his confidence a world of good. But that kick from Ginnivan there, it's very similar to the Massimo D'Ambrosio one earlier. Just saw a little pocket of space out in front. But great work from Mitch Lewis to get on the end of that, protect that ball and shield the defender in Malikan from getting access to it.
A lot of pressure on that kick, wasn't there?
A lot of pressure. That turns over there, that goes back the other end for a score usually.
Comes as just their 7th goal kicker tonight, Mitch Lewis. Hawks back on top by 5. Back in the middle, Meek palms it down and Connor McDonald tackled. 14 minutes gone, final term. 2 goals, 5-1 behind in the term for the Hawks. In many ways, they should be further in front. Grundy, just an absolute animal, follows up in the middle, whacks it away to Papley. That'll work. Kicks into the pocket, wanted Curnow over his head. Slides out of bounds and a throw-in forward pocket for the Swans.
He never lose many 1v1s, Tom Barrass, does he?
No.
Pretty reliable. Just so reliable down there. They've invested heavily in their back line, haven't they, the Hawks? But you can see why now with Battle and Barrass, their ability to defend.
Hawks by 5. Deep forward for the Swans. Meek wins it down. Ward with a get-out-of-here kick. Picked up by Roberts. He dropped the mark, but then was coat-hangered by Chol. And a free kick for the lefty at right half forward. He's got it for Sydney. Roberts about 70 metres out.
Swans just one behind in this final term to Hawthorn's 2-5. Roberts long into the pocket, into the direction of Curnow. McDonald in the back, tries to claim the mark. Umpire said he juggled it in the right forward pocket. Scrimshaw can't believe it. Now he's going to be marched to the goal line.
Oh, I reckon looked like the first touch of it. It looks like the first touch of the fist. And Grundy's mopped it up after that. So came off the Hawthorn fist. The umpire's just somehow missed it.
Wouldn't be the first time they've missed one, let's be honest.
There's 4 of them out there.
Oh, exactly.
Logan McDonald, who booted 2 goals in the third quarter, as Sydney got on the charge. A chance to put the Swans back in front and put through his third of the night from point-blank range on the goal line. Swans back in front. A thrilling contest in this Thursday night of round 2. As we have the 12th lead change of the match, and we're almost back to where we were in the first quarter. Sydney 13-4-82, Hawthorn 11-15-81. The Swans' first goal of the final term comes at the 15-minute mark. Just their 6th inside 50 for the quarter to 9 for the Hawks. And now the big screen is going to show it was touched before Logan McDonald claimed the mark. Deledio, Marc Murphy.
Weddle's fist. Deary me. Jack Scrimshaw, you've been unlucky there. I see a fan trying to call for the third umpire.
It's not a good one for Swanee, is it?
No. It's disappointing, that one. But we won't let that ruin a good game. We've got a cracker here. Yeah, the Hawks fans aren't happy.
No, they're chanting bull dust at the moment here at the MCG. Back in the middle of the ground, Newcomb pushed off his kick. Nash likewise under pressure from Rowbottom, picks it up. Rowbottom drills him in the tackle. Gee, what a big moment in the night. So Hayden Meyer saw it differently. Weddle appearing to spoil the ball at the very least at the same time. Had the more telling touch to knock it away from Logan McDonald, who then, even if he did touch it at the start, shared it with Weddle, completed the mark, tackled after, and not only given the free kick or paid the mark, he's rewarded 50, made it from point-blank range instead of the pocket. And it changes the game. 12th lead change, Sydney back in front by 1. Hawthorn, meanwhile, win the footy, but they're retreating. So Hardwick to Battle across the half-back line. Short kick to Scrimshaw. Final term, Hawks have kicked 2 goals, 5. They've had their own chances. Sydney 1-1. Scrimshaw long down the line, trying to touch it just in time is Weddle, unsuccessful. There's the lasso signal, so last touch out of play or last disposal, free kick for the Swans. Blakey is going to take it between wing and half-back for the Swans. They lead by 1, 17 gone, final term.
He just chips a kick to Sheldrick after initially intending to go long. Sheldrick has it centre of the wing under the Shane Warne stand side. Veers out to the left. Sends it long towards the 50. Amati and Kerno are both there. Amati got hands to it, couldn't complete the mark. Scrimshaw spoiled it down. Hardwick through traffic. Cut beautifully and then drives it long. Chol back with a flight at 2-on-1. McCartan did well, but then gone Gunston high. Gunston doesn't want to take the advantage, so that's 50. Yeah. He didn't stand McCartan. The umpires are starting to have an impact on this contest. And then Chol has put McCartan down. As Gunston's being marched to the goal square. It's all happening, to quote Bill Laurie. Jack Gunston with a chance to go back and try and put through his third.
Short 50. He must have known he'd given away the free kick. It was an obvious high, wasn't it?
And he kept running at him.
I'm not sure what he was thinking.
Footy in the right hands if you're a Hawthorn fan. Jack Gunston, 15 metres out to return the Hawks to the lead. Sends through his third. Leading the Coleman medal early in the season. Hawthorn back in front by 5 points. Third lead change in this final term, 13th of the match. Hawthorn 12-15-87. Sydney 13-4-82. 19 minutes gone, final term, a crowd of 47,945 here at the MCG. And the best might be still yet to come. Brett Deledio and Marc Murphy is not short of controversy.
No, that's right. It's all set up here, but just Sydney just can't get their hands on the footy. So Hawthorn at the moment have doubled the 61 touches to Sydney's 31. So just can't maintain the football. It's all well and good winning the ball in the contested style, but you still need to kick the ball around and play, you know, what Simon Goodwin said, play what the opposition gives you. You sometimes need to just kick the ball around, maintain the footy, and Sydney just can't do that at the moment.
Back in the middle, Hawks on top by 5. Quick handball away and all of that from Chad Warner, but no one in particular. And have to go follow it up. Pack form's behind him. Ball up. 3 lead changes in the final term, 13 for the night. Reeves palms it down for the Hawks. McKenzie in the middle. Handball knocked down by Mills. Socket forward by Reeves. Now inside the 50. Shallow entry. Butler sockers it further afield. Bounces out of play. Forward pocket for the Hawks. So we tick into time on in the final term in what has been a tremendous game of footy. One Sydney led by 20 points in the third quarter, halfway through it.
He'll be blocking here for Nick Watson, getting on the fly.
Boundary throw in. Spills to the half-forward flank for the Hawks. Watson bangs bodies with Chad Warner. Watson collects the footy and Warner tackles him. A ball up. Hawks by 5. 20.5 minutes gone. Final term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
A lot of numbers around this stoppage. Grundy just tries to slap it clear, but straight in the path of D'Ambrosio. Hand pass to Watson. Cut one way, then the other. Got around Roses. Hand pass back to Battle. High kick inside 50. Lewis in front. Sport away by McCartan off hands. Butler gathers. Trying to get the hand pass away to Newcomb. Sliding in, knocks it out to Dylan Moore. Stripped in the tackle by Lloyd. All stuck underneath those two. The umpire will ball it up 45 metres out from the Hawthorn goal. Hawks leading by 5 points. 21 minutes gone. Final turn.
Nothing else that whatever happens from here, the Swans have been able to answer one question, that they'll be more than competitive even without Goulden and Heaney. They bring this level. D'Ambrosio, what a pick-up off the deck. Handball away to Watson. He's ragdolled out of bounds by Wicks. And the umpire says illegally.
Sling tackle.
Took him to ground and then ripped him into the dirt. Watson wasn't happy.
Fair enough.
And a free kick for Watson here. 35 out left half forward.
Yeah, but that pick-up from Massimo D'Ambrosio. That was
pretty special, wasn't it?
Yeah. I was hoping the Wiz was going to give us a chance to have something special from the pocket after that special pickup, but
still might.
It still might. Yeah, there's a chance from out here.
So left half forward is right in front of where the big freeze tub is usually situated for the King's birthday game. He arcs around to his right from the boundary line. The Wizard Watson. It won't get there. Big leap from Lewis. Off hands, still alive. Forward pocket for Hawthorn. Corey Warner and Ginnivan out after it. Rampy collects, takes on Gunston. Clearing kick to Cleary. Not quite. Spills to Bice. Hand pass to Corey Warner. Got to move it to Cleary. Tackled. Ball comes out into more tackle. Spills out of play. Ump says throw it in. 60 metres out from Hawthorn's goal. Hawks by 5. 3 lead changes already in this final term, which is 22 minutes old.
Yeah, smelling blood at the moment, the Hawks, aren't they? Sweating on everything the Swans are trying to do. At them with pressure.
22.5 minutes gone in the final term. Hawthorn by 5 points. Next goal so huge. From the throw-in, knocked down to the front. Newcomb slides in. McInerney slides over him. Neither can knock the footy out. Eventually, Newcomb does get it out to Nash. Dropped it onto his boot. Hand pass to McKenzie. Now Ginnivan works it back. Hardwick off a step. High ball up towards half forward. Lewis comes charging out. McCartan makes the spoil. Chad Warner front and centre. He's tackled by Nash and Mitch Lewis. The umpire will ball it up right half forward for the Hawks. They lead by 5 points. Hawthorn with 3 goals 5 to Sydney's 1-1 in the final turn.
Up it goes. Grundy grabs it out of the ruck. Tries to do it himself. Hand pass back into dispute. Ward knocks it away to Newcomb. Under pressure, gives a hand pass back to Guinea. Stands all alone. Decides to go off the left from 70 out. Kicks inside 50. Picked off Roberts with the intercept mark. Back pocket for the Swans. 5-point game. Hawthorn lead it. 23.5 gone final term. Roberts goes short to his fellow Southpaw and his Bice.
How much petrol is left in the tank for the Swans? Bice chips it down the wing. Chad Warner takes the mark. And Bice cuts through the mark, trying to lure Nash. He didn't do so. So Chad Warner looks up towards half forward. Charlie Curnow and Barris. Barris went early. Curnow tried to use his body. Clears to the back. Hardwick will get back first for Hawthorn. Dodging and weaving away from Curnow. Breaks the tackle. Drives it back up the members' wing. Although Watson in a 2-on-1. Chad Warner in from the side. Watson kept his footing and now he's onto it. Look at him flash away the Wizard. Steps around Roberts. Steps around Wisps. Gets to right half forward. Trying to get it to Gunston. McCartan in front. Gunston had to spoil. Spills out in front of Butler. Trying to break away from the Rampy tackle. Hand pass out in front of Mitch Lewis. Hand pass over his shoulder to Ward. Almost tackled. Got it back to Lewis. Back to Ward. Gets through traffic. Jams it on the boot. Misses. Misses everything out to the left. They were building for the knockout punch. They just couldn't deliver Hawthorn. And it's still a 5-point lead.
Yeah, you don't want to disrupt the flair of certain players, but you can't burn teammates who are in a better position. So Nick Watson, you just need to just give the first one there and then maybe get it back, but don't burn your teammates.
Watson had more in the corridor, ignored him. Long kick from Sarong down close to the boundary line. Stays alive. Hawks keep it alive. Battle gives it to Sicily. Back to Battle. Battle kicks inside 50. Who's there for the Hawks? Lewis crashes the pack. Spills to Gunston. Game-altering snap from Jack Gunston. He's still got every bit of it at 34. And Gunston, with his 4th, gives Hawthorn some breathing room. An 11-point lead. 13-15 to 13-4. 25 gone, final term, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, ultimately, when it's mattered, the Hawks, midfield and defenders have been able to stand up, win crucial 1v1s. They've been able to break tackles and keep the ball in their front half. We're up to 87 disposals to 42 here. The Sydney Swans have not been able to get their hands on it. And judging by Jack Gunson's response there and the way he stared at the
Sydney cheer squad.
The Sydney cheer squad, I reckon he's copped a bit of feedback and he's just saying, how about that? You like that stuff?
His history with them goes back a fair way too.
It does.
He's on track for 100. He's kicked his 4 tonight. What's he got to kick? 4.5 a game?
Yep.
Yeah.
Up to 13 for the season. Gunson with the last 2 goals of the match. Hawthorn 4-5 in this final term. McInerney out the middle to Rowbottom. Kicks to half forward. Crashing in Papley. Got it away from Jarman Impey. Blazes towards goal. It's offline and Tom Barras sliding in. Another desperate defending moment from the West Coast Eagles. Premiership defender as he slides in and marks in the back pocket. Hawthorn holding a 11-point advantage. Barras out of defence, up towards Lloyd Meat, worked out of it. Grundy takes the mark for the Swans.
She's had a good start to the year, Barras. Grundy kicks inside the forward 50. Ball hits the deck, spills off hands to Barras. Slides in, collects, attracts a crowd, got it out. Pack forms behind him, new players involved. In fact, the umpire says keep going. Hardwick jams it on the boot, got to Lloyd. Crunched immediately by Sicily. Picked up by Ginnivan. I think he wanted the stoppage, not to be. Hand pass to Amon, inadvertently socket out of play in the end. Last touch by, I think it was a Swan in all of that. It was. It came off Lloyd's boot. One bounce out of play. So we're throwing half forward for Sydney. As Clinchy said, Gunston, the last 2 in the game, one a go-ahead goal, the next one to give them an 11-point break. Hawthorn 13-15 leads Sydney 13-4, 27 travelled final term.
Time now starts to become a factor for the Swans. Grundy tapped it down, looking for Jordan. Ginnivan got down low. Rowbottom trying not to get him high. Logan McDonald comes over the top. Umpire hesitated for a moment, but will ball it up. 35 metres out from Sydney's goal at the punt road end. Hawks by 11. Thrown up, Grundy taps it down. Chad Warner on the move. Can't control it as he jams it on his boot. Sprays it out to the left. Out of bounds on the full. Hawthorn still holding an 11-point lead.
Yeah, you can't knock him for having a crack at that. He was on the move, trying to fly through the stoppage. Just couldn't quite get the angle on the footy at that speed.
Hawks with 11 more scoring shots. They lead by 11 points, both with 13 goals. Ginnivan from the back pocket. Long kick, picked off by Roberts. Takes the mark, releases quickly to Lloyd. Lloyd kicks inside 50, goes to full forward, punched away by Barras again. Critical moment. Ward collects for Hawthorn. Hand pass goes back looking for Guinea. Close to the boundary line, keeps it alive. Hand pass away to Weddle. Floats a high up and under down the line and killed out of bounds by Lewis. And the 47, almost 48,000 in the house, majority wearing brown and gold, lifting behind their team. It's been a struggle at times tonight against a Sydney team without their 2 best players. And yet they're on top when it counts. 2 and a bit to play. Hawthorn by 11.
Ginnivan had a quiet match. 10 disposals in the final term. Grundy over the back for McInerney. Tries to knock it forward to Sheldrick. His kick ricochets off a Hawk defender. Comes back to Chad Warner, looking inboard for Lloyd. Chopped off by Josh Ward. He marks inside defensive 50 for the Hawks. Chips it out to Jai Newcomb. Can work it over the top. Connor McDonald has it at right half back. Sydney need to try and man up now. 29 minutes gone in the final term. Hawks by 11 points. Connor McDonald takes his time. Then a high long ball down the wing. Mitch Lewis works his way to the front. Spoils it away from Melican. Ball at ground level. Nash can't pick it up. Knocked forward by Melican. Quick hand pass from Lloyd to Blakey. Drives it long looking for Curnow. Barras in front. Too strong. Tom Barras, what a game he's had on Charlie Curnow as he switches it out. And Josh Battle marks in the back pocket.
Short to Sicily. And the Hawthorn skipper at 31 years of age just slows it down. Half-hour mark, final term. 11-point lead for Hawthorn. Long kick close to the boundary line, punched out of play. And off hands will the boundary throw in. So I mentioned this in the pre-game, Clinch. You will see the Hawks again in 18 days. Easter Monday. Next week off, and then they play the last game of what will be round 4. Incoming by as well for the Sydney Swans. From the boundary throw-in, knocked back close to the boundary line and out it goes. Between wing and half forward here, about 70 metres out from the Swans attacking goal at the punt road end.
And the Sydney Swans opponent will be West Coast over in Perth, so Saturday week.
Time now against the Swans. The ball spinning back into play. Grundy in front position against Meek. Tries to slap it forward. No one really there, though. McInerney trying to run onto the loose footy against the boundary line, but it wins out. Throw in with the boundary line meets the 50-metre arc at the punt road end. Hawthorn by 11 points.
Saturday fortnight.
Yep.
Saturday fortnight. That's what I was meaning to spit out. So still this Saturday to come. They got the next one off. And then they'll be back round 4 Saturday of the Easter weekend.
Interesting to see how teams use their bye. From the throw-in, Mills trying to get a hand pass forward. Newcomb on all fours, hand pass to Ward. Dribbles it straight towards the boundary line. That'll be a lasso free kick. And will go the way of the Sydney Swans as Wicks tries to gather it quickly up against the gutter.
They got to go, the Swans. Time ticking and running away from them. Inside 50. McCartan down there, leaps up for it. Oh, passing through Papley. Was he taken high? Ump says no, ducked into it, keep rolling. There's a free kick here for holding the ball. It's going to go against him in the end. So he was looking for the free, didn't get it. And then quite rightfully the question was asked, well, if his prior opportunity's gone throwing his head back, then he didn't release it a footy, and that's holding the ball. Free kick going the way of Lloyd Meek. 51.5 travelled final term. Hawthorn by 11. Gunston the last 2 goals. One to put them in front and the other to extend their lead to 11. Offhands, it spills out Hawthorn's way. Nash releases Watson. He's off and running. Has a bounce. Gives a handball away to Moore. Moore pokes the kick down to half forward and Watson marks. Gets shoved after doing so by Wicks. And he says, come with me. And Watson will go all the way to the goal line.
I wanted him to keep going there, Corb, because he had Chad Warner behind him, and Chad's like, I'm not letting this little fella get away from me here. He just decided to handball off to Dylan Moore at the right time.
He gave that one to him, though, when he got it back.
Yeah, which is a good result for... He's worked hard in his second half, Nick Watson. I did ask the question about where he was at the start of that third, how he's been going, had the Wicks matchup. But he injected himself hard in the third quarter, had the injury as well. He's been pretty good.
A hard-fought win for the Hawks. Watson goes after the bell. And the Hawks' biggest lead of the night is the final margin. 13 lead changes. The Hawks by 17 in the finish.
We're the mighty fighting Hawks. We love our club and we play to win. Riding the bumps with a grin at Hawthorn. Come what may, you'll find us striving. Teamwork is the thing that talks. One for all and all for one, the way we play at Hawthorn. We are the mighty fighting Hawks.
A fun game of footy, all told. Hawthorn by 17 in the finish. 14-15-99. Sydney short-handed with no Heaney, no Goulden. They gave a pretty good account of themselves. They led by as many as 20 points in the third term, but Hawthorn finishing over the top. In the end, the Hawks hitting 5 goals to 1 in the final term. They kicked the last 3 of the game after falling behind again midway through the last to ultimately prevail. Hawthorn by 17.
We're a happy team at Hawthorn. We're the mighty fighting Hawks. We love our club and we play to win. Riding the bumps with a grin at Hawthorn. Come what may, you'll find us striving. Teamwork is the thing that talks. One for all and all for one's the way we play at Hawthorn. We are the mighty fighting Hawks.
So Watson goals after the bell to get on the board. 4 for Jack Gunston. What a role he played. Kicked the go-ahead goal and the one to give them an 11-point break. 3 for Dylan Moore across 3 different quarters. 2 for Mabior Chol, and then singles for Lewis, Newcomb, Watson, McKenzie and Butler. Meanwhile, for the Sydney Swans, no Heaney, no Goulden, and yet they led the Hawks, a fellow contender, by 20 points midway through the third. 3 for Logan McDonald, 2 for Charlie Curnow, 1 each for Chad Warner, Brodie Grundy, Malcolm Rosas, Tom Papley, James Jordan, Justin McInerney, Joel Amadi and Corey Warner. So what a spread that was. 10 different goal kickers for Sydney, but ultimately the 4 points go to the home team in front of nearly 48,000 at the G on a Thursday night to start round 2. Hawks move to 2-1. They drag Sydney down to that same record with both teams headed for a round 3 bye. Marc Murphy, Brett Deledio, our number 1 picks on ABC Sport, the Hawks by 17.
Yeah, well, they were impressive in that last quarter. Leeds, I was sitting here at three-quarter time thinking, geez, I'm not too sure about the Hawks tonight. They haven't shown me enough of what I've seen over the last couple of years. But that last quarter, they just owned the whole game. Everywhere from clearance to outside of clearance, uncontested play. Just owned the ball inside their forward 50 and just had too many winners across the ground. They're key backs. After probably the first 15 minutes of the game, just really owned the contest, didn't they? And a lot of their chains of scoring came from turnover and intercept plays from their key targets, their key backs, in Battle and Sicily. I thought was terrific, and Barras was huge. Charlie Kerner hardly even touched it after that first 15 minutes, did he? So, you got to hand it to the Hawks in that last quarter. Just outworked them, outran them, and just wanted it more.
I'll give you some of the numbers for that last quarter alone. All right, there's 109 disposals to 58, and we made mention of it early when Hawthorn had the dominance. They just couldn't get their hands on the footy. If you're going to try and put the game to bed, you've got to get it going in your forward half. They didn't get a sniff. 13 clearances to 8. 24 uncontested marks to 9, so they controlled the footy. They weren't just winning it, but they were able to control it, march it up the field, and then 16 inside 50s to 12 to result in 5-5 to 1-1 in the last quarters.
Wow.
That's putting the foot down, isn't it? And I was a bit the same, Murph. I was not sure about Hawthorn here. Are they the team that we all want them to be or expect them to be after being really exciting? They're missing Will Day. We're talking about him being the key cog to come back in. But they showed us tonight, I think, that I know I'm going to make reference here that the Swans were missing 2 of their best players. But I think it was a really important win there for the Hawks, and the ability to stand up against a side that's going to be challenging, I think, too. And I reckon that's a really telling win for the Hawks, and their ability to do it and put the foot down when it mattered. Led by...
John Newcombe was terrific, I thought, tonight. I thought he was easily the
That third-quarter goal was massive.
Yeah, that got him back in the game. They were 20 points down at that point, and it was an aggressive, it was a passionate goal, and his just ability to just win contests. He had Rowbottom hanging off him for most of the night. Just keeps on finding a way to fight through, and in every capacity of the game, he just impacted tonight, and others went with him, and an old man in Jack Gunston.
He's had 8 shots on goal.
4 goals for again.
He just keeps doing it.
Dylan Moore, I thought, was terrific as well tonight. His ability to get up and down the ground, that was some of his best from a couple of years ago when he was All-Australian.
Yep.
Just flashbacks of him getting back hard in D50 and then being an option outside and then running hard and just blowing up his opponent. He was terrific again, I thought, tonight. So they just had more contributors across the board, the Hawks, and in that last quarter it was telling, wasn't it, by the way in which they just controlled the game.
Hawks finished with 5 of the last 6 goals of the match, and the one Sydney kick was probably subjective as to whether Josh Weddle touched it, and Logan McDonald got a 50-metre penalty. So the Swans threw their best punch in that third quarter, as you said, when they got out by 20 points. They kicked 4 goals in 9 minutes, but the Hawks just clawed their way throughout the match. Inaccurate, 14 goals, 15, but in the end, guys like Nick Watson, who had that corky, Dylan Moore, their work rate to cover the ground. Swans just couldn't go with them in that last quarter.
No, they couldn't. A telling stat here for me is they've had 58 inside 50s, 3 more than the Hawks, but they've only managed 17 shots on goal. The concern for me is that if it's not marked by, Kerno or Marty, which they didn't tonight, Charlie had quite a lot of chances. McDonald doesn't look like marking it. His goals were handball receives, running it in, almost Joe the Goose, and then he got the fortuitous one down in the pocket. I've got concerns there with their ability to, and that would be what I'm no doubt, but you can't judge it purely off here tonight because you're missing 2 great players, guys that deliver it, but then there's, boys, we need to work out what we're doing with our inside 50s. We don't want to go the way of Carlton and probably Melbourne over the last few years of get them in there, but we're not scoring.
Yeah, they probably just didn't use the ball well enough from going inside 50, and on numerous occasions it was those 3 backs I spoke about before that were just taking marks and just owning the contest.
They're one of the best defensive teams in it, aren't they?
Yeah, they are, and I think they're ruckmen too, having 2 rucks who probably wore down Grundy by the end of the game as well. They got back really hard and supported their tall defenders as well. So Yeah, you can see they rely upon the strength in the air behind the contest, and they certainly got that tonight. And it just felt like Sydney tonight, if it wasn't going to be marked in the air, they found some... It was a hard way to try and find avenues towards goal. And you're right, 58 inside 50s and only having 17 scoring shots. It's not a great strike rate.
Did you see that coming, though, that last quarter from the Hawks? I thought it was going to be a bit more of an arm wrestle, and it was for a large period, but the weight of numbers was just a smashing. And what you were saying, have they covered Heaney and Gordon here tonight? Yeah, they've done a pretty good job, but ultimately, when the push come to shove in that last quarter, no, they didn't.
And sometimes you don't need style points, do you? It doesn't matter what happened the 3 quarters before that. When they fell 20 down, they just needed to find a way by hook or by crook to win. And that last quarter, some of those numbers you read out, Lids, almost twice as many disposals, 10 shots to 2. It was a mighty display from the Hawks with the 4 points on the line. Hawthorn by 17, they get to 2-1. Sydney 4-2-1. Ben Cameron is there with the winners as the family club makes their way in, Ben.
Oh, they're a happy team here at Hawthorn. The family is in the rooms, led in by their media manager, Matt Dixon, and then Andy Gowers, the president, James Sicily, and they all just trail in behind there. So they're a pretty happy bunch in here. Dylan Moore, who I mentioned, he had that nasty gash a couple of years ago on his right cheek. You remember that? Very deep. He's got a matching one on his left cheek now. The Wizard Watson and Jack Ginnivan bringing up the rear as they just come in, and Jack Gunston, even the notoriously grumpy Jack Gunston, is cracking a smile, pretty happy with his 4 goals. They'll huddle up here, the Hawkers, and sing a pretty happy tune, you would think. Here we go. They're just kicking out the cameraman from the middle of the huddle. Very happy down here in the rooms. The Wizard Watson will join us for a chat, so we'll find out what happened with that corky or the little hamstring issue for him. And finally, after all of these years, an interview I can be taller than.
I was going to say.
Ask him what the members of the Swans cheer squad were saying to him at the end of the game. He had a few words.
I will.
Lead with that.
I will.
Good. We'll see how that goes. He's catching up with Wizard Watson. I mentioned earlier we're in the MCG store, and Ben Cameron did try on one of the Wizard hats, but his head was just a little too large for it. Yeah. I loved, by the way, when Ben was about to make that gag. You knew exactly where he was going. Murph was laughing before he'd even got the sentence out. So he's at least he's playing to his audience, Ben Cameron, downstairs with the height gags. Hawks by 17. It doesn't really tell the story of the night. A match which had 13 lead changes. And Sydney led by as many as 20 points in the third term. The Hawks kicking 2 of the last 3 to end the quarter and get within 11 points. And then in the final term, when the game was on the line, they put their foot on the gas. They had 51 more disposals, dominated the key categories, including clearances and uncontested marks. 10 scoring shots to 2 in the final term. The Hawks finishing over the top to win by 17. Let's go back to the winners' rooms. Ben Cameron.
I'm down here with Nick, the Wizard Watson, and Nick, the end to that game, he kicked 5 of the last 6 goals. Their goal might have been a little generous, possibly touched on the way through. How did you guys turn it around in the fourth quarter?
Yeah, we knew it was going to be a tough battle. Sydney Swan is such a quality side, so we knew it was going to be tough 4 quarters, but so glad the boys got through and we got a mighty win, so now we head into the break with on our high horse. But it's such a great win and a quality side against Sydney Swans.
Was there anything specifically that Sam Mitchell changed heading into the fourth, though?
Not necessarily. We back our running side, but we knew Sydney were going to bring it all 4 quarters, so it was just going to be a battle. It was a tough battle all game. It was nice and congested, and just glad to see the boys get through. And it was a tough win. It was first time in front of the home crowd as well, which is nice.
I was a little worried late in the third quarter that you'd done a high hamstring, which is never good, but seemingly a corky. What happened?
No, it was just more my glute. Just got caught in an awkward position, and it's still pretty sore, but just had to get through it. Didn't want to stay off. I wanted to get out in a tough win like that, and I couldn't hold myself off, so I had to get back out there.
So it is muscular?
Yeah, which is nice. We have a bye now, so I have a little break on it, which would be nice.
The other issue was I think you bumped into maybe one of your teammates. I'm not actually sure who it was. Then you were tackled heavily by Brodie Grundy. We were worried it was concussion. Does the head feel okay?
Yeah, it's fine. It was a bit of friendly fire from Nuke, but yeah, that was the first minute when I got back out there, so I coughed a bit, but nah, just glad I got through. And yeah, as I said, we got a bye now, so I get to kick the legs up for a bit, which would be nice.
Last one from me before I send it upstairs. What did you say to the Sydney cheer squad at the end?
I'm not going to repeat that out here. Gave him a bit, which was nice, but just told him to go home.
What were they saying to you?
I couldn't actually tell you. There's a few going at me, but yeah, love that part of footy.
Oh, I love it too. I love it from you. Can't repeat it. There you go, Lids and Murph, as you fire away with the Wizard.
Yeah, Nick Murphy, mate, well done on your game tonight. Well, I want to ask you about your mate down there, Jack Ginnivan. He usually playing a half-forward role with you down there, but I thought he was terrific in that second half. He got further up onto the wing and really had some composed football looking inside 50.
Yeah, definitely. I just said to him on the way down, I was like, are you playing half back or half forward? So I was a bit confused. He was caught in the back pocket for a fair bit, but that's his role. That's what he does. He's such a smart footballer, and yeah, he helped us win today. It was such crucial in the last quarter, and yeah, he got up the ground and held the back line, which is nice.
And another one of your teammates up there in the half or flanks had a big couple of weeks, obviously off the field with news around him. But I thought Dylan Moore, I thought he was absolutely terrific tonight. He hit the 3 goals, but I thought his impact and his run was back to his best of a couple of years ago when he was All-Australian.
Yeah, definitely. Moore is such a crucial part of our team, and yeah, when stuff like that comes out in the media, we just wrap our arms around him. Obviously, he's such a pivotal part of our team, and yeah, we just wrap our arms around him. Good to see him play his best footy tonight and give the media what they want.
Lids here. I just want to ask you about going in at half time, mate. You haven't had like probably your best half by your lofty standards, but how did you reset, mate? What are you thinking? And then you come out and have a really good, strong second half of the game.
Yeah.
What were you thinking going into half time, and how did you reset?
Yeah, it's more of a mentality thing. That's sort of what I've worked on this first couple of years. As a small forward, it's not going to be all luxury. You're not going to play every good quarter. So it's just more of a mentality thing. Say, head in the game and yeah, put the head down and have your moments. As small forwards, it's moments and things, and get up the ground, which is nice as well. But yeah, just a moments thing and keep level-headed.
Well, you certainly did that. Murph's spoken about a couple of your forwards. I want to talk about a couple of your backs, mate. Josh Battle and Tommy Barras. They're two absolute rocks down there, mate. You must be so pleased you're not playing against them, but happy that they're on your team.
Yeah, definitely. They're such crucial for our team, and yeah, Tommy Barras, seen him fly for the ball like that tonight. It was unbelievable, and same as Joshy Battle there. Yeah, big parts of our team, and it's good when you're up forward and you see them flying for a mark, you can get ready for the next play because you know they're going to most of the time mark it. So, yeah, they're such a pivotal part of our team. The whole back six is such a rock back six. So
they're stingy, aren't they?
Yeah, they're very hard. Glad I'm not playing on them.
Nick Watson from the Hawthorn Rooms is with us on ABC Sport. Nick, it's Matt Clinch. Jack Gunston booted 2 goals of his 4 goals in that final quarter. What's the fountain of youth for someone who sees him day in, day out? What's the hard work he does during the week to deliver on game day?
Yeah, he's massive. Obviously, you see the stuff that he puts on, all the goals he kicks, but it's off-field as well. He just works so much with us young boys, and yeah, he's pivotal. And obviously, he's getting to the back end of his career, so I don't care. He keeps kicking goals and keeps helping us off-field. And same with Bruce. He's been massive for me as well. And just the development of all us young boys there, yeah, such pivotal.
And what about you? You're in your 3rd year of AFL footy. You look quicker this season. You're doing TV commercials. You've got Wizard hats being sold in the merchandise stands. Are you living the dream at the moment?
I'd say so, yeah. Well, yeah, I'll give you a mention, Sammy, if you want. He's a good coach, yeah. But, sorry, he just walked past.
Sam Mitchell just walked past and pointed to himself and said, give me a shout-out.
Wanted to mention. Sorry, what did you say?
Are you getting some royalties part of these hats? That's what we want to know, Nick. Surely getting some royalties.
The clubs give me nothing. They just give me promotions and then they keep the rest.
But in terms of your progression, in your 3rd year, how's your confidence built this year compared to previously? Has it gone to another level, or is it just having that belief in yourself?
Yeah, it's more belief in myself. I put the foot down this pre-season and get away, BT. Sorry, everyone's distracted me. Everyone's running around.
BT's looking for an interview here with Nick as well on roaming Brian, so...
yeah, sorry. Yeah, just belief in myself and having the boys around me, all the experienced boys, you sort of keeping in touch with me. Yeah, it's more the belief in myself, and I feel like my confidence is growing as the games go on.
Are you still living with Guinea or next door to him?
Nah, next door. I don't reckon I could live with him. Next door's enough.
How's that streak going?
Nah, it's good. It keeps me busy, that's for sure. I'll keep it at that.
Good on you, Nick. Well done tonight. We'll see you in a fortnight.
Thank you very much.
Nick, the Wizard Watson.
Should have asked him what he's doing for his 18 days off.
Yeah, it's a good spell, isn't it?
Looking after that glute, I think.
Yes, a lot of recovery.
Monday, Easter Monday is when we'll see them next 18 days from now. The Hawks by 17 points. Just recapping, they did fall 20 behind in the third quarter in what was a really seesawing game up until that point. There had been 10 lead changes at that stage of the match. Hawthorn worked their way back. They kicked two of the last 3 goals to end the third quarter and opened up with the first 2 goals in the last to actually hit the front. Sydney snatched it back on the back of a controversial, was a 50-metre penalty, wasn't it? The mark was paid after Weddle appeared to spoil the ball away from Logan McDonald. The mark was paid as McDonald juggled and took it. And after that, he was tackled to the ground. Naturally, the Hawthorn players thought it was touched, as the replays proved. He was marched to the top of the goal square, put Sydney back in front by a point. That was lead change number 12. The 13th lead change of the match was when Jack Gunston goaled at the 19-minute mark of the final term. He then kicked another moments later to give him 4 for the night. That made it an 11-point break for Hawthorn, and then Nick Watson kicked the final goal of the game with the game's last act as the siren went from the top of the goal square. So Hawthorn by 17 points. That was their biggest lead of the night. 13 lead changes in total. The Hawks win by 17 points. The only guy they're missing really is Will Day. So this is about what they're going to have. The Hawks at this stage, Kel Shadir, Harry Morrison and Matt Hill were the emergencies tonight, so that you think they'll get Will Day at some point. They're hoping around the bye, but apart from that, what you see is what you're going to get from the Hawks.
Yeah, I think they surprised me a little bit today with how, I picked them, but I thought, three-quarter time, I was like, they haven't quite done enough. They could easily drop this game. That's what I'm impressed with the most, probably the mental resolve there too.
Poor ticker, wasn't it? Yeah.
And led by, their leaders. I thought Sicily was great. I thought Newcombe was fantastic in and around the ball. They're 2 big rocks down back, and then their oldest player in Gunston, obviously standing up in right across the game, but big moments in the last quarter. And you made mention of Guinea. I think his ability just to be composed at the right time and make good decisions is, he's just a natural footballer, isn't he? He's not blessed with real speed.
No, there's no pace really about him at all. It's a step, and it's just awareness.
Yeah,
and then it's just smarts.
And he just understands the game, it's a pleasure to watch. So we're not just watching these athletes run around and kick it anywhere. He crafts the game, doesn't he? And I suppose he does it on his podcast and tells us what's going on as well. So he'll give us a breakdown of that too next week.
The wrestle and momentum is interesting. Sydney had it in the third quarter. Their pressure all of a sudden just wasn't at that same level in the final term. You wonder, coming off the back of a 5-day break, what answers did we get tonight around Sydney's depth?
Oh, I think their depth's okay. I think they what they need to clean up is their ability to score after getting inside 50s, and how do they better use the footy, probably make better decisions going forward. But I think ultimately you asked this question, have they covered them, Corb? And I thought that they did cover their better players. They're absolutely, you let walk-up start straight back into your side when they're fit and ready. But I think ultimately we saw that their depth's okay.
I think the one thing that stands out is Errol Goulden's delivery inside 50.
Oh, yeah.
You compare that with a Chad Warner who's bursting from a stoppage, or even a Justin McInerney tonight. And really the plan in the first quarter was kick it to Charlie Curnow in the goal square, and he was winning that battle. He kicked 2 goals, and that didn't work for the next 3 quarters, though, really. How do you sort of see Charlie Curnow and his transition to the Swans at the moment?
His first 15 minutes are really strong, and then he needs the ball coming in quick and out in the lead. He's not a wrestle type and monster his opponents, so he needs it coming in a lot quicker. But the second half, he couldn't get anywhere near it, could he?
He didn't look like he was on the move, though. I mean, no. he could almost go back and watch Jack Gunston's video, because he is just on the move and running full tilt, and you can't tell me that Charlie's slower than Jack Gunston.
He's battling to find a little bit of separation at times, isn't he? So it's subtle tricks, I think, in some of his footwork. I reckon he's sort of just I'm just quicker and I'm more powerful. But against powerful defenders, you're not.
Or brass. Yep.
You need to come up with some tricks. And you watch Jack Gunston, he's going back and forward, he's going side to side, he's trying to catch him off the
he doesn't want to get engaged. He wants to keep separation.
Yeah. Whereas Charlie seems to get locked down a bit too much. But yeah, he battled in that second half, like most of his teammates tonight. They were terrific. I thought the first 15 minutes of that third quarter, the Swans didn't almost put it to bed, but got out by 20 points and looked every bit the winner.
Yeah.
And then Hawthorn, to their credit, just got hungrier around the contest again. But their pressure, I thought, was enormous in that final term. There was just no space
outlet
for Sydney
outlet.
to use the ball. Couldn't maintain it by marks or anything. So they had 51 uncontested marks. The Swans compared to 90 of Hawthorn. So it's a bit of work rate, but it's also it's pressure and pressing up and forcing Sydney to have to just bomb it long and hope for the best.
Were there any players in particular? Like, I mean, we're obviously a star-driven league. We talk all the time about, the name-brand players. Were there guys in particular tonight in that Sydney lineup where you thought, yep, he's going to be a big benefactor of no Heaney, no Gordon? Or was it more just by committee that they were able to hang in this game tonight?
I think a lot of it comes down to just execution. There's enough players there with enough ball to have caused some damage. And when you look at the inside 50s, they've had 3 more than Hawthorn, so they've had their opportunities. They just haven't used it well enough, I think.
Yeah. Ultimately, I think, Rowbottom spent nearly the whole game in the middle of the ground for 12, and he's trying to negate Jai Newcomb, who's had 31. So there's a loss.
I mean, you take the best 2 mids out of any team, you're going to...
No doubt.
Yeah.
And
the clutching at straws a little bit, so...
And the top stars are spread further than they ever have been in an 18-team competition, soon to be 19, so it's...
Sheldrick had 19, McInerney had 24. They were probably the two that had a bit more centre bounce or centre square sort of exposure. But the Swans look at their best when Blakey and Bice can sort of control it from half back, and when that run is taken away, then trying to find that next layer can be a bit of a challenge for them.
Yeah, it's between the arcs. I think they battled today. So they battled getting it from halfway of the ground to then getting a 70 out and then being able to hit a target from there. They sort of released deeper. And then it was just high balls in, and that's what Hawthorn really sweat off.
But that's because they defend the ground so well. Yeah. And we spoke about both teams being able to do it pretty well tonight, but I thought ultimately it was the Hawks who were able to stifle that run because they know that's their weapon. Without Goulden coming off halfback or working from the wing back to halfback to then create that overlap and Heaney doing the same, well, you've got to stifle someone, and that's Blakey, who he still had a bit of the footy tonight. He had 23. Bice had 24.
Yep.
And they both gave great run, but it wasn't the same damaging overlap run that then drove it in deep inside 50. And because they're under such pressure and they didn't give up on the chase at all, the Hawks, therefore it's not perfectly laced out, which then makes it even harder to catch.
It's just hard to get that excited about him, isn't it, with no Gordon? I mean, I know it's the injury that's going to hang over them for 4 months, but you think we saw them last year when he wasn't there. They were in, 5-8 team before he came back in. They were then a 7-3 team when he played. So he's such a difference maker, and no Heaney tonight with the hamstring. So we'll see what they look like after the bye. Even though they're 2-1, they had some nice wins at home. That they've now lost key personnel in the league where you can't afford to lose it. I think if you were to look back through the injury list, and the game's lost to injury just about in every year for the last, 15 years, maybe even further back than that, the old-timers will tell you. But it's no surprise that the teams that lose the fewest amount of star players, particularly through injury, are the teams that ultimately are there at the finish.
They do get Isaac Heaney back. Dean Cox made the point that if it wasn't a 5-day break, he was probably 2 days away from potentially playing in this game, and he is a player who can connect them on the wing with both his run and his marking abilities.
Yeah. So West Coast away to Perth, you think, again, if it is a 21-day hammy, perfect chance to, no disrespect to the Eagles, but leave him home there. And then the gather-round game is going to be a fun one. So they play Gold Coast at Norwood, which you think is going to be an interesting heat check to see where they're both at that particular stage. GWS at the SCG, Western Bulldogs at Dockland. So we're not going to have to wait long. We're going to find out in that stretch pretty quick with Gold Coast, GWS and the Western Bulldogs in a 3-week run after or in and around gather round.
Well, up to three-quarter time, they hadn't lost me as an admirer.
No.
But then they sort of just went to sleep, and teams can do that. But, they'll be tested without their best player or best 2 players.
So Braden Campbell had that shin problem in the pre-season, and that seems like it's worse than first.
Is he still TBC?
Yeah. So I did that game. He played, it was against the Giants at Henson Park, and he was laid out, came out in the warm-up or close to. And we haven't seen him since. Hasn't got close to playing round 0, round 1, round 2. So he's still listed as a shin and unavailable. And then obviously Heaney and Goulden are the 2 stars. But apart from that, it's a bunch of sort of fringe depth players that round out that injury list. 17 points, the final margin. Hawthorn's biggest lead of the night is the one at the finish, 14-15-99 over Sydney, 13-4-82. We'll see if Ben gets anything from the Hawks room. So we'll get some reaction from him.
Or the Swans. He's been to the Hawks.
He has, hasn't he? He spoke to Nick
Swans,
Watson.
yeah.
We'll go to the Swans rooms, and we'll
Check in.
see what he's got for us there. Should we do the votes now, or do we wait right to the bitter end?
Let's go now.
Let's do it. Have you got them, Murph?
I've got them today.
ABC football.
Yeah, how'd you go last week anyway, Lids?
I missed the best player, apparently. Yeah, didn't give Walshy one. He got 10 votes.
Just for our listeners there, we're trying to mark ourselves against the coaches. Usually the coaches are probably the ones who see it probably the best, but...
well, debatable.
Bit of a miss last week.
So just in my defence here, which I did point out in the group chat that we didn't have the guy that got the top votes in the votes. When Lidge does give the votes and they match the coaches, we usually get a message. I thought that's why I'd just remind him on Monday that
anyway,
it didn't quite match up.
I think I should be pretty safe here tonight. But I thought Callum Mills, he gets my one vote tonight. I thought he was easily Sydney's best. I thought he competed really well, won a lot of his 1v1s, had the 29 disposals. I thought he was very solid today and went a long way to giving Sydney that opportunity towards that last quarter. 2, I gave to Dylan Moore. I thought he was fantastic tonight. I had the 3 goals, but just his work rate getting up and down the ground. I made mention of it earlier. I thought it was all Australian Dylan Moore, wasn't it? Yeah, it was noticeable too. It was spark too. It was his disposals actually all meant something. So there was actually providing really good opportunities for his teammates and getting up and down the ground really hard, hitting the scoreboard. That's him at his best. And then I thought the skipper John Newcombe was terrific. I just thought his ability to win the contested ball all night. He had the 9 clearances, had Rowbottom hanging off him for most of the night, 7 score involvements, kicked the 1 goal. But the 1 goal was the momentum swinger, wasn't it? So they were 20 points down at that period of time against the Swans in that third term, and it was his goal from that stoppage here, the left side of the ground that really got them going.
So none for Gunners, nothing for Barras, who I've pumped up all night, all battle.
No, well, you can't give it to everyone, mate. That's why it's the 3.
Yeah. Well, we'll wait and see.
I reckon Sicily might feature. I'm sort of a bit nervous about the 2 that I've given the 2 and the 1.
Okay. Yes.
But John Newcombe will surely get the 3.
3 for Newcombe, 2 for Moore, 1 for Mills in the ABC Football of the Year. It must be pointed out too. We love our analysts' view of the game, and it doesn't always have to match the coaches. I did a game here we're all here on Sunday watching the Max Gawn feat. I thought you couldn't walk away from that and not think Max Gawn was the best player on the ground. There was like 4 players that the coaches voted ahead of Max the other day when those votes came through. So it doesn't always match what all of us see.
Our 3 went to Jacob Van Rooyen, so the goal kicker got rewarded.
Yeah, well, he kicked 5 in the first half. You got to do something in the second. But
I think they went with They went with Max Hall. He got best on from one of them.
Yeah, we had Van Rooyen for 3, Hall for 2, and Gawn for 1.
Well, that's the beauty of it. We all see it differently.
That's right. The umpires will see it differently now. They have stats as well. You spoke about Mitch Lewis's third quarter.
Yes.
Hawthorn fans have been patient with him as he makes that return from a lengthy injury. Featured late in the season last year, went back to the VFL at one stage. His work rate was impressive tonight, and they hope the goals will eventually come.
Yeah, look, I thought, I made mention of it, obviously, that he got up the ground and started to hit the wings and gave them that presence when they were under the pump. And they were down. They couldn't get it out of their forward 50. The Swans were pressing, and he hit the wings and got a bit more of the footy. And I just thought that would give him a bit more confidence going forward. When you get the ball in your hands, there's nothing better than if you're not getting it in the forward 50. Then that's why I reckon Charlie needs to just start hitting the wings a bit, maybe potentially. But then for him to mark that one and pop that one through in the last quarter was. No, he's not back to his absolute best just yet, but I think he's starting to compete and find his feet.
Well, I thought it was important. I thought the first half he looked like just a bloke a bit out of touch, didn't he? Yep. And to be able to, as a young kid, well, he's not really a kid anymore, but as a young player who's out of touch a little bit, to be able to keep on working, and he got himself back into form in game by actually working really hard, as you said, by getting up and down the ground.
Just ran that out of wing, up and back.
And then he had a few good touches. Then he started to feel a bit more confidence about himself, and it was actually a really good game in the end by him. So he's ended up with the 17 touches, kicked the 1 goal. But yeah, he worked his way into form tonight, I thought, by the end of the game.
They gave a few goals back tonight, the Hawks. I reckon that there a few mishandballs, a couple of switches inside that rebounded real quick. I reckon Mitch might have been the culprit of one of those. And Gunston was another one, where they tried to switch inside. Even the start of that run for Sydney in that third quarter was a mishandle by Jarman Impey coming through the contest. Just bobbles it by, swoops on it, and away they go. And I reckon that might have been the Chad Warner walk-in goal from 50. So look, there's plenty of things for both sides to tidy up. I think, we had question marks over the Hawks probably by 3/4 time. Are they back to their best, or are they just a 5 to 10 team? They maybe answered a few more questions tonight with their depth, and then by the middle part of the year, you get a fully fit Will Day back into that side without putting a heap of pressure on the lad. They'll be thereabouts.
I thought it was almost the perfect night where, neither team lose too many admirers. A plucky effort by the Swans without their 2 stars, and then Hawthorn ultimately, whatever happened before then, when they're 20 points down in the third quarter, the whole thing becomes, look, let's just get out of here with the win, however we do it. And they did it. So, well done them. They've
14-15, you're generating good scores, opportunities.
They're going to have smoother nights than that as the season goes on, but...
gutsy win.
Like Charlie Kerner, the player who started red hot, Marbiel Chol, couldn't take a mark by the end of the night. He got his hands to so many balls and just couldn't quite finish his work tonight. So he finished with just the 6 disposals, 2 goals, 2. But at the start of the night, it looked like he was going to set them alight. So there's certainly some areas to improve. Every side sort of in that category a little bit at the moment.
Exactly right. Yep.
Anything else on tonight, or should we move on?
I think we could move on.
Yep. Sweet. I think I don't know how much we're going to get from the Swans rooms, so we'll wait and hear from Benny on that.
Ben's just looking for Tom Papley, is he?
17. Trying to look for another one. 17-point margin at the finish. Hawthorn finishing over the top of the Swans, coming from 20 down to pull off what turned out to be a 6-goal turnaround, a 17-point win for the Hawks. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Your thoughts, by the way, on 0437 774 774. So 0437 774 774 is the SMS number. All right, the rest of the round. So teams came through earlier this evening for Friday Night Footy. Adelaide up against the Western Bulldogs. This is a game of footy and an early season marker, with the Crows coming away from home, beating the Pies, something they haven't done since the Ice Age last week. They did that. Isaac Rankin comes back in. Jordan Croft, the big return for the Western Bulldogs. The Dogs are humming to start the new season. Go to Brisbane, beat Brisbane narrowly, flush it out against the Giants last week. How will they go in Adelaide, Murph, against the Crows?
Game of the round. I just think Adelaide are hard to beat there. So I'm going to go against the Bulldogs as much as I love the Doggies and what they've been able to do in these first 2 weeks. I just think it's a hard task to go to Adelaide Oval and get the win. It's going to be a great game, but I just feel that they play that ground really well. The Dogs are on a huge high, aren't they?
Their midfield is just elite.
Yeah.
And their front half, with Norton and Darcy together, very hard to solve. I think they keen's a big out for the Crows.
Yeah. Do they try and tag Bontempelli and just go head to head with Dawson?
Dawson, Bontempelli head to head. I don't mind that matchup. And
they've both got the ability to try and take each other forward various times, but it's almost a perfect matchup, isn't it? Where they've both got height and size. So both skippers going head to head would be good to see.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah. How much of an influence can Isaac Rankin have coming straight into the side, then chomping at the bit to get into that side? Apparently he's been training the house down.
Yeah.
That side sorely needs him. That's what they're crying after, aren't they? Just pace and just someone a bit of spark, and he delivers that in spades, doesn't he?
Yeah. I think they need another midfielder when he's there, so they can't afford.
No, you're right.
They can't afford not to have him at any stage.
They're almost relying upon Rochelle trying to be that one to try and come in and spark him when Rankin's not in there.
The guy who it should have been is Dan Kurt. I mean, he was the guy that was coming through, and you think now that he's sort of busted and he won't be back for a period yet, along with Keane. So if they were hoping to get that other sort of big modern prototype midfielder and move him through the middle of the ground, let's hit the skids too. So
Bulldogs haven't won their opening 3 games since 2021. Can I just digress and ask you just a question? Luke Beveridge was asked about Zach Butters as to whether he'd made any contact with him, and he said today in his press conference that he'll be front and centre when the opportunity is to put the Bulldogs' case forward, but he won't be getting himself into hot water like Sam Mitchell did last year with Oscar Allen.
Yep.
So any conversations that will take place between he and Zach Butters will very much be private.
Yes. Which I would have thought would be the best way to do it too.
There's probably not a lot you can say, is there? But you're always going to be asked, and so many clubs are consistently asked about who's reached out to Zach Butters. And
well, every club would have reached out to Zach Butters' management, but not being able to give him that opportunity to then present to him is the next part of it. And there's what can be done from here. He's still got a whole season to play. It's just yes, you're trying to put your best foot forward. I can understand from a club's point of view, they want to be first in the door. They want to be able to say, we're better than this club because this is what we can do for you. Can we get our ducks in a row for the players that we want to re-sign, and where's our money going? But ultimately, nothing can happen until trade period.
He did say, I'd hate to get to the point like the rugby league where players essentially announce ahead of time that they're not there the following year.
You don't think we should get to that? What do you think?
It's going to get there at some point, I reckon. These conversations are just, they're no good for anyone, I reckon.
Yeah. So think about some of the guys that changed teams last year, right? Like, would they have performed any better or worse had they just told?
Well, we knew Tom de Koning from very early in the year that he was going.
Yep.
Oscar Allen, the same.
Did we think in round 24 last year against the Saint, who were they playing, Essendon? Did anyone watch the game and think, Tom de Koning's not trying because he's going to St Kilda next year? Like, everyone knew he was doing the best.
And then we did that game, didn't we? And we heard the speech after,
which was one of the most awkward.
I think the interesting part would be, and Paul Roos was a big one for this, that if they're not going to be a part of your future, well, then do you play them once finals are out of calculation? So do you say, you know what, we might as well develop 8-10 games into another player who we know is going to be there for the future,
which is fair enough,
and put that guy on the sideline, and that's probably not the look the AFL would want to have.
It's interesting though, that point of view, because it feels like the same people and the same coaches are also saying there's not enough depth.
Yeah.
Well, you think, well, if there's not enough depth, then it's not as if guys are, it's not as if there's not enough spots or whatever on lists for guys to get games or whatever it turns out to be. But it's interesting push and pull. I think for him to say, we don't want to get to that point and, we don't want that in our sport. It's like, well, also, can we just be mature enough just to say, we understand what it is and we're all moving on?
Yeah.
Like it's sort of on us,
we're not there yet.
The way we handle it. Yep, well, maybe we will one day in our time following footy. Richmond up against Gold Coast. So this is Saturday afternoon back here at the G. The old toys and the new toys. Damien Hardwick, of course, going up to the Glitter Strip, and he's got his new crew together. So Bailey Humphrey is one of the big ins for the Suns. He dominated opening round, didn't play last week. Vlosten and Presti are amongst the ins there for Richmond. I don't think anyone's tipping the upset there.
No, I'm not.
Some good ins though for Richmond.
Yeah, good ins. I agree. I think we saw some positive signs there for Tigers last week. Pardon?
Great shirts.
I didn't say it. You did. But
I like their list though, Richmond.
Yeah,
I mean
they've picked well, and I think but the Suns they're just more advanced.
Yeah, at the G.
At the G.
Tom Lynch, after his 2 goals, 7, he'll be keen to put that to one side.
Yes, well, I remember playing the Suns here one day under Dimmer, and we kicked like 6 goals in the first quarter. We only had 4 tackles or something for the first quarter. He's coming, if you blokes don't want to tackle, I was like, mate, we're kicking goals. Like, is it really? You can't tackle yourself.
GWS up against St Kilda, so this is in the twilight. The Saints need a win. They're certainly under pressure at the moment, and you can sort of hear that in the words from their senior coach in Ross Lyon, who's had to front the media again today in his weekly press conference. So GWS, their opponent, the Giants unchanged, despite getting spanked by the Bulldogs last Saturday afternoon. Marshall and Stock are the 2 ins for the Saints.
Big injury list, though, I think, with the Giants. So it's like the changes, they're not ready. The cavalry's not arrived yet to bring in their best players.
Toby Green, the midfielder, yes or no?
I like him. He's just so versatile.
They're short in that area, so.
It's just whatever the game
they have to
at that point in time. It's like, well, you bring him in and it's sort of almost
how quality is
how they're going on.
That he can be at half forward and kick 4 goals, but then by the way, mate, we just feel like we'll put you in the midfield and you'll get it 27 times.
Yeah.
Like,
I think in an ideal world, isn't it, that we talked about this a little bit, I think, during the broadcast last week of the Dogs game, that, I mean, ideally he'll go in there for 5 or 6 minutes at a time and then he'll go back forward, but with it so thin at the moment, he's had to play a few more minutes than probably was.
Josh Kelly out doesn't help that cause, and the rest, and Tom Green, and you name it, the list goes on.
It is. It's a lengthy list. So Sam Taylor, obviously, from the back half, and then Kelly Green through the midfield. No Bedford, who was a handy player for him.
Darcy Jones.
Brent
Daniels.
Cadman Daniels. And then even a guy like Cody Angove, who you sort of be thinking, oh, well, who's he? Well, it's interesting in the preseason, anyone you asked at the Giants, who's going to be your breakout player? Sort of every player wanted to name Cody Angove as the guy that was in for a big year, and he's been delayed with a little hammy to start. All right, Fremantle and Melbourne. So these uber impressive, I think it's fair to say, in that high-scoring shootout with the Saints last Sunday. They make the trip across the Nullarbor. Chris Sherry is going to make his debut for the Dockers. That's spelled SCERRI. So Chris Sherry on debut. He replaces the injured Hayden Young, who's out, unfortunately, with a hamstring. So same old stories on the long deal, but soft tissue injuries repeating for the blonde-haired midfielder.
It's a danger game for the Dockers, isn't it?
You reckon?
I think so.
Free hit for the D's.
Well, it's almost a free hit every week for them, really. Like, no one's going to expect too much out of them. But what they did last week, they scored heavily, didn't they? So they go over there with a lot of confidence, a lot of positivity. And then conversely, you look at the Dockers, they really gave one up there, didn't they, against Geelong, being 6 goals up, and then questions being asked of their coach again, which they constantly get asked, doesn't he, Justin Longmuir?
Yeah. I think he's valid with this one, but in terms of the opening round, not the question about how they go on. I think it's more just the opening round and being fitness and ready to go.
So you don't think he's whinging?
I think it's a valid point. I think it'll change, as we've mentioned at the top.
It's a Sunday, so just squads at this stage. So no firm outs from the Essendon side of things, and for Port Adelaide, no Liam Lockie Jones and no Ollie Lord. The two Zacks, so Zach Merritt, Zach Butters, it feels like both their contract situations are going to be spoken about really as for the length of the season. There are reports that the Bombers have got a new contract offer in front of Zach Merritt. So does he sign it? Does he just leave it sitting there? He's off contract at the end of 2027. It's all kinds of awkward if nothing happens on that front. And they've got to play out the year together. And then there's the Zach Butters situation, who's a free agent at season's end. You put your finger in the wind, it feels like he won't be there in 2027.
Yeah, it's a funny one, that one with the Zach Merritt, isn't it?
Well, they're not going to get a better deal than what they got probably last year, are they?
Oh, I think...
someone will come again.
Oh, in terms of for picks?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. Not another year on. I don't reckon you're getting 3 first-rounders plus a player.
No.
Well, that's what's reported. I don't know whether that's...
Do you think they should have taken it?
Do I?
So it was pick 10, 22, a future first, and Huswaite.
Yeah.
So
for a 30-year-old.
Huswaite's not their best team.
It's like, well...
He's also the captain of the club. He's got 3 years to run.
Yes. Yeah. I get why they stood their ground. Yep. Absolutely, I do.
I think with Tassie coming in, it's they need to try and make every post a winner.
But they weren't top-end picks. Like, they weren't at the front end of the draft, which is like 10, 22 by the time, because last year's draft was not as strong as years gone by. So I understand why by the time you got out to 22,
the future first is going to be a Tasmanian draft too.
Exactly.
Can money buy you love? If they keep upping the money for Zach Merritt, would that be enough?
Sometimes, though, your culture can dictate some of that too. Like, this whole year now is going to be talk about Zach Merritt again, isn't it? So otherwise your football club's like, oh, well, we're in a real rebuilding phase and we're going to invest in our youth and this is the path we're going to take.
It's a long year. They've played one game. Let's just pump the brakes. It was a pretty ominous defeat. Yes.
I'm just trying to wind Corbin up.
Yeah, he's not biting though, is he? No,
I'm disappointed.
You need a bit more bait on that lure, on that hook.
I'm in the worst position, right?
I'll cop it every week with you blokes. So
and you're one-eyed.
And then the last game is West Coast up against North Melbourne. So first of 3 games that the Roos will play over there. There's no George Wardlaw, so he hasn't been picked for the Roos, coming back from the series of hamstring injuries. Meanwhile, the West Coast Eagles will regain their co-captain in Liam Baker.
The banana peel game for the Kangas, 2-0. Imagine if they lost to the Eagles.
It's a little one step forward, 2 steps back, perhaps, if they drop that one come Sunday night. All right, Dean Cox, the coach of the Sydney Swans, doing press moments ago.
We had those discussions about do we equalise or do we try and stem the flow a little bit when they started to get some real ascendancy. We needed to make sure that we were steady. In the first quarter, they scored on every entry inside 50. They had 8 inside 50s for 8 scores, that doesn't happen. So the ability to be able to steady up our defence inside defensive 50 was probably the most important part, we thought. When your first quarter, you have 19 to 8 inside 50s, and they still kick, 5 goals, 3 from those 8 entries. We needed to sharpen that part up first, and that was the second to do that, and then third to equalise, and they played an extra behind the ball, and it's a decision between where do we want the game to be played.
Back to Sarah's point around the frantic start of the game, did you spend too many petrol tickets early, coming off a 5-day break that caught up with you late?
No, not really. I was speaking to the players all the way through the game. They felt good. 3/4 time, they felt like they had some run left and then just got worked over in the contest. And then a lot of certainly their high half forwards and good players got going and created some really strong overlap for them.
So that was Dean Cox speaking just a short time ago, the coach of the Sydney Swans.
See, we do see it pretty well up here in the box. It's exactly what we spoke about, Murph.
Just matching beautifully.
Pat yourself on the back.
How good. The VFL, give that a plug for us, Clinchy, before we go. So
Footscray taking on Casey's Saturday from midday. Alongside Jason Bennett, Daniel Harford and Gemma Bastiardi. So looking forward to that on Channel 2 on the traditional Analog TV or, of course, on ABC iView.
How good's that going to be? VFL back on the ABC, first time since 2014. So we'll be watching from 12 noon come Saturday. You can catch up to. You can watch it in post at your convenience on iView. Essentially, the Bulldogs and the Demons feeder teams playing against one another come Saturday. Clinch, you'll be there on the call. The Matildas, they're in action in the AFC Women's Asian Cup final, to be played at the Olympic Stadium in Homebush. That's on Saturday night. So Matilda's up against Japan. Third time in the last 4 editions of the Asian Cup that these two teams will play off for the trophy. Japan have won the last 2, so good luck to our Matildas. I know you've been watching along closely, Murph, as the tournament's panned out. Sam Kerr with that huge winner the other night over in Perth. And are you tipping the girls? Can they win the title on Saturday night?
I'll get it done.
I'll get it done.
Lids?
I got no idea.
Big legacy piece for Sam Kerr, isn't it? If she can lead them to victory.
Sam will put 2 in the back of the net.
2? Okay.
Yeah, 2. You heard it here.
I
just did. Yeah.
I'm going Alana Kennedy with the winners leading the way so far for the Matildas. The NRL, I mentioned this earlier tonight. The Raiders up against the Bulldogs. This is the first game of what is week 3, but essentially round 2 of the competition after the Vegas start. At halftime was the Bulldogs who led 8 points to 6 over the Canberra Raiders. At full time, Bulldogs 14, Raiders 10. So Bulldogs win away from home against the Canberra Raiders. Doubleheader on Friday night footy in the NRL. The Roosters play the Panthers and the Storm play the Broncos. For us, of course, it's Adelaide tomorrow night, and you'll be able to hear from Aaron Bryans and the team over there when the Adelaide Crows take on the Western Bulldogs, and round 2 continues in the AFL. Just recapping what we saw here tonight, a game with 13 lead changes. The Swans got it out by 20 points halfway through the third quarter, and then Hawthorn finishing over the top. They kicked 5 goals to 1 in the last. In all, they kicked 7 of the last 9 goals in the game to not only come from behind, but ultimately win by 17. Their biggest lead of the night was the final margin, 14-15-99 over Sydney, 13-4-82. And the ABC Footballer of the Year, Marc Murphy, had John Newcombe on top with 3 votes, 2 for Dylan Moore and 1 for the Sydney captain, Callum Mills. Good call in, Clinchy, in the VFL on Saturday. You can find it on ABC TV. Thank you to you, Murph.
Thank you, boys.
Thanks, Lids.
Cheers, big ears.
Lids will be with Ben Cameron and myself on ABC AFL Daily. You can find that in the podcast store first thing tomorrow on your way to work. Put it in the ears and off you go. Thanks to Lee for all his work, our technician tonight, and to Jules Hay back in the studio, signing off from the mighty MCG. The Hawks by 17 points, 1 game into round 2. Good night.
On the Blind Side with Roy and HG.
We always look forward. Yes, we do. There's no future in looking backwards. You're right.
Plunging on the Blind Side with Roy and HG.